Well, I guess January is still catch-up season, or should I say bat-chup season. Yes, I finally got me greasy cum-stained mitts on a MetaQuest 3 recently. Short review, more powerful, still love that it's wireless, still hangs off the front of my face like a fat orphan koala. More importantly, it allowed me to play that new Batman VR game everyone's been saying is great, or at least better than the previous Batman VR game, which in terms of bars to clear is a Snickers resting on 2 pencils. First impressions weren't great. I know the Batman Arkham series has long been grouped with Sonic the Hedgehog in the realm of create titles just by jamming random words on the end of the franchise word, but it's still disappointing they went with Shadow. They got it out before Assassin's Creed used it at least, which is officially the point of becoming completely hackneyed, but they cut it fucking fine. Anyway, in contrast to the first Arkham VR, which was a classic tech demo style early VR game, stand rooted to the spot and do the thing that makes the next thing happen, Arkham Shadow is actually a full-on Arkham game, meaning you can actually move. Shock. And as well as do the thing that makes next things happen, do other things that make irrelevant things happen. Horror, astoundment, hushed whispers amid the academics. The plot is a direct sequel to Arkham Origins, meaning this is the Batman we have at home Batman as opposed to the Conroy classic, but what do you want? Poor fucker's dead. Batman canon tends to be flexible. There's what, 12 versions of it in film alone now? So here's how the dice fell this time. Batman's parents were killed by Joe Chill, check, but now he was raised by Leslie Tompkins instead of or as well as Alfred. Man, why'd he get so hung up on the orphan thing? He had surrogate parents queuing around the fucking block. He also has a nigh brotherly relationship with Harvey Dent growing up, so I expect the Two-Face origin story to also get retold for the 12th time. This all has the same effect the Gotham TV show had on me, making me yell questions like, is there anyone in Batman's later career who didn't interact with Bruce Wayne as a child? And when are Penguin and Riddler finally going to snog? Anyway, the plot is, Gotham, the city that has never once in its entire history not been in the grip of something, is in the grip of a gang called the Rats, disenfranchised poor people protesting income inequality. Ooh, how relevant. When Batman is implicated in the murder of a rat who was in fact committing suicide to prove a point, old Grumpy Tights starts to wonder, maybe I need to rethink my whole approach to this. Maybe people turn to crime because of poverty and societal factors rather than inherent character flaws, and maybe that's a problem that can't be fixed by elbow smashing their legs so their knees go the wrong way. And as a chorus of onlookers cry, fucking duh, he vows to go undercover as a criminal in Blackgate Prison to both uncover the identity of the mysterious leader, the Rat King, and gain a better understanding of the criminal mindset. In practice, he ends up smashing an awful lot of legs so their knees go the wrong way, but some of them belong to prison guards, and that's character growth of a sort. I suppose there's a bit of synchronized cake ownership and consumption going on here, as the plot wants to follow the Batman's lead and get all chin-strokey about societal inequality and ultimately Batman's effectiveness as crime prevention, but it also wants to be larger than life in the established Arkham style, so all the disaffected poor people have to be huge muscle-bound martial artists in rat costumes, reciting revolutionary slogans in exaggerated New York gangster accents. I say it's a full-on Arkham game, it's a stripped-down one, more a 6-piece than a 20-piece McNugget box. The main setting is Blackgate Prison, which isn't Arkham Asylum, but apparently shares the same interior designer, and many of the same prisoners, somehow. Don't know why the fucking Joker's here, maybe they have an exchange program. You split your time between being Batman, investigating the prison after hours, and undercover Bat Boss, pursuing leads on the day shift, with both modes providing plenty of chances to get around asshole guards with stealth and get around asshole kneecap connective tissue with elbow smashes. The free-flow combat translates relatively well to VR. You'll hate it if you're one of those people who turn to the counter icons off in the other games, because sometimes this is like Batman's mascot infected with spyware. There's so many indicators, from countering to picking targets to punching the little glowing circles to finish a dude off. Still, Arkham combat has always been about the sheer satisfaction of Batman's punches colliding with the sound of freight trains ploughing into orphanages, and that's all the more intensified when you're physically punching the air. I could never land critical strikes in the other games, but I can here because they depend on how hard you hit rather than timing, and I always get slightly embarrassingly into the VR motions because I can tell myself it counts as exercise. The translation of the stealthy predator stuff is a little wobblier because something seems to have gone wrong with the guard's pathfinding. I'd string one up on a gargoyle and then have to sit up in the rafters doing today's Bat Wordle while I wait for the other guards to stop milling around beneath them trying to scratch their itchy bums on the handrail. Also, the way you have to spread your arms to do a cape glide is pathetic, frankly. Every time I do it, I feel like a severely unmotivated Dracula impersonator. It rarely took on the first attempt, and I have long arms. I kept misjudging my position in my play space and smashing my hands into walls, furniture, and small dogs. Besides all that, the stealth is functional, if, again, a little stripped down to accommodate all the extra fiddliness of VR, like when you fail to use a batarang in a tight spot because you didn't pinch your fingers in front of your chest in precisely the desired manner. So that's core gameplay. There's also side objectives and collectibles. You have rat statues instead of Riddler trophies, but there's no real benefit to glean besides completionism and the fun sound they make when you fling them at a wall. You don't even get to punch the Riddler in the face at the end of it and ruin his future penguin snogging prospects. But if you want to talk about what I find generally disappointing about Arkham Shadow, it's the lack of that unique Batman Arkham fantastical streak. You run into Two-Face, Scarecrow, and Harley Quinn, but all in pre-villainy phases of their lives, so they're basically all just dudes. Dudes with jobs. The closest thing to a classic Arkham over-the-top supervillain fight is against some nobody prison guard who's inexplicably 10 feet tall. Again, a dude with a job. There's also an obnoxiously hard fight against a mob boss where you have to split your attention between punching goons, planting bombs, and flinging batarangs at a dude with a minigun, and while firing the minigun probably isn't the dude's job, he's certainly an enthusiastic hobbyist. Alright, fine, the third and only other boss fight is against a giant hallucination monster Batman, but that doesn't score points because Suicide Squad did the same fucking thing. And that's like copying from the exam paper of the remedial student who it turns out all along was writing on a square of used toilet paper. Well, let's set up our little deck chairs in the usual blasted no man's land of January, made all the more bleak by everyone being huddled in their bunkers waiting for the Grand Theft Auto 6 launch date to drop and land on everyone's schedules like the fucking Tunguska event. So let's indulge our regular routine of tying up the loose ends from 2024, such as, why didn't you do anything with Concord, Yahtzee? Surely AAA publishers getting buggered over an ironing board is the thing you picture in your mind every time you blow out your birthday candles. Sony's $500 million live service failure should have been red meat to you. It certainly was, listener, but all the best chops of the red meat got taken before I even got to the carcass. I didn't even have a chance to play Concord. It had come and gone from online stores by the time I even heard what a delightful shitfest it was. Nothing one can do now but retroactively take the piss out of the character designs, and I'd like to think that's beneath me. I really would like to think that.
Concord.
Oh look everyone, it's the adventures of Parallel Universe Dr. Robotnik after they got mauled by a rabid set square, and her best friends bastard offspring of Michael Rooker and an artichoke, photo negative of Alucard from Hellsing, the Quake 1 protagonist's embarrassing mum standing too close to a heat lamp, wet weather Gabe Newell, someone who cobbled together their World of Warcraft costume in 5 minutes in the alleyway behind the convention centre, 80s synth pop music act representing Anorexia Awareness Month, the cafeteria tray that walks like a man, etc, etc, etc. Phew, that was fun actually. Man, I've never seen this many pastel colours and rounded sunglasses in one place. It's like watching John Lennon choke to death on Candy Love Hearts.
Animal well.
I'm a little embarrassed about this one. I played Animal well and found it to be a perfectly functional Metroidvania, with some cool imagery and interesting twists on traversal. It brought back fond memories of those old Commodore 64 explorative platform games where you go screen to screen avoiding patrolling multicoloured Mickey Mouse heads and spinning refrigerators, and the protagonist is a nondescript blob that's all the memory limit will allow. But everyone kept going on about how it had some transcendent shit going on with post-ending stuff, and I just wasn't seeing that. So I did some research and discovered that the interesting stuff was only going to start after I found one more hidden egg. But I didn't have the first idea where to start looking for it. I thought I'd already checked everywhere, and frankly I had other shit to do. So it just got away from me. I apologise, Animal Well. It's not you, it's me. I got tired of searching every nook and cranny for leftover eggs when I had to go to Whole Foods on Christmas Eve.
Mouth-washing.
A short horror adventure experience that I was hesitant to fully review because it isn't very long and only barely escapes the walking simulator label, thanks to some slightly annoying arcadey bits and several inventory puzzles where you go into one of 2 available rooms, pick up a thing, and take it to the only other available room. But it's a very absorbing story experience. As recommendations go, it's a heavily qualified one. Hey, check this game out. It's really horrible and upsetting. You'll love it. The premise is a small group of low-level workers on a spaceship crew under the heel of a massive uncaring corporation are stranded by a disaster with no certainty of rescue and nothing to eat but a cargo of mouthwash. And through a series of events and hallucination sequences presented in non-linear order, the situation inevitably decays and we discover that everything was completely fucked from the start and they might as well have all cut their fucking throats from the word go. So yeah, feel-good hit of the summer, but made weirdly compelling through some unique iconic visuals. It's so, what's the word, visceral? It really helped me appreciate how context and sound design can make an act as simple as opening someone's mouth for them into something really bloody gross.
The casting of Frank Stone.
I've kept my eye on supermassive games and their parade of glorified choose-your-own-adventure books in much the way an oncologist keeps their eye on a worrying growth on somebody's prostate, but I do think there's potential there. Until Dawn and Man of Medan were alright, but after playing through their new one, Casting of Frank Stone, I didn't think it worth reviewing because there'd been no improvement in any of Supermassive's key problem areas. To wit, their inability to come up with a single fucking character who didn't richly deserve a brick to the teeth, none of your choices mattering for 2 squirts of mung on the back of a gravedigger's shovel in the first 3 quarters of the game, and the last quarter being an incomprehensible, horribly edited mess when your choices start mattering too much. The only thing worth noting about Casting of Frank Stone is that it's set in the Dead by Daylight universe of all things, and sets out to establish how the whole situation of that game came about. And I figured I already knew how it came about. Behaviour Interactive wanting to bank off a successful live service game for the rest of their fucking lives, and a whole bunch of owners of defunct horror IPs needing to earn a living and there only being so many conventions in a year.
Me-side.
With so many indie games fighting for my attention, a 50,000 strong overwhelmingly positive review rating on Steam is definitely one way to stand out, but it soon became clear that Me-side was benefiting from the influence of the weeb demographic, because if there's one thing the weebs love more than weeby dating sims, it's weeby dating sims with deniability. Oh no, actually we like it because it's secretly a subversive horror game in the Doki Doki Literature Club mould, with an interesting meta-narrative about being trapped in a video game world with a fun smorgasbord of gameplay mechanics and creative set pieces, and not because there's a hot anime babe in it, and we want to imagine being a slug slowly crawling up the outside of her exposed thigh. eyes. Aha. Me-side was somewhat fun, but it really straddles the line between subversive pretend pervy weeby game and actual pervy weeby game. Even being chainsaw murdered by the hot anime babe had a distinctly fetishy vibe. The total giveaway was when I beat the game and unlocked non-subversive actual dating sim mode. Although when I started it with wanking hand poised, it just said, "Oh sorry, we haven't finished this yet, come back in 6 months." Weak, guys. Say you're early access if you're still in early access, don't be such a fucking tease. Oh, guess that's on brand actually.
Sorry, we're closed.
But let's end things and go into 2025 on a much fucking needed positive note. I played Sorry We're Closed over the holidays after it was recommended. Hey Yarts, have you played this game? It's really fucking weird, like you. So I did, and now I pay forward the recommendation to my fellow weirdos. It's like, bear with me on this, it's like if Resident Evil had a horrible misshapen PS1 graphics baby with Catherine, and the midwife was Suda51, and if every single character was gay. You play a hipster lovelorn cyan-haired convenience store clerk who gets seduced by a demon. I say seduced, it's more like fall in love with me or I'll pull your legs off and ram them up your piss hole, and has to explore a series of dungeons to avoid becoming the new plaything of hell. It combines Persona-esque division of time between surface reality and dungeon descents with an engaging story that's at heart about relationships and how no one really understands how love works, especially not leg-pulling nightmare demons. It's also got an innovative combat system based around rapidly shooting sequences of weak points that I found rather refreshing, if only because it didn't employ a dodge button or a timed parry like every other fucking combat system lately. Yes, alright games industry, we get it, timed parries are fun. I think Magic Shell's fun, I wouldn't use it to paint my fucking living room. So there's one more lingering issue from 2024. Well, I have a lot of lingering issues with 2024, but the one I can actually talk about without ramming a marlin spike into my eye socket is Anomaly Hunt games. It's become an interesting trend in indie horror games, so I thought it would be best to document it before a AAA game rips it off and pretends they invented it, in accordance with the usual pattern for such things. It's existed in a couple of larval forms for a while, but it's now emerged from the cocoon in a weirdly rigid format, like a butterfly stapled to a plank. I played 3 indie games last year that all had the exact same setup. You move through a small repeating environment, keep going forward if everything's the same as always, reverse direction if any shit has gotten fucky. Do that 8 to 10 times, no less than 8 and no more than 10. Apparently if you don't stick to the recipe everything just fucking collapses like a sourdough loaf, and you win. Then unlock an infinite mode where you have to find all the different anomalies. All 3 games very closely follow this formula, which finally bridges the gap between liminal space horror and spot the difference puzzle. We can probably thank PT for a lot of this, the playable teaser that ended up teasing us a lot more than it had originally intended, after which everyone went, wow, there's a real inherent creepiness to a 3-room environment endlessly repeating contrary to all sense from both a Euclidean and interior design standpoint. This is going to save us so much money on level designers, but now we must think of a core gameplay mechanic to make the most of it. PT's best idea was to have us make funny noises into the microphone and then a premature baby complained at us for 5 minutes. We need something better than that. How about shooting monsters with guns? Oh, fuck off, Resident Evil. That's your answer to everything. How about running away from monsters that insta-kill you if they catch you? And you fuck off as well, Bloober Team. Eventually someone stumbled upon Spot the Difference puzzles, and you know what? It really fucking works. Why? Because Spot the Difference puzzles inflict a sense of paranoia. They always did in me. I'd look at them and go, is that line supposed to be thicker in picture B, or was that a printing error? And why is that kangaroo looking at me? Does it know what I did? And what better mindset to be in for a creepy horror game? Giving us an organic gameplay reason to scrutinise all the tiny details of a room ideally positions us for scares, a lot more so than giving all the shelves a once-over for prominently glowing health kits and ammo packs. We stare at a painting going, wait, has this always had 3 horses in it, or did they add another? What do you think? And we turn to the guy next to us and see they've got blood running from their eye sockets and a second head growing out of their mouth that looks like Hitler. Of course, it's pretty fucking obvious there's an anomaly going on at that point, so there have to be some subtle ones as well to actually make it a challenge. And that's where things can get annoying. The first Anomaly Hunt game was the Exit 8. Actually, Artsy, technically elements of the Anomaly Hunt genre were first seen in, oh fucking cork it! Cork it with a big floppy knob. The first Anomaly Hunt game in this specific format was the Exit 8, set in a hallway in a Japanese subway station. And talk about saving money on level design, they didn't have much in the texture kitty either. Just 1 repeating white tile and about 5 advert posters. And over again I'd be confident there were no anomalies, step forward and you fucked up, back to the start. And I eventually discovered the anomaly I was missing was a fucking barely noticeable water stain on one of the ceiling tiles. Fuck you, all the way up to your nostril hairs, Exit 8. That doesn't count. An anomaly is something that makes you call a paranormal detective, not a fucking dry rot specialist. The 10 Bells was the second major Anomaly Hunt repeating environment game that I became aware of. This one set in a British pub, and therefore better. But not just from a racism perspective. The 10 Bells knows how to do subtle anomalies properly. The craftiest one was where the beer taps were all turned the wrong way round, which was hard to spot, but fucking fair enough, it's pretty anomalous. What is this, some kind of magic pub from opposite land, where the customers are expected to serve beers to the bartender? Those don't exist outside my hypothetical plan for after I win the lottery. The 10 Bells also elevates the concept by having an actual story. The story is, someone got bell murdered. But establishing who was doing the bell ringing and who was the recipient for the bell bell ringing isn't the point. It's pretty obvious, really. The point is, as ever, to get the spot the difference puzzle right 10 times in a row and win, but the bell murder thing is a rather lovely example of immersion storytelling in action, or the unique quality of video games being able to avoid linear narrative, person did a murder, other person is now murdered, and instead immerse you in a sort of abstract state of person did a murder, which all the background details point to. All the anomalies are in some way themed around it. The corpse shows up in the ceiling, the ghost chases you around a snooker table, etc. And the theme of Anomaly Hunt based around abstract story of a traumatic event was also picked up by the most recent example of the genre, The Cabin Factory. This one gets away from the formula by instead of having you pick between proceeding or reversing, you go into cabins, check for anomalies, come out, and then press an accept or reject button, which does have that weirdly satisfying Papers, Please thing of slamming reject and blowing cheerful raspberries as the current subject is hauled off to the incinerators, but the exit 810 bells method has a better flow to it, I think, not to mention a better creep factor. Solve spot the difference puzzles because you're trapped in a nonsensical space and must appease the malevolent entity that runs it, creates a more effective atmosphere than solve spot the difference puzzles because you're trapped in a 9 to 5 and must appease your car loan provider. See, I know Anomaly Hunt is a genre because we now know how to do it right and how to fuck it up. Stairway 7 would be an example of one that fucks it up, because I went through 3 loops, got a jump scare, and turned the fucking thing off. No, I refuse. You're better than this, Anomaly Hunt genre. You're not a fucking novelty birthday card. You're about surreality and creep factor, not bloodstained corpses jumping out with a noise like someone sitting on a synthesizer keyboard. As I say, I wonder how AAA is planning to steal the Anomaly Hunt idea. You can't make a full-on game out of it. 2 rooms and a hallway aren't going to sell many fucking graphics cards. I could see someone throwing it in for one chapter of a bigger game, the way Dishonored 2 has one mission with the time turner and it was like an ungrateful child taking like 2 bites of a very expensive steak. But for right now, the cutting-edge hotness of indie horror is anomalies. Oh Christ, I've said anomaly so much it sounds weird now. Anomaly. Anomalomalomaly. Anomalomolom. Anomaly. Sorry, I'll stop. As a world-famous video game critic with an attractive accent, thick head of glorious hair, enormous barrel chest, and who has recently gotten over several self-esteem issues, people often ask me about my methods. Well, first figure out how to totally delude yourself. No, Yahtzee, your game reviewing methods. Do you prepare before you start playing? Do you take notes? Take notes? Ooh, look at me with my little notepad, licking my pencil, wearing my hat with the card that says press on it, and staying completely sober, like a fucking try-hard. No, I go with my gut. I play games trying to push all thoughts of critique out of my mind, and only afterwards ask myself, was I enjoying that? And when I have an answer, I think back and interrogate that feeling. Why was I enjoying it? Was it fun to play? Or was it the rubbing alcohol? So going through that process, Eternal Strands is a game I was enjoying, and it couldn't have been rubbing alcohol, because my doctor says I need to lay off while we see if my body's rejecting the donated liver. So there must have been something I liked about it. Let's see if we can figure out what that was together. First things first, was it the title? No, it fucking sucks. Doesn't tell you shit. Sounds like what a romance novelist would name a hairdresser's shop. Second thing second, is it the visual design? Nope. I gather this is a debut game for the studio, if not the individuals involved, and it uses the visual style known as "this is the developer's first game.png. Generic fantasy world with heavy World of Warcraft vibes, big environments, slightly quirky architecture, nice inoffensive colour scheme, character portraits straight from somebody's college game design degree art portfolio. The plot is, we are Bryn, generic fantasy adventurer protagonist person, noteworthy only for her apparent aversion to vowels. We join a caravan of magical scientists investigating a mysterious land that has been sealed off for decades after a magical disaster, and somehow shit gets fucky and we get stuck inside the barrier. So was it the characters you liked, Yards? Not really. It's nice to have a whole support team chipping in on our missions, Metal Gear Solid style, but for that to work, the support team can't be a bunch of big boring bastards. They're a diverse group of terribly civilized fantasy people who are a bit quirky, but all very professional and understanding and nice and get along without any of that drama and interpersonal conflict that makes a cast the slightest bit actually interesting. And they've all got a bad case of need to re-establish my personality with my every cocking line of dialogue-itis. Well, speaking as the archivist daughter of an elven archmage rebelling against their family, yeah, don't pad your timesheet, dialogue writer. Sometimes a simple go kill that dragon is all you need. So by process of elimination, was it the gameplay you liked, Yahtzee? What kind of game is it? Well, in brief, it's a gear grinder. Don't run away just yet. It's a gear grinder with an extraction element. No, look, stay here, let me finish. It's no use, I locked all the fucking doors. The format is, you have a base camp and mount expeditions to one of several open-ended areas to fight the local monsters, collect crafting materials, and maybe pursue a story objective or two if you're a good little tryhard. Then perhaps 'twas the combat system that worked your shaft, Yards. No, enemy variety's not up to much. You chip away at the spongy health bars of wolves, wasps, and robots in a manner about as cathartic as whittling a tent peg. There's this elemental damage system where you can both freeze things and light stuff on fire, but all I usually did was encase every single enemy in the starting ice wall power, and then chip away at my leisure, and then there was even less enemy variety, because I was attacking nothing but giant stationary blue popsicles. Once you've filled your backpack's 7 condom packets worth of inventory space, you head back to camp to see if there's anything new you can craft. Well, I assume it wasn't the crafting you liked, Yards. Yards? It wasn't the fucking crafting. Okay, shut the fuck up, Yarts. The thing is, and I don't think it's the first game to do this, the recipes are completely unspecific. It just says a stone, a leather, any leather. So you don't have to hang around area A grinding up a very specific kind of wasp foreskin. You can substitute with wolf scrotums if that's all you've got kicking around, and it'll make perfectly functional underpants, just with different stats. So as long as I was picking up decent materials, I could relax about psychotically loading up on every leaf, stick, and disembodied nether region available on the off chance they'd be needed. I could focus on exploring the pretty environment, filling out the map, skipping through the meadows, setting fire to things, and after I'm loaded up on bullshit and done a quest objective or two, I might say to myself, alright, I've done good work, maybe I'll reward myself with a quick giant robot fight. The way I look over a shopping cart full of vegetables and healthy protein and think, yes, I've done some excellent grown-up shopping, time to fill all the remaining space with jam donuts. Oh yes, I forgot to mention there's giant monster fights, and those are where it gets interesting. In contrast to the standard combat that's like using a hammer to break open gobstoppers that won't stop rolling off the kitchen counter, the giant monsters are Shadow of the Colossus, crawl around a big bastard's armpits, knifing his sensitive areas affairs, but they aren't so big as to require a massive commitment. They're the 6-piece McNugget boxes to Shadow of the Colossus' artfully crafted coq au vin, but well implemented for all that. You kill them once to learn a new spell, then upgrade that spell by killing them again in a specific way. Hey, wait a second, Yards. Expeditions from base camp, collecting crafting materials, crawling all over a giant monster's pubes, trying to kill it in highly specific ways. Isn't this just Monster Hunter? You know what, if it helps get things in perspective, yes, it's Fisher-Price Monster Hunter. It's the theme park version of Monster Hunter, where you can pick a fight with a huge bastard without feeling like you need to commit to chasing it through the undergrowth for an hour and a half after you make its poor little toesy-woesies hurt too much. As I said, Eternal Strands comes from a debut studio, and that certainly comes across. The generic art and setting and the combination of gameplay elements cribbed from the creator's favourite classic games, all of this yells first game foot in the door. But there's enough unique about the combination to make it worth a look, much more so in the first half when there's still a sense of exploration and discovery. In the second half, basically all the story quests come down to go to place you've already been like 3 times and randomly piss about until whatever piece of paper you're currently looking for is close enough to make the objective marker pop up. Still, I would call Eternal Strands a very solid starting point. You know how Pablo Picasso started out doing normal, boring, realistic portraits of people, and then once he demonstrated understanding of the rules, he could proceed to break them and do all his weird career-defining stuff? That's what Eternal Strands is. It's Picasso's boring early stuff. A perfectly well put together demonstration that the developers understand the principles. Now I want to see them make some motherfucking art. Make a game about a lady with both ears on the same side of her head, and a 1955 Morris Minor instead of an arse. Man, I was a lot harsher back when I was a punky, youthful, hot-headed 35-year-old. I was looking back at my old review of Kingdom Come Deliverance, and I was really down on it from the word go. Firstly, for being a classic example of dry heave unnecessary colon titling. I keep saying subtitles have no business on anything but sequels, but now there is a sequel, so the universe has officially righted itself. The Plague Tale Innocence Pokemon has evolved and become a Plague Tale Requiem. So let's take a look at the new sequel, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Fuck's sake. It's like we missed the point, and then we turned around and missed a completely different point, like a very lucky oblivious person on an archery range. Kingdom Come 2 continues the story of Henry, a meaty young lad from early 15th century Bohemia from a burnt-down village in, going by his accent, whatever the 15th century Bohemia equivalent of the West Country is. Henry's in a sort of administrative grey area of feudal society in that he is a peasant, but he's also the acknowledged bastard son of a lord, so he is permitted to talk to nobles and they're not allowed to execute him just for looking at them funny. He's dispatched to a neighbouring fiefdom to help his mate deliver a message from their dads to the local lord to see where he is on the whole bloody conflict dividing the land thing, and the job needs 2 guys because those wax seals can get pretty weighty, and his mate is a nobleman and therefore refuses to lift anything heavier than a chambermaid's skirt. On the road they get attacked by bandits, robbed of everything, and then can't complete their mission because nobody believes they're nobles as they aren't wearing the requisite peacock feathers and arrogant sneer. Essentially, this is the bit at the start of a Metroid sequel where Samus gets an atomic-powered intergalactic wedgie to explain why she has to run around picking up all her shit again, because the first act of Kingdom Come Delivering the Mail retreads much of the process we went through in the first game, starting out as a peasant with not even a mouldy potato to our name, and having to work our way up the social ladder before we can get to the cool sword fights on horses shit, learning many interesting things about medieval history as we go. One of the first things we learn, for example, is that every single person in medieval times is a complete prick. I guess it's hard to be a ray of sunshine when the Norwegians have just invaded and the bubonic plague has killed your 12-year-old wife. The second thing we learn about medieval peasant life is that it's really fucking boring. The only thing I could find to do to start saving up for an actual shirt, to replace my spunk-riddled burlap sack and finally have a fighting chance with the fucking charisma checks, was to take up blacksmithing. A minigame consisting of hitting a metal thing with a hammer, for fucking ages. And you have to keep moving the thing around so you can't just zone out for it. Jesus Christ, Desert Bus did that as a fucking joke. And then the game's all like, ooh, why not try swinging the hammer in time with the tune your character's whistling? Have fun with it. Bitch, that didn't work when my parents made me dust my bedroom and it's not going to work now. You say Kingdom Come is an immersive open world in the style that always seems to get Kickstarter donators frothing at the wallets. Oh, the realism, go anywhere, do anything. Every NPC has an agenda. They go to bed at night and won't like you if you've got nits, so you have to dunk your head in every horse trough you pass, like a newborn vampire who hasn't figured out why his hair keeps catching fire during the day. Such games tend to be a appreciable from a broad perspective, but fall apart in the fine details. The sheer number of interacting systems can go wrong in so many spectacular ways. Here's just two from my playthrough. I had to reload a save because the story mission was to follow a platoon of knights on horseback, but their pathfinding fucked up, so the horses all stood in a circle sniffing each other's bums forever. And at one point a distraught peasant woman beseeched me to locate her missing daughter, for she was beside herself with worry, while said daughter was at that moment sitting across the room, sewing some tea towels. But my worst moments came when the game was operating completely as intended. Like at one point I fail a speech check and the dude decides he's going to punch my lights out. The combat is slightly better than the first game in that it actually functioned for me, but it usually came down to parry, riposte, stand on the other side of the room talking shit while your stamina comes back, repeat. And I don't feel like a badass duelist, I feel like I'm trying to narrow down the thing that's making a really bad smell in my fridge. But I managed to punch this dude enough that he runs away, but then he comes back with a fucking hammer, so I have to draw my sword and kill him. And we're in the middle of a village, so guards run over, I can't pay the fine and failed the speech check to blab my way out, so I've got three choices: murder the entire village, watch a prolonged cutscene of myself being hanged before reloading my save, or reload my save now. I opted for the last one, spoke to the dude again, passed the speech check this time and parted as friends. Jesus Christ. The road to Cock-Up Cascade is paved with realistic gameplay systems. You're told you can approach problems with either stealth, combat or diplomacy, but there's no point specialising because you'll get unavoidably stuck having to do all three at various times. The first game soured me with mandatory combat, this one did it with mandatory stealth. The first several hours of the game are spent trying to get invited to a wedding because the Lord's going to be there and you're hoping to convince him you're a noble by wafting caviar-scented farts in his direction, but then, oh, he doesn't show up, we've been pissing you about this whole time, lol. Then you get arrested and stripped of your stuff and locked in a castle with no option but to stealth through densely populated unfamiliar terrain where being spotted anywhere by anyone is instant fail because the guards descend like bees on a jam sandwich, then stealth all the way back out again. You can knock guards out with special friendship hugs from behind, but half the time they randomly break out of the hug, so whoops, reload again. I asked editor Nick for advice as he seems to like this game and he said to just save scum. I can't save scum, they took all my save potions, which continues to be a gameplay feature as welcome as a scrubbing brush attachment on an endoscope. Are you remembering to spend your perk points, Yards? Yes, of course I spent my perk points. What kind of idiot doesn't spend their perk points? Then I hastily brought up the menu to figure out where the fuck you spend perk points. Eventually I found it, 3 menus deep, tiny little text in the middle of all the Renaissance branded clutter. Not that it made much difference in the end. I'll admit Kingdom Come 2 occasionally came together, usually when railroaded me through a plot event that minimised the number of things that could fuck up, but whenever the leash comes off it's all so much pissing about. The bugs piss me about, the plot pisses me about, and in the end all I can do is piss about in return. Still, apparently you'll like it if you're someone like editor Nick, but what the fuck does he know? He still thinks I respect him. Man, bollocks to you, current events. I'm pausing so you can cut that bit out and post it as a funny meme on social media every day for the next 4 years. I'm bored of being coy about my political stances, so for the record, if you voted for that orange knob end, I hope he mashes your family up into paste and uses you as part of his skincare regimen. But why let it take over our lives? Let's cheer ourselves up with a nice aspirational game about billionaires getting completely fucked up. The Roottrees Are Dead is a, brace yourself, genealogical deduction game that opens with the news that the president of an ultra-successful family candy corporation has died in a freak plane crash along with his spouse and all of his heirs. Oh, what a shame. If only it had been in an imploding, poorly designed deep-sea submersion vehicle, I could have actually reached climax. But I guess that wasn't on the cards, because the game's set in 1998, back when things made sense and there was still some measure of respect towards the sanctity of human life. We play as a professional genealogist who has to interrupt their non-stop life of glamour and sex to figure out the careless twat's entire family tree going back 4 generations, and figure out what random scattered cousins are about to inherit enough cash to gold-plate their newly erect todgers. Sounds easy? Well, did you miss the part that we're set in 1998, and the only tool at our disposal is the pre-social media internet, before everyone on Earth thought it necessary to document their every passing sandwich, and you can only find people online if they've been in the news or have gotten their clothes off in a professional setting? Gameplay-wise, you go to the cups on the ends of strings 90s era internet, typing in search terms, and from the initial crumbs of information go down multiple deep rabbit holes to take pictures of the rabbits in their most intimate moments. Very Hypnospace Outlaw-esque. And after coming up for air, you toddle off to the Roottree family tree, and fill each end tree with a photo, a profession, and an identity tree, and every time you have tree, I mean 3 or 4 fully correct, they get locked in with a little congratulation ceremony, very Return of the Obra Dinn-esque. Now forgive me if I failed to adequately bring this across in the multiple years I spent screaming and banging you over the head with it, but I really like Return of the Obra Dinn. That's probably why this game was recommended to me so highly, thinking about it. But it was because of the Obra Dinn comparison that while I was cutting out pictures of some cockhead used car salesman and his 2 extremely embarrassed looking daughters, I found myself thinking, man, I wish someone would get eaten by a kraken. You see, while the game pulls off the satisfaction of figuring out puzzles with your amazing brain, it falls short of highly recommended because it lacks for a secret spice, e.g. Kraken Massacre. There's a hint about some dark family secret secret that will be revealed in time, but when it is revealed, I was like, that's it? No one got murdered? No one got pulled apart by tentacles? You're aware of my definition for post-dad games, that is, the dad game's satisfaction with a job well done combined with a fantastical narrative streak, like a lawnmower that talks with the voice of Gilbert Gottfried. While I do recommend Roottrees to fellow deduction game enjoyers, it doesn't get as far as the post-in-post-dad. I think it might just be a dad-dad game, a newspaper puzzle page writ large, and the fact that turns me off slightly gives me a strange hope. Maybe I haven't gone fully dad-brained yet. Maybe there's still time to avoid my gut ballooning out over the top of my overly tight jeans, so I look like a giant capital P when standing in profile. Phew, I feel relevant again. Let's play a cocking Souls-like, one with an anime art style like what us young people like. Oh, here's one, a new sequel to Ender Lily's Quieters of the Nights called Ender Magnolia Bloom in the Mist. More like we got Bloomin' Pissed when we were coming up with the names for these things. You may remember Bender Silly's Flatus of the Shites was a Souls-like Metroidvania about the last days of a dying dark fantasy world. Yahtzee, yes, I know, I'm about to narrow it down. This was the 2D one where we play as an adorable, pristine, innocent girly whirl who enlists the spirits of all the dudes she defeats and lets them do all the combat while she holds the coats and completes the tax paperwork. Sort of the intersection between Alice in Wonderland, Sultan Sanctuary, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So what's new for Bender Begonia's Bloody Bleeding Blimey? Well, not a whole lot, actually. Again, we play as pristine, innocent girly who wakes up in a coffin at the bottom of a sprawling Metroidvania map. Again, we enlist the spirits of defeated monsters and warriors to wipe our delicate Bumsy in combat, and the main antagonistic force is a nondescript, corrupting black fart cloud simply called The Blight, although it might as well have been called The Plot. The main difference is that we've switched from fantasy to sci-fi, and if you genuinely can't think of anything to do but a retread of your last game, that is always a reliable sequel pipeline, good enough for Warhammer, Castlevania Lords of Shadow, and that Gilligan's Island spin-off cartoon where they went to space. So now instead of purifying the souls of knights, we're reprogramming corrupted robots and turning them into digital ghosts like they're Pokemon or something, making this more the intersection between Sultan Sanctuary, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and Nier Automata. But I can't be too salty, because like its predecessor, I rather enjoyed Ender Magnum PI. It's just a nice functional Metroidvania, not exactly setting a fire under the genre. The start double jump rating is like 3 rooms, but there's something comforting about the reliable way all the cogwheels click together, the easily readable art style, the nice helpful map that highlights rooms that still have undiscovered secrets so you know where to come back to when you unlock the head-mounted secret opening device, and the combat's rather enjoyable as well. You can fully customize what stand attacks are mapped to the 4 attack buttons, and have them all cracking off at the same time with no stamina mechanic to limit you. And when you can summon a whirling ball of damage at will, including that one terribly useful stand who has mastered the secret martial art known as owning a gun, the bosses were pretty easy, mostly only taking 2 or 3 attempts before folding like the centre pages of the boys' dormitory's only issue of Playboy. Comboing different attacks at the same time can take a little bit of uncomfortable finger origami, but as I say, you can map the buttons how you like, so just find whatever works best when you mash the controller with your palm. My only major strike against endlessly bangled title is that I really couldn't follow the plot. Part of the standard Souls-like format is to drop you into the middle of dying apocalyptic world du jour and hint at the story with confusing background crumbs. Ender Magnolia opts instead to hint at the story with prolonged dialogues between characters, while you glance between them not understanding what in the name of Beelzebub's bellend they're banging on about. I guess we are playing as a kid, maybe that's the intention, to evoke how it felt to be in the room when my dad was refusing to explain to my mum what he was doing at a bar called the Rusty Trombone. I wonder if there's a designer at Ryuga Kotoku Studio who desperately wants to be creating something other than Yakuza games, i.e. sandbox crime dramas about well-dressed Japanese kung fu mobsters that vacillate between sincerity and piss-take on a moment-to-moment basis, and who is slowly going out of their sodding mind. Possibly the person who brought us Yakuza Dead Souls and Judgment, because they wanted to do a zombie game and a Private Eye Noir, respectively, and who recently must have gone, gosh, I'd love to make a pirate game about epic sea battles and crew management and sword fights with lots of hairy men named Roger, after which some higher-up said, great idea, but remember to put in a whole bunch of well-dressed Japanese kung fu mobsters and make it about Goro Majima. He wears an eye patch, that's 90% of the way there already. What, in pirate times? No, fair enough. Tell you what, set it in the present day. But still with old-style pirates, because if you make it about Somalian people traffickers, it's going to depress everyone. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Bing bang toodly splat. Oh, and set it in Hawaii so we can literally copy-paste the whole Honolulu map from Infinite Wealth and bolt it onto the side like a malformed conjoined twin. I guess you can't fault them for being economical, but Pirate Yakuza gives me Assassin's Creed Black Flag flashbacks in the way I really liked it when it was being a pirate game and liked it a lot less when it went back to being a Yakuza game. The setup is noted eye patch wearing bastard Goro Majima wakes up on a desert island with no memory and is immediately accosted by burly toughs, whereupon he goes, hang on, protagonist great amnesia, random burly toughs showing up with an inadequately established beef. It's finally happened. I'm the main character of a Yakuza game again. And then he lathers the fucking shite out of them, dusts his hand and goes, right, now all I need is the token helpless innocent character whose desires and well-being will inexplicably be my central driving motivation. Looks around, points to the first small asthmatic boy he sees. You'll do. I'm gonna realise all your fantasies about being best friends with a kick-ass pirate captain for some reason. And then they have a big musical number together. No, they actually do. And you know what? If you're not having fun at that point, then there's no reaching your miserable flinty heart. Gotta say, all my sphincters clenched when that first group of burly toughs showed up, but when the combat tutorial began, I released a sigh of relief from both ends. It's real-time combat again. In the long run, the turn-based combat in Like a Dragon and Infinite Wealth was a nice place to visit, but I don't think this franchise should want to live there. It's just not the same without disco kung fu mobsters going absolute bugfuck on each other with fists, knives, bicycles, park benches, and the occasional salmon. We're doing the Yakuza 0 thing in that Majima can switch between two fighting styles, which embody the two faces of the game and helpfully summarizes the clash between them. On the one hand, we have Yakuza style, which Majima defaults to while in the Honolulu sandbox, with which we go bugfuck with punches, kicks, brutal knife stabs, and all that boring old shit. And then we have kick-ass pirate captain style, he defaults to it all other times, where we go bugfuck with dual cutlasses, grappling hooks, and a magic violin that summons ghost sharks. And I couldn't even comprehend anyone who'd prefer to use the former, unless they're wearing a sophisticated face-mounted bomb rigged to go off the moment they smile. It's doubly hard to understand because pirate captain mode basically breaks the game once it's fully upgraded. I beat the final boss with ease just by spamming the grappling hook M-Bison torpedo dive sword thrust thing that chewed up and spat out his health bar like a fucking curly whirly. That meant he couldn't even get close enough to criticize my taste in footwear. But the new thing is ship combat, which is about what you'd expect, all lining up the enemy for cannon barrages and waiting for cooldowns, but enhanced by the simple addition of the ability to drift. No, it doesn't make a lot of sense physics-wise, but after you've given the enemy a port broadside, immediately doing a handbrake turn and giving them a starboard one for good measure does feel fucking sweet. It's not the deepest pirate sim. I wish it had been one sandbox ocean rather than multiple little ones, so we didn't have to teleport between them so much like an indecisive house-hunting wizard, but it automatically makes Skull and Bones walk the plank just because you can walk around on your ship's deck handing out bunches of flowers to your favourite cannon operators, and when you take on enemy boss ships, your entire crew joins you for an on-deck free-for-all with their entire crew, and all your crew are unique characters recruited individually through little mini-quests, and it's heartening to see the bikini girl I impressed with my dart-throwing skill going bugfuck on a vicious corsair, and yet the quest to become king of the pirates is still only a side quest, and being obliged to go back to Honolulu always felt like a come-down, with its fetch quests and its copy-pasted mini-games from Infinite Wealth, and its lovely restaurants. It helped me appreciate the pirating more, the way it's nice to come home and relax after a long day having frantic sex with birthday cakes, but I continue to find Yakuza's habit of continually churning out the same shit tiresome, because they never address the complaints I have with the shit. We're still getting forced into random battles with low-level dudes long after you outclass them so hard it's not even funny, and that's extended to the ship combat now. You can be in the end game sailing a fucking biblical apocalypse with portholes and still get harassed by milkmen in rowboats who keep talking shit right up until you cough and obliterate them into matchwood. And once again, all the really fun bits of a Yakuza story campaign are at the end. Fun though it is that we can feed stray dogs and go-kart and take photos of perverts and do endless side stories in which we solve random people's personal issues by strategically going bugfuck on someone. Why do we have to get passed around between lengthy exposition dialogues and repetitive punch-ups for 30 fucking hours before we get to the boss fight with a giant kraken? That's the shit you lead with, idiots! I completed all the pirating side stuff because that's where the fun was, and when I grudgingly got back to the plot, which was the usual stuff, conspiracies, betrayals, get pissed about, villains with hearts of gold who do what's right, i.e. go from one smug prick to another and keep punching them till we tell you to stop, I was so massively overpowered it became a dull formality, giant kraken fight notwithstanding. Not for the first time, the final word on a Yakuza game is that there's so much shit in it, there's bound to be something you like, even if you just hang out in your home base playing the full version of Alex Kidd in Miracle World, included for some mystifying reason. But what I liked is tainted by the knowledge that there could have been so much more of it if they hadn't also had to render all the little glittery thongs on the perverts in a minigame I never had to do, or the 5 varieties of tuna steak available at a backstreet restaurant I didn't even notice. Think of it, we could have been playing Alex Kidd in Miracle World on a 300-foot screen with pixels made of gold dust, wearing all the little glittery thongs a man could desire. I see all you young people out there on the streets pausing between kickflips to suck on your Capri Suns and say, man, we're so bored by our flashy newfangled video games. There's so many graphical bells and whistles and our mind-numbing repetitive loot box delivery engines, we can barely get our heads together long enough to smoke drugs. To which I say, hey there kid, do you ever consider playing a mostly text-based game? What? Text? Like what they have in school books? I'm not down with that shizzle, daddy-o. Get out of the basketball court. Hold your horses, young person. What if I were to tell you that this particular mostly text-based game is about being a robot in space? Wow, no way, blood. I thought mostly text-based games were lame, but robots in space are on fire. You're pretty cool for an old-timer. We've learned the error of our ways and we'll go straight to our local library on fleek, or whatever that means. The mostly text-based game in question is Citizen Sleeper 2, a narrative adventure game where most of the time the right half of the screen is a description of you doing something boring, and the left side of the screen is the exterior wall of a spaceship in which we are assured the boring activity is taking place. It's also one of the most deeply emotionally affecting interactive narratives I've played in who knows how long, and you can stick that right up your credit card slot, AAA games. The premise is you are a robot in space, a sleeper, an artificial humanoid piloted by an emulated consciousness copy-pasted from a real person because good old-fashioned regular slavery wasn't getting the corporation's dicks as wet as it used to, and we're in a space-going future where humanity consists of an extremely loosely connected network of colonies and space stations smeared across the galaxy like so much cocaine-infused snot around the mouth of John Belushi, where corporate dystopia has sparked so many apocalypses all anyone does all day now is pick through the ancient ruins of the last 12 corporate dystopias looking for ancient valuable TPS reports to flog to whoever's trying trying to create the next one. While the first game took place entirely on a single space station, Bitcoin Beeper 2 increases the scope to an entire star system as we jet set around multiple colonies on a clapped-out rust bucket, doing just enough odd jobs to be able to afford sandwiches for our ragtag crew of misfits, as we hum the Cowboy Bebop theme tune and try to stay one step ahead of our evil former master, who thinks he's entitled to enslave us just because we happen to be a robot slave, which smacks of profiling if you ask me. So we're in a vaguely Disco Elysium sort of area that's at the midpoint between narrative tabletop role-playing and reading a choose-your-own-adventure book, except unlike Disco Elysium, you're not staring down the receding hairline of a substance-racked car crash on legs, and instead of rolling each skill check as they come up, there's a rather interesting system wherein we roll 5 dice at the start of each in-game day and then choose which of the day's activities we wish to apply them to. So we might want to really bring our A game to an important quest objective and use up our 5 and our 6 there, but then we could use some extra cash, but it's not that urgent, so we use our 1s and 2s to phone in a shift washing dishes or at the phone sex hotline. It rather effectively gamifies the very human condition of not always giving that much of a shit about what you're doing. And I really relate to that. Yeah, sometimes I too have trouble focusing on a task for reasons largely out of my control, like my usual mysterious mid-morning stiffy, and I'm at the age where I might sometimes roll a whole day of 1s and 2s because I don't get enough exercise and I fucked my back up yesterday afternoon because I walked across the room wrong. Your rolls are mostly applied to skill checks with additions and deductions based on your stats, and I remember complaining in Citizen Sleeper 1 that it's too generous with the level ups, and by the end you can basically be good at everything, which rather undermines the role-playing for the same reason one wonders why the Justice League wants anyone other than Superman to bother to show up for work. And that criticism seems to have been taken on board, as now all 3 playable classes have one stat just completely locked out. I was playing as the Engineer, and that caused the stat approximating to sociability and charisma to be permanently set to 0. And it doesn't get more apt than that, without also giving me a dexterity penalty for having Cheeto dust all over my fingers. But in the end it made no difference, because every situation has at least 2 approaches you can take. I just make up for my lack of social skills by fixing everyone's laptops for them, and by the end was once again overpowered and never facing a single skill check without massive advantage. The game also gave me this upgradable dice reroll power to try and tempt me away from spending all my level ups on stat improvements, but it only applied to specific kinds of missions, so I didn't see the point. I'd rather increase a general sexual prowess stat than highly specifically improve my ability to tweak nipples on alternative Thursdays. It's the writing that sells Citizen Sleeper. It's about finding the humanity in individuals caught in hopeless conditions, and there's a focus on developing characters that are articulate, well-established and diverse, even if it's weird how keen they all are to make friends with an omnicompetent espresso machine on legs. Maybe not that weird on reflection. Then again, there were times when the story lost me. The dramatic climax of the plot features our character assisting in a violent revolution, but I found it hard to get invested, because our personal contribution was basically sitting in a basement running admin and making sure all the Chinese takeaways were ordered for the victory party. I don't think this format works very well for grand, epic, world-changing narratives as opposed to interactions between individuals. It's hard to appreciate the impact we're having on the lives of a nebulous population that we can't show you, but they're all behind that wall there, and they all think you're super cool. But I stuck with it, because the main reason I fondly remember Citizen Sleeper 1 is because the ending was good and tied the whole experience together. In fact, I struggle to remember anything else about it, frankly. And sure enough, the same is Citizen Sleeper true of Citizen Sleeper 2. And I need to talk about it, so here's a spoiler warning. Spoiler warning, gonna spoil the plot. Spoiler warning, leave if you'd rather I not. Aiding the revolution and defeating your old master isn't the end. Afterwards you go right back to your life of running errands and feeding the cat, but now something's wrong. Your body is losing function. More and more of your dice permanently break as you pass time, leaving you unable to complete the task you used to be so competent at. The only way to fix it and properly end the game is to volunteer for a rebooting that has a decent chance of erasing your personality. And suddenly this game about finding a way to live becomes a game about getting ready to die, about living with a slow decline into inevitability, of going around completing petty side quests, knowing that with each success you're ticking off another thing you'll never do again. And speaking as someone who used to be able to put their leg behind their head and who now gets a new permanent ache every time they stand up too quick, this resonated pretty hard. Has the ending of a game ever made you get up and just stare out of a window for 10 minutes? This one did. I think of the optimism of my youth and my pessimism for a future that seems to be spiralling into chaos in ways I am powerless to slow. I look at my children and the world I will one day leave them to deal with in my absence. I pick up my youngest, knowing that a day will come when I do this without realizing it's the last time I ever do it. And I hold her in my arms. Okay, I'ma put you down, my back hurts. Avowed, as well as being the sound people make if you punch them while they're telling you their favourite James Cameron franchise, is, oh, can it be true, games industry? An actual original IP with some decent financial backing? That's right, Yahtzee, but only if IP now stands for Integrated with Pillars of Eternity, because Avowed is by Obsidian Entertainment and is set in the same universe as Pillars of Eternity, which is their generic fantasy we want to make Baldur's Gate but don't have the rights to Baldur's Gate anymore franchise, and I don't have much experience with it because isometric RPGs don't usually click for me, ironically. I put that down to my morbid phobia of floor texture, gestures. Avowed, thankfully, is a first-person action RPG, so if it ever gets too much, I can calm myself down with a nice ceiling. That's first-person action Western RPG as opposed to JRPG. If you need a refresher on the difference, JRPGs are about teenagers using the power of friendship to kill God, WRPGs are about grown-ups with unresolved traumatic backstories using the power of difficult moral choices to kill God, or become God, or talk God into shooting themselves in the head. So we start Avowed, and predictably enough, we open with a pretty standard character creator, except after you've chosen your skin tone, build, and hairdo, the game goes, right, now pick what hideous nightmarish mutation you want growing out of your fucking face. Could I just not have one of those, Avowed? I guess, but every NPC is going to be talking at you like you've got one, and visibly holding back dry heaves, so you might as well pick something. Alright, I'll just go with a really unflattering moustache. We have to pick a horrible face disaster because we are a godlike, you see. A person with a direct line to a god that gives us special powers, and the ruler of the fantasy British Empire has called upon us to go to a distant untamed land where a mysterious madness-inducing disease is fucking up efforts to establish a colony and basically go British Empire all over the place, and we're the one best qualified for this task because the disease gives its victims fucked up faces, and the Emperor figured we'd get along. Then our ship gets wrecked on the way to the island and we wake up on a beach, which is the standard RPG practice, isn't it? That's just the next step after choosing stat perks and penis length. Standard certainly is the word. The open-world RPG that follows is as bog-standard as it gets. You go through a series of enclosed maps with the obvious terrain themes, grasslands, forest, desert, lava world, go to the one town or part of each map that isn't infested with spiders, bears, and skeletons, and go around it hoovering up side quests that all revolve around clearing other parts of the map of spiders, bears, and skeletons. I hear some of my peers have been down on Avowed, which I assume is because given its heritage they were expecting something more sophisticated, something systems-driven along Baldur's Gate or Kingdom Come Deliverance lines. That's not what Avowed is. You should expect a bit of an action RPG rather than a bit of RPG action. Avowed doesn't do systems for shit. There's no crime or reputation mechanic. You can barge straight into an NPC's house, shouldering past them in the doorway, fill your pockets with the entire contents of their cutlery drawer, and no one will bat a fucking eye. You can't fight friendlies, no day-night cycles, no NPC schedules, ranged weapons all have infinite ammo, and on the whole, the game makes no bones about the fact that the main thing you will be doing is combat. Ooh, can I roll a stealth character with high charisma for talking around problems? No, you fucking can't. Here's a selection of long, heavy things, choose one, hold it by the stubby end, and very insistently introduce the other end to everything you see, like it's an unmarried daughter in her 30s. There is a stealth attack, but it's not a guaranteed kill, and enemies are always in groups, so you'll be lucky to take down more than one of the dozy fuckers before the entire Monster United Nations show up and motion to strongly condemn. All in all, as RPGs go, it's a very stripped down one. There's a grand total of 4 party members, none of whom are up for snogging, and aren't interesting enough characters to get me in the mood for it anyway. They all just sort of invite themselves into the party at regular intervals in the plot. Which is your favourite, the facetious one, the very facetious one, the not facetious one, or the very not facetious one? The story generally isn't much to write home about unless your parents are particularly interested in generic fantasy plots because their doctor told them to keep their heart rates down. One of the main villains looks like Skeletor, for fuck's sake, so if you take the inevitable option to side with them, then I don't know what to tell you, frankly, except that you probably didn't put enough points into your paying attention stat. I do like the range of dialogue options the protagonist is given. You can be humble, you can throw your weight around as the Emperor's envoy, you can be a surly asshole who tells everyone to piss off. There's also a ton of unique dialogue for what background you picked, which is nice, but none of it changes anything, really. There's not much in the way of speech checks, unless you count making sure not to click on the option that says, actually I've decided you smell weird, open brackets, attack, close brackets. So there's no escaping having to do a lot of the aforementioned sticking the knobbly end of things into unending supplies of monsters, but you know what? Fucking good. Expectations for open world RPGs have been set too high these days. I don't fucking care if a quest giver moves from their designated standing spot to go brush their teeth twice a day, realistic or immersive though that might be. I care that I can fucking find them when I'm ready to hand in the 17 pairs of soiled kobold sanitary pads they asked for. Do anything, actions have consequences, real living world bullshit is overrated. There is virtue in keeping focused on one thing, and Avowed isn't trying to be anything but a combat game. Yes, following quest markers in ascending order of projected difficulty to fight repetitive clusters of gormless tits like a massively over-involved join the dots puzzle can feel a bit World of Warcrafty at times, but it's a pretty world to explore with lots of fun discoveries to be made. And most importantly, whether you're blatting a lizard man with a mace hard enough to make him turn somersaults, or using a bolt-action rifle to blow the jaw off a skeleton who was told this was going to be a melee fight, lol, the combat is fun. And that is the factor that made me keep playing Avowed, and keep looking forward to each session. I didn't mind the obligation to keep crafting weapon upgrades, because it was fun to feel the difference in power when a weapon got up to exceptional rather than shithouse quality. I didn't mind that your party members are useless in fights, because the lack of classes or obligation to specialise means you can pretty much one-man bandit with a mace in one hand, pistol in the other, and magic wand sellotaped to your inner thigh. Towards the end of the game, a quest rewarded me with a magic mace that restored my health whenever I swung it, and not by a crumb, like a third of the health bar at a time. I can't imagine this will escape a nerf in future updates, unless the intention was to make all the endgame combat about as challenging as picking the pubes out of my teeth, but I was still having fun. In an era where the Souls-like genre continues to rub up against the Tropic of Fuckabout, it's refreshing for a game to let me be overpowered and tear up its insides like a medieval childbirth assistance device. I mean, we are supposed to be the avatar of God. Why not let us go full-on Jesus versus the moneylenders? While there's other stuff I could complain about in Avowed, I hate that I can only upgrade my stuff while at camp, so if I was just shy of resources I have to break camp, gather what I need, then immediately camp again, risking my party members worrying I've got narcolepsy. But at the end of the day, you can't argue with a strong primary gameplay loop. Well, you can. You could say, fuck you, strong primary gameplay loop. Stop reminding me of the trauma I suffered while learning to tie my shoelaces.
Let's all laugh at an industry that never learns anything TEE.
There's a rather disturbing trend with AAA game studios lately. Make one bad game, get shut down. Take too long to make a good game, get shut down. Make and release several good games that win universal acclaim and success, get shut down. Ask not to be shut down, begin an equitable conversation between levels of management on the most mutually beneficial way forward, then get shut down. A reasonable person might think the industry's a bit fucked. Late-stage capitalism has slid into it all the way up to the balls, and maybe it's about time we started becoming very unreasonable people. But I'm just one reasonable person, Yards, I hear you cry. What the hell am I supposed to do about it? Urinate on the front step of the Warner Brothers head office? Why don't you join me in my chamber of horrors for another episode of for this debut episode of a completely new occasional series in Fully Ramblomatic on the most notorious moments in gaming history. And let me tell you a little story about something one person was able to do without having to urinate on anything that we know of. In the late 90s and early 2000s, corporations were being shit and everything was getting worse. So usual stuff, really. Video games, while still a young, dynamic industry, was old enough to be attracting a second generation of workers who'd played video games as kids and were all like, man, I love blowing the faces off hell imps in Doom. I'd love it if it was my job to make their faces blow off. That'd be much healthier than my other plan to initiate a school shooting massacre. Video games were exciting. The industry had been birthed from scratch by a veritable pantheon of passionate, visionary, big-name creators, competing to show the most dedication to the craft. And being so driven, and not physically old enough that overworking themselves would leave them bedridden with their spines bent at right angles, there was a certain cachet attached to working hard. They'd brag of doing 12-hour shifts and only sleeping 4 hours because they were kept awake thinking of all the red pixels they were going to put on the Hell Imp's death sprite in the morning. And the sharks of corporatism were circling, attracted by two of their favourite smells, exploitable people, and absolute distended rectum loads of cash to be made. Fast forward to 2004, and video game professional Erin Hoffman is concerned about her fiancé, Leander Hasty, who was coming home from his job at Electronic Arts every night and melting into an oleaginous slurry on the floor. And after a while, Erin was all like, hang on, I'm pretty sure people aren't supposed to melt into oleaginous slurries. I think things might be a bit fucked. So she took to LiveJournal to anonymously write what would become known as the EA Spouse blog post. You'll be astonished to learn that her post is to this day still up on livejournal.com. Right after you get over your initial astonishment that LiveJournal is still up on livejournal.com, and you can read for yourself as Erin whistleblows just how fucked labour practices had gotten at EA. She recounts that Leander and employees like him were being forced to work 12-hour shifts 7 days a week, that the company had loaded everyone's testicles into a vice and was taking the phrase crunch time just a little too literally, and no one was getting paid overtime. When pressed, the company kept bringing up that overtime law specifically exempts computer professionals in California. I've no idea why. Maybe there's some archaic notion that it doesn't count as work if you get to sit on your bum pressing buttons all day. It really was mindless corporate evil beyond all rational sense. The fucking janitor could have pointed out that a melted oleaginous slurry wasn't going to be able to code terribly efficiently, on top of being a pain in the arse to get out of the carpet. But no, the rockstar video game bros that built the industry out of their garages had foregone rest and mental health to pursue their passion, and so that was now the expectation. If you couldn't hack it, making video games was ostensibly a dream job. They could always reap another harvest of starry-eyed STEM grads and wring the life out of them instead. Standard practice was to dazzle new employees with perks, free food, free ice cream, in-house swimming pools and spas that no one would actually have the time to bloody use. And it was one of these that had been the last straw for Erin, according to an interview in the LA Times. In lieu of providing fair pay or days off, EA had elected to boost morale by paying to send apology bouquets to every employee's wife. And that incidentally was the one detail that made me want to do this video, because until that I wasn't sure this story had a funny side. So what good did one single voice do? Well, Erin's story spread like wildfire. Supportive messages and similar stories came in from all over the industry. All it took to make the initial crack was one angry woman shining a light on the shit everyone had come to accept, and soon the whole creme brulee came apart. 3 class action lawsuits ended with Hasty and his colleagues receiving a $15 million settlement, and the industry at large was forced to reclassify its employees to make them eligible for overtime, much like when the Grinch's heart grew 3 sizes, except against his will, held down and his heart forcibly inflated with a bicycle pump. Erin herself went on to found GameWatch.org, an independent watchdog organisation that to this day works tirelessly. Oh, actually, it shut down in 2012. Well, the point is, the corporate industry learned its lesson and was never evil again. Oh, that's not true either. Seems like these days the tech industry doesn't work you to death, it just fires you before it's even had the chance. So ultimately things never stopped being fucked. I did say it was tough to find a funny side. Let's just giggle at the bouquet thing again. Christ, in terms of soulless machines putting up facades of humanity, that's right up there with the prototype rubber-skinned Terminators Skynet stopped using on day 2. We live in troubling times here in 2025 as someone invested in both the video game industry and the continued existence of human civilization, but I find it a comfort to read stories like these in which we learn that things have always been fucked, but somehow humanity muddles through. America's had terrible demented presidents before. Trump is an evolved form of Reagan, with the position on Russia reversed and with all those drugs he kept telling us to say no to stuffed up his fucking nose. I suppose the lesson worth taking is to keep in mind that time is always moving forward, that even the most seemingly indelible of horrors must change eventually, and I leave you on one last point to illustrate that. If you go to Erin Hoffman's live journal, you'll find a follow-up post to the EA spouse story in which Erin muses on the impact she has had with the following sentiment. Truly the power of the internet is astounding. We live in a positive age when so much information can be shared so easily and quickly. And my god, what an innocent time. Considering the last 20 years of impact the internet has had, that statement will be remembered by historians alongside Neville Chamberlain in 1938, waving his piece of paper and saying what a reasonable and level-headed fella that Hitler guy turned out to be. I can't have been the only one who saw this coming up and thought, hang on, didn't this game come out in 2018? No, yards, that was Monster Hunter World. Same title, one different vowel. Alright, no, hang on, isn't this the one that came out in 2021? No, yards, that was Monster Hunter Rise. Same vowel, completely different consonants. This is Monster Hunter Wilds. Alright, I'm with you now. This is the game where you hunt giant monsters in a pub in North Yorkshire while drinking pints of Morehouse and Theakston Traditional. No, yards, that's Monster Hunter Milds. This is Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh right, this is the game where a giant monster jumps you in a dark alley and you wake up in a studio being photographed in women's underwear in front of various pieces of antique furniture. No, yards, that's... I don't even know what the fuck that is. Seriously now though, Monster Hunter Wilds is a new installment in the long-running Monster Hunter franchise, and it's called that because it's set in the wilds, in contrast to every previous Monster Hunter game, which were set in pedestrian precincts and multi-story car parks. Sarcasm quotes. Monster Hunter Wilds is set in the Forbidden Lands, a faraway realm of various inhospitable terrains generally thought to be uninhabited, although I don't know how we got that impression, because once we get there, the place is fucking packed. Maybe someone drew up a map and wrote, "Here be dragons" across it, and we didn't realise they meant that literally. The Hunters Guild discover it's inhabited when they're flying over it one day, getting some drone shots for an upcoming YouTube documentary, and notice a lone child unconscious in the desert, a member of a mysterious ancient tribe, and who is raised by the Hunters Guild for a few years before returning to the Forbidden Lands to track down what remains of their people and realise their destiny. Boy, that sounds like a character who'd make for a jolly interesting protagonist, you might say. Yes, I suppose they would, replies the game. Anyway, here's you, a completely different person. Some twat who hangs around the aforementioned destined child, killing the giant monsters that keep getting in his way, with slightly anomalous frequency. Like he forgot to mention he's got a sausage in his back pocket. Please choose your appearance, your cat's appearance, and your starting ridiculous outfit. So in short, Wilds has much of what you should expect if you're familiar with the Monster Hunter experience. You explore a wilderness collecting random shit, you fight the same giant monster over and over again and use their bones, tendons, and nostril hairs to craft a better weapon that means you can now kill the giant monster by hitting it 9,000 times instead of 10. And also craft a new outfit, somehow even more ridiculous than your previous one. I had to laugh every time there was a cutscene with your assistant who wears like a hoodie and the blacksmith who wears like a button-down shirt, presumably the one she's had since elementary school, going by how much skin it covers, and they'll turn to you and have no visible reaction to the fact that you're wearing a fucking six-eyed octopus head mask and a rippling muscle suit apparently carved out of wood with a bunch of glowing antlers coming out of the shoulders that in any sane world would have all snapped off the first time we tried to dodge roll in it. I suppose it's only coming across as silly now because Wilds actually has a surprising emphasis on telling a character-based narrative, which moves along at a fair old clip, actually. You've barely killed the monsters in the starting wilderness map 3 times over before the game hurries you along to the next biome, each one featuring a new lost tribe of well-scrubbed people with inexplicably strong command of English, upon whom we get to go all colonial saviour as we murder whatever giant monsters are causing problems. Hunt the giant monsters, the natives then say. Gosh, what a brilliant idea. We'd never have thought of that. We were trying to live in harmony with nature like a bunch of chumps. Thank goodness you white people showed up to set us right. Please enjoy this celebratory feast full of exotic foods being weirdly lovingly shot. So for the first 10 hours or so, the game basically speedruns a fairly standard RPG plot that ends with us tracking down the giant monster that's the source of everyone's problems and killing it while fake protagonist kid has some kind of epiphany while boggling at us from the little enclosure marked place for characters with zero fucking agency. Roll credits. But after the credits, the game basically goes, right, now we've got that out of the way, here's the actual Monster Hunter game. Open fucking wide. And wham! Bunch of new monsters, side quests, special hunts, the real weapons and weapon modifiers and shit all get added to the trough. Rather interesting approach, actually, to have the campaign and the optional faff about shit one after the other rather than alongside each other as is usual. It's like having a lovely iced lolly and then having a lovely stick to chew on. If the idea was to settle us in gently before the real grind begins, then it kinda worked. I did get pretty into it, but I think it shows its hand a bit too abruptly. See, throughout the initial hand-holdy plot-driven part, I never needed to kill a particular monster more than a couple of times to craft a new weapon or armor from it. I actually began began to labour under the delusion that I was good at the game. But then post-credits, suddenly it's all like, now for the next upgrade, we need 5 of the thing this one monster only has a chance of randomly dropping if you kill it by plugging its nostrils with your bollocks. No, bad game. Ramped up the grind too quick. Suddenly the first part feels less like an easing in and more the free first taste of heroin. Still, there are things to be said for Monster Hunter Wilds even if the Stockholm Syndrome fails to kick in. I like how the wound system adds some much needed texture to the process of smacking a dude in the bum 9,000 times. There's an emphasis on getting around by riding mounted bird horse things that aren't chocobos, stop calling them that, from which you can use your grappling hook to pick up resources without needing to stop, so traversal's pretty damn good. Bit weird we can't use the grappling hook to grapple onto monsters actually, but maybe they don't want us spoilers in case we start expecting fulfillment and happiness in everyday life. Jumping on the choco thing and riding away for a bit is also a good way to get out of the fight for a quick break, since you can't pause with the online multiplayer focus. Well, you can if you use single player mode, but I couldn't because I was playing offline. I'll pause for a moment while you figure out how that makes any fucking sense. Yes, that's the other thing you should be expecting from Monster Hunter at this point, a really dogshit interface. Getting my business done at camp was like wading through a mangrove swamp made of GUI menus, and equipping and using items in the field is like ordering them over the phone without your credit card close to hand. Still, that's another place that not Chocobo comes in handy. I can just run around the arena for a while figuring out how to extract my whetstone from my dung pods. So, you know, in the end I had fun with Monster Hunter Wilds. So here's the final summary. Not bad at all as Monster Hunters go, just bear in mind that where Monster Hunters go is the place where the interfaces suck ass, and you regularly have to wail on leathery flesh for half an hour like a serial masturbator who just got his casts taken off. I've done so many fucking Assassin's Creed games in my career to date, I worry I've used every imaginable angle for a snarky intro. I could take the piss out of the hackneyed subtitling. Ooh, shadows now is it? Bet that brainstorming session got through a whole Kellogg's variety pack. But that in itself would be hackneyed at this point. I've been doing that since Assassin's Creed Revelations. What am I, the subjectively subpar subtitle subcommittee? I say all of this as a sort of preemptive apology for the following opening gag. Assassin's Creed Shadows, more like Assassin's Creed Baddos. Well, no one else is bringing their A game. Assassin's Creed Shithouse is an Assassin's Creed set in feudal Japan, meaning the franchise can now realise its destiny of being about actual ninjas rather than ninja pirates, or ninja Vikings, or ninja sex pests. We open playing as Yasuke, famous historical black samurai, bodyguard to Oda Nobunaga and rampaging brick wall on legs, as he goes Godzilla mode on a village of shinobis over the course of the combat tutorial. We then switch to controlling Naoe, a villager trained as a ninja assassin by her dad, who keeps saying he doesn't want her to be a ninja assassin. I guess he assumed she'd use the shuriken skills to be really good at distributing Danish pastries or something, and who tells her to go fetch the box with the MacGuffin in it, which she does, going through a second combat tutorial in the process, but then the box is stolen and her father murdered by the usual secret faction of masked baddies, as in all of them. They literally line up in costumes like they're posing for the school photo just to kill this one dude in front of his daughter. That was the first major eye-roll moment for me. I mean, these are all powerful behind-the-scenes manipulators. Can you imagine what a nightmare it must have been to coordinate schedules for this? Just to stand there mostly not joining in the killing. Sorry, I can only make Sunday evening. I'm oppressing the proletariat all afternoon. Anyway, Naoe is left for dead and flashes back to her ninja training for no real reason except for the sake of having a third combat tutorial, and then wakes up being nursed back to health by kindly strangers and has to relearn her skills, and guess what that means? Combat tutorial number 4. I'm getting the sense you're worried I'm not paying attention, game. Perhaps justifiably, because by this point I was yelling, "Get on with it," over all the dialogue. The game proper starts, and a couple of targets into the hit list, a famous historical bastard comes to Naoe and says, "Oda Nobunaga is the leader of the masked baddies, go kill him." And I was like, okay, well it's far too early to resolve the main plot, so thanks for the tip, obvious twist villain. Naoe's attempt to kill Nobunaga is foiled by Yasuke, who's about to kill her, but then he sees her hidden blade and goes, "Oh shit, I can't kill her, she's the protagonist." And Nobunaga goes, "Oh bloody hell, well I'm out of ideas, seppuku time." Then Yasuke turns to Naoe and goes, "Hey, I need a purpose in life, so yours'll do. Please don't murder me as well, even though I killed all your mates." Who am I to judge? The hoops this plot jumps through to set itself up. It only really makes sense if you assume every character already knows instinctively who the protagonists of the story are. Otherwise, Yasuke just seems to pledge lifelong service to whoever he was standing closest to when Nobunaga died. Good thing he wasn't at the ice cream van. He'd have become the first sworn sword of Mr. Whippy. From then on, we can switch back and forth between Naoe and Yasuke in a sort of exaggerated version of the Assassin's Creed Syndicate dichotomy, the tiny, willowy, sneaky lady, or the fucking rampaging side of beef in a silly hat. But having just spent 3 hours and 4 combat tutorials exclusively playing as Naoe the ninja assassin, my first question was, why would I want to now play as Yasuke, huge lumbering warrior resembling the result of the forbidden love affair between unstoppable force and immovable object? So you can choose between the stealthy or the combat-based experience, yards. But who the fuck buys a game called Assassin's Creed Shadows and doesn't want to play as the stealthy ninja assassin? It's not called Clumsy Murderer's Creed standing around being obvious like a bipedal cart horse. Maybe we're supposed to decide which character we find more compelling as a protagonist, but that's like comparing damp tissue paper to moist kitchen roll. Neither Mr. pledges lifelong allegiance to whoever spoke to him last, nor Little Miss your training is complete young one avenge my death stock kung fu movie revenge plot particularly move the needle. The needle in this metaphor representing my intrigued erection. Well, what were you expecting, yards? This! frankly. It's not what I was hoping for, but it's what I was expecting. I was hoping Ubisoft had learned not to make bland, futile attempts to simultaneously appeal to everyone and their cat, and their other extremely angry cat that likes mindless brute force combat. Shadows is a full-throated Jiminy Cockthroat. How my needle drooped as I was obliged to craft gear upgrades and do collectible scavenger hunts, and when I saw the leveling system was back, forcing me to go through the missions in strictly linear ascending order of difficulty, thus removing all purpose for the needlessly oversized open world, except that it means we have to ride through samey terrain for half an hour to fucking get anywhere, until we've hypnotized ourselves into wanting to buy a shrubbery. At around level 20 I started getting underleveled for the critical path, and had to grind up with contract missions that were all exactly the bloody same. Go to a copy-pasted enemy campground, and go Jason Voorhees on the place. It was either that, or put up with my assassin blade only assassinating people halfway, necessitating an immediate shift to the annoying mashy combat, or going through the rigmarole of running round a corner, squatting in a bush, and waiting 30 seconds for the dozy pillock to entirely forget my existence, dismissing the spurting wound in his throat as the work of an unusually ambitious mosquito. I've repeatedly said that Ghost of Tsushima was indistinguishable from an Assassin's Creed game set in feudal Japan. I need to correct myself. Turns out, side by side, I can very easily tell Ghost of Tsushima from the Ubisoft original, because Assassin's Creed is the one that's really fucking boring. Ghost of Tsushima is the one with the nice visual design and fun ideas, like using the wind as a direction indicator. Ass Creed is the one where everything's murky and indistinct, and we have to hammer eagle vision like it's the fucking restart button in Hotline Miami to differentiate the important gameplay elements from the 400 weight of useless details that some poor sod at Ubisoft had to miss the birth of their child to finish polishing up, and which the game's own interface is now directing me to completely ignore. I can't think of a single moment or gameplay element in Shadows that might enable it to stand out in memory, with the possible exception of making Yasuke jump into a haystack and watching him do his back in, lol. All in all, it's yet another indication that the AAA industry needs to hurry up and collapse. I want to move on to the time where we call it AAA not because of the budget, but because that was the sound it made as it fell off the fucking cliff. Christ, do I enjoy multiplayer-only games and being around other human beings in general. Syncing up schedules, employing basic social skills, smelling each other's armpits, having to wear trousers, oh, it's just the fucking best. And boy do I appreciate the output of Josef Fares and Hazelight Studios, consisting entirely of narrative games that are strictly and unmovably two-player only. Just as much as I appreciate wedding DJs trying to convince me that I really secretly want to humiliate myself on the dance floor. First they did A Way Out, which certainly made me look for a way out of having to play this fucking awful game. Then, in perhaps the sharpest my opinion on a studio has ever U-turned between games, they did It Takes Two, as in it takes 2 tabs of blotter acid to make something as fun and creative as this. Now let's hope I won't be split on this fiction or whatever. While I hate having to go to the basement to reactivate the homunculus, I respect the strict two-player thing. At least it knows what it wants to be and can be optimized for its unique dynamic. Better than shit like Helldivers going, no really, you can totally play this single player and it'll be just as good, while smiling insincerely and making uncomfortable glances at my shillelagh. Split fiction is much as one should expect from a follow-up to It Takes Two. At its core, it's a perfectly competently made 3D platformer, and every section introduces a new interesting brace of puzzle-stroke combat mechanics that pay off the two-player dynamic. One player gets a climb ability, the other gets a glide ability. One gets magnetism, the other gets repulsion. One holds a big piece of toast, the other can manipulate Vegemite, etc. It's fun to get through the challenges, the homunculus seemed happy to be involved, and no one idea hangs around long enough to get boring. I wouldn't say it reaches the heights of creativity It Takes Two managed. There's no wing-walking squirrel fights or stuffed elephant torture, but if you're looking for a fun platformer to enjoy with your personal homunculus, then I recommend it. Right, that's what I wanted to get out of the way first. I will now spend the rest of my time complaining about the plot, because all I remembered about It Takes Two was that it was fun. I nodded along with everyone else when it won Game of the Year, and I slightly resent Split Fiction for reminding me that the writing in Hazelight's games has always been kinda shit. The premise is we play as Zoe and Meier, 2 young adult fiction writers with nothing in common except how easy they find it to enter their names on high score tables, who are invited to a tech demo by a sinister corporation ostensibly to have their stories published as immersive VR experiences, but it turns out the VR machine's actual purpose is to suck all the creativity juice out of their heads to be used for evil and evil profit, in a slightly clumsy analogy for AI copyright disputes. But something goes wrong and Zoe and Meier end up stuck in the same machine together, having to live out each other's stories, which will somehow destroy the machine and show that the power of wealthy tech bros will always be defeated by the power of solidarity, friendship, and young adult fiction. There are so many fundamental flaws in the central premise, I'm not sure where to start. Suffice to say, the heroes hardly need to destroy the machine, because after the company tries to publish all the stories they've nicked, they're going to get sued to oblivion anyway by about 9,000 different copyright holders. My homunculus and I lost count of all the other video games briefly referenced by the constantly changing mechanics: Prince of Persia, Zelda, Gradia, Space Harrier, Panzer Dragoon, Metroid, and I don't know why this is all presented as stories the protagonists have written. They must have been really bloody boring to read. And then they shot an enemy, and then they shot another enemy, and then they shot a third enemy, and then they slid down a hill on their bums for the 19th fucking time. It might have made more sense if the protagonists were indie game designers, although a story about naive young indie devs being held down and milked for all their good ideas by a soulless corporate machine might have hit a bit close to home for a game published by EA. But okay, it's a silly premise. So what? It's a fun, facetious game. Not everything has to be Sophie's fucking choice. The thing is, it's a plot about on the level of a subpar young adult novel, primarily about subpar young adult novel writers and how they're the most creative and interesting people in the world. world. And it does something I find very irksome in games, and that's using dialogue between its characters to give itself compliments. Wow, what an impressive view, they might say. I hope the arts team that put it together negotiate a higher salary after this. Or, what, we have to ride on the back of a dragon? How did you come up with something that creative, you insane, twisted fucking genius? I said in my Alan Wake 2 video that any creative work about the power of creativity is going to be inherently up itself, but you don't need to sledgehammer it home. I hate whenever a work of fiction ends with the protagonist writing a really successful book about it with the same name as the work of fiction. The fucking Game of Thrones finale did that. And if you can only take one piece of advice for all your future endeavours, let it be to never do anything that the Game of Thrones finale did. But the stringiest worms-riddled dog turd running through the centre of this apple turnover for me was the characters. Ooh, they're chalk and cheese, they are. One's a city girl, one's a country girl, one's dad is a mechanic, the other's dad is a sheep. The game will tell you that country girl is optimistic and extroverted, but she comes across more as a smug, flaky busybody. And city girl is pessimistic and introverted, but she comes across more as an unlikable, spiky asshole. The central wedge between them is that one only writes hackneyed sci-fi and the other only writes hackneyed fantasy. And they spend the whole fucking game being judgy of each other for it. I wish there'd been a third lead who was like a literary fiction writer who could point out that every fucking bookshop in the world groups those two genres together for a reason, and they're both equally frivolous twats. The dialogue's also overwritten, with frivolous twat A and B feeling the need to comment on fucking everything, constantly telling without showing, and describing their personalities at each other. You know what though, I don't think I'd change it, because in the end, part of the fun of the game, and indeed of composing this nasty review, lay in me taking the piss out of the characters throughout every dialogue scene, and the mandatory second player meant I always had someone to riff with. And if that was the intended experience, then Josef Fares is a fucking evil genius, but I doubt it. In brief, you're a great game designer, Josef. Now for fuck's sake, get someone else to write the story for your next one. Hit me up, I'm a published author. That's why I found it slightly offensive the way Split Fiction pushes the lazy notion that people only ever write about adversity or horror because of unresolved personal trauma. You don't need to be fucked in the head to write fucked up things. We're not all Neil Bloody Gaiman. Hey, don't take this the wrong way, Rebellion developments, but why the fuck are you still here? You've been around since 1990-fucking-1. In a world where the developers of fucking Hi-Fi Rush and Shadow of Mordor are getting shut down, why is the developer of Never Dead, the Mummy tie-in game for PlayStation 1, and about 15 million Sniper Elite games the only one with this kind of staying power? Those exploding slow-motion Nazi bollocks must be carrying a lot of weight. Maybe a mid-range developer can either make good games or be really savvy at business, but never both. Probably because making good games requires a soul. The kind of soul that upon concocting the notion, boy, people seem to like Fallout and Stalker games a lot, let's knock off a half-assed version of that and set it in fucking Lancashire of all places, might have immediately followed up that thought with something like, no, actually, let's not do that, it's a stupid fucking idea. No one wants to creep around a nuclear disaster exclusion zone in a flat cap and braces, bopping outlaws on the head with a black pudding. Sorry, Yards, quick question, what was the right way we could have taken this? I'm talking about Atomfall, if that wasn't clear. Rebellion's new first-person action stealth open-world RPG thingammy-bum cake, set in a retro-futurist northern England, where exactly the same thing that happened in Stalker appears to have happened. A disaster at a nuclear power plant has spread anomalies across the countryside, the government walled the whole area off, and we're some random passing milkman or chartered accountant who woke up in the exclusion zone with no adequate explanation for how we got there, except that it was necessary for a video game to happen. The goal is simple, get the fuck out and get home, before the missus gives us hell for forgetting to tape Coronation Street. And the only way to do that is to learn the mystery at the heart of the anomalies and pick a faction to side with. And of course it's going to be either the fascists or the nutters. Even if that wasn't the standard model for RPG faction dichotomies, it's fucking Northern England. Fascists and nutters are the only people who live there. So either appease the evil military group who keep muttering about oppressing the civvies in Welsh accents, or the redoubtable tree-hugging druid faction with bows and arrows who keep muttering about hearing voices in the soil in the exact same identical Welsh accents. First impressions of Atom Balls weren't great. It seems to be lacking personality. It's not lacking NPCs, can't escape the motherfuckers, there just aren't many personalities to go round. You go to the one still functioning village and there'll just be queues of bleary-eyed nondescript earth tone wearing townspeople arranged around the place, broken up by the odd soldier talking about how the next civvy that gives them lip they're going to top the bastard. The number of times I heard that one specific bark, I assumed I'd be ankle deep in topped bastards by the end of the first hour. The core gameplay loop consists of roaming the countryside trying to avoid hostiles, and that's not great either, largely because the stealth sucks. Enemies spot you instantly even if you're just peeking out from behind a wall, unless of course you're immersed in the one highly specific kind of vegetation that hides you, so you can be in the middle of dense gorse bushes and still be spotted quicker than a naked pervert in a children's playground with a police siren light taped to the end of their energetically windmilling penis, or go completely unnoticed because you're half crouching in a patch of grass that just about comes up to your fucking knees. And the combat's not that exciting either, because both you and the enemy are stuck with shitty generic shotguns and rifles that have to be reloaded between every shot, so it's like playing a game of Battleship with someone on the far side of a noisy cafeteria. Fortunately, it's also possible to avoid conflict in the overworld because enemies are courteous enough to give verbal warnings if you encroach upon their boundaries and will de-aggro if you back off. But if we're supposed to avoid combat and the stealth sucks and you can't talk to the dudes either or offer them flowers, what does that leave for primary gameplay loops? Nature hikes? My opinion on the game improved when I got to the underground tech bunker that was the game's central hub and there was a machine that was all like, feed me 4 magic batteries, I don't care where you get them, all the factions merchants of at least one and I'll unlock more rooms for each one you find. And I was like, geez, you could buy me a drink first, tech bunker machine thing. But then I thought about it and went, oh, actually, a single understandable goal hanging over most of the game that drives exploration, that's pretty good game design. But my feelings graduated from ooh to ooh me likey when I realised Atomfall has no objective markers. Like, at all. And having been conditioned for years by games that stick two fingers up your nose and lead you around like a mischievous horse, it's kind of sad that a game can be refreshing and interesting just by asking you to pay attention and think about stuff. And more often than not, it rewarded my thinking. I'm searching for a specific quest item and have to think things like, well, it's probably in that important looking room that all the guards are worried about, and hey, there it was. Or a quest giver directs me to check on strange happenings at the village dildo shop, and I think, well, logically, it's probably opposite the lubricant farm, and that's how I find it. So I was liking the game around the midpoint. It's almost like when a game forces you to engage with its world and story, then it becomes more engaging. Gosh, thanks for the searing inside yards. I'm gonna fucking embroider that one. Oh, shut up. Sadly, Atomfall failed to stick the landing, and I went off it again by the end, so here comes the spoiler warning. Spoiler warning, spoiler warning, here come all the spoils. If you'd rather not hear the spoilers, then please kick me in the boils. After unlocking the hub, you pass through a final area full of those very annoying to fight mutant enemies who drain all your health and give you a status ailment just from going jazz hands at you, and then you finally reach the centre of the anomalies to learn the truth behind it all, and it is a big glowing space rock. At which point we put our hands on our hips, go, yep, figured it'd be something like that, then bugger off home. Well, it depends who you're sucking up to. Some factions ask you to destroy it, some ask you to take a sample, some say destroy it and take a sample, not in that order, obviously, but it just changes what levers you have to pull. And that's it. No boss fights besides some generic enemies to avoid. No last-minute twists where it turns out the meteor was your mum the whole time. Just be off with you now. Guess this is one of those journey over the destination situations, since the destination is just a slideshow and voiceover before the credits that gives us a very unsatisfying summary of what happened next and tries to go all psycho mantis on us and analyse our playstyle. Not very well. Ooh, you talk to people a lot. Well, yeah, it's an RPG, where you have to listen to what people say to know where to go. What else could I have done? Stick black puddings in their gobs? As my wife will tell you, I love disappointing people. Best to enjoy the things you're good at, after all. I particularly love when indie game developers come to me saying, look at this completely original idea we've come up with, because I can take one look at it and go, oh, that's not original, that's just Stardew Valley crossed with XCOM crossed with Custer's Revenge or whatever. Better luck next time. Watching the light go out of their little eyes as I talk is basically the only way I can come these days. Almost makes it worth wasting my life playing thousands of shitty video games during the best years of my hairline. That's why it's always noteworthy to find something that utterly defies comparison. It happens so increasingly rarely. Especially these days, now most of the new indie games are such and such meets Balatro meets anime tits. Katamari Damacy, Papers, Please, there weren't anything like those, in video games at least. Respectively, they were comparable to making really efficient use of a brand new lint roller and working a data validation job at a wonky desk perched on the lip of a wood chipping device. And now there's Blueprint, another of those very rare camel platypus tarantula hybrids that defy comparison and terrify the absolute shit out of zoo-going schoolchildren. Where to start? It's a first-person roguelike puzzle game with resource management elements. Is it possible you oversold this, Yard? Shut the fuck up, I'm still thinking about it. The premise is you are a 14-year-old snot with no friends or ambition in life and probably a track record of rampant delinquency, judging by the way you apparently don't have to go to school, and after your eccentric great-uncle dies, you inherit a massive great fuck-off house, to illustrate the complete absence of justice in this rudderless so-called society. But once the paperwork's signed and you're gazing up at our new estate, the lawyer rolls down the window of their already started car and yells, oh, by the way, you don't get to keep it unless you find the secret room, and you're not allowed to sleep inside the mansion because all the rooms change overnight, and you'll presumably get horribly mashed up in the workings like a cherry tomato in a garlic press. By then, I set up a tent out by the bins. Yes, when I said your great-uncle was eccentric, he absolutely wasn't fucking about. All his peers settled for collecting their piss in jars and being incredibly racist. But not him, he was going for the full-on Sarah Winchester meets Wallace and Gromit. The rub is, every day the house is rebuilt anew. It's set up on a perfectly square grid, and every time you open a door, you have to pick what room lies beyond from 3 options. And very few rooms have doors on all 4 walls, so you're building yourself a new mini-labyrinth every day, where it's very possible to box yourself in and run out of ways to go if you're not savvy about it. It soon becomes clear that finding that secret room is going to take a hell of a lot more work than finding the one suspiciously extruding book in the library, with the really on-the-nose title like A Pictorial History of the US Open, or The Art of Very Obvious Hidden Room Construction by You Are a Thick Twat. The secret room is deep in the heart of the mansion, and it's only going to open after you've followed a spider web of multiple threads of logic and puzzle solving, some of which lead to progress, some to new ways to improve your resources, some to the hidden secrets at the heart of your family, and some might exist entirely in your own mind, like the 9-breasted snake woman that keeps telling me to set fire to the garden shed. For example, at one point I discovered that I can exit to the west side of the house if I build a garage, and I became convinced that if I built one in the northwesternmost corner I could access the back of the house, where presumably could be found the money tree and the prostitute conservatory, and the one book that explains the entire fucking plot. Fortunately I was set right when I had a note comparing session with my colleagues, which was both helpful and terribly amusing to learn what deranged conspiracy theories they'd formulated. Their absolute certainty that there had to be something significant about the symbol on 2 of the clock faces in the den, or that smug knowing look on the face of a taxidermied robin in the lobby. Thing is, I'm not even sure they're wrong. It's that kind of game. You build the breakfast nook room on the promise of getting a free key, and realise that the sequence of colours on the wallpaper relates to the order you have to press the 11 coloured nipples on the statue of Shub-Niggurath in the Forsaken Temple room. So the question surrounding any puzzle game is, what specific mental skills does Blueprints call upon? Where Oberdin was about deduction and elimination, and The Witness was about repressing your urge to call Jonathan Blow a pretentious git. Well, take your fucking pick. There's your resource management and learning most optimal room placement, pattern recognition, the parlour has a new deductive logic puzzle to solve every day, the billiard room has a darts-based number puzzle that starts off just having you add up the lit up parts of the board, and 40 days later is having you convert a number to two significant figures, reverse the digits, divide by 12, and sacrifice a dog. Ultimately though, the main mental skill the game tests is your ability to not throw your chair through the screen because you got fucked over by random chance for the 50th fucking time. Which is a point against Blueprints, I'm afraid. I've just about finished the game, but there's one last loose end that I can't tie up until I build a house where a boiler room connects to a pump room, neither of which are guarantees, and imagine my annoyance day after day opening the one remaining door that a boiler room could possibly go and randomly drawing bunk room conservatory sex dungeon. Fuck me. No, not literally. Start again. I suppose the game wouldn't have that absorbing just one more day quality if we weren't rubbing up against a certain amount of random chance. That's how they get you, isn't it? You don't keep pulling on a slot machine lever because it's good elbow exercise. Little bit scummy, yes, but it's a little bit scummy to make me perform sexual favours by bribing me with chocolate. I'll feel dirty while I'm doing it, but I still get some tasty chocolate afterwards. What the fuck am I on about? The randomness is a lot less frustrating when you do still have multiple loose ends you can be pursuing, and at the end of the day I can definitely recommend Blueprints if you like reassuring yourself of your own cleverness and some lovely immersion storytelling bubbling away behind the scenes, like a vat of boiling water brought in for an extremely ill-advised escapology show. And again, its uniqueness alone makes it worth a look. If I had to compare it to something other than another video game as I did earlier, I'd say it's like filling out a puzzle page after someone crafted it into an extremely complicated origami swan, and every few minutes you roll the dice on whether you hold the pen in your left hand, your right hand, or up your nostril. It's satisfying to think about what I'm eventually going to do to the asshole who fucked up my newspaper. Well, I don't know how precisely one gets south of midnight. That's like saying 10 miles away, but it is a game set in the American Deep South, which is presumably south of most things, so fine, you win this round, Compulsion Games, developer of We Happy Few. Oh, that's strange, I can't seem to find anything in the marketing copy of South of Midnight referencing that it's from the developer of We Happy Few. Why is that, developer of We Happy Few, Compulsion Games? Don't you want people to remember that you developed We Happy Few, developer of We Happy Few, Compulsion Games? Or do you not want people to harp on the fact that you're no more from the American Deep South than you were from England? Compulsion are still as Canadian as they were last time, which is presumably why the contemporary Deep South they depict here is all down-home folksy magical realism and has a surprising absence of Walmarts. But let's be fair, We Happy Few had a pretty good aesthetic and story if you could get past the gameplay being 4 pints of tosh in a 3-pint tosh receptacle, and just to skip to the end for a moment, it's the aesthetic and story that recommends South of Midnight. The gameplay's complete fucking dishwater, but hey, dishwater fills a space, specifically a space the precise dimensions of a kitchen sink, but I'm getting too far ahead. South of Midnight follows Hazel Flood, a young track star in a dying small town who goes on a quest to rescue her mother after her house is washed away in a storm and enters a world of talking animals and magical realism. Hazel Flood, Dorothy Gale, house removed by namesake weather phenomenon. This is rather overt Wizard of Oz parallelism, isn't it? Except ultimately Hazel is not so much brought to a fantasy magical realist world as made aware of the fact that she's already in one, because she's secretly a destined hero called a Weaver who uses mystical powers to unpick the bad vibes created from deep-set pain and trauma, which in practical terms means smacking the shit out of metaphorical monsters in an assuredly very analogous sort of way. Through this method, Hazel explores the hidden darkness at the heart of the world in which she lives, in a story that at its core is about emotional pain and how we deal with it. Pretty universal themes. Yes, I too push people away because I'm afraid of turning into a giant monster owl. And when I say darkness at the heart of the world, I mean really fucking dark. The parallels with Wizard of Oz kind of fall away. The witch being crushed by a falling house is replaced by poverty-stricken children being crushed by generational trauma. The dead baby is the absolute least of it, but you'd be surprised how much more wholesome a horrifying story of child abuse and murder can become when it's narrated with a folksy southern drawl. Makes me wonder how far you could take that. Well, I guess no one ever done told that Jeffrey Dahmer fella that drain cleaning chemicals ain't got no business inside a human skull. I apologise for that, and for everything, generally. So as I say, South of Midnight is very strong on aesthetic. The environment's choked with generic black and red evil corrupting matter that clears out to be replaced with blooming flowers every time Hazel smacks the shit out of enough things. Might be a little bit on the nose. Not to mention a bit tonally off, since the answer to the trauma demons created by small children getting the shit smacked out of them with birch twigs is apparently to smack the shit out of them some more, but benevolently this time. Which might as well bring us to the gameplay in all its dish-sterilising functionality. The format is pure ghost train ride. Hazel advances through a linear sequence of areas, completing platforming, climbing into environmental puzzle sequences, looking for entanglements of bad vibes to purge, and sometimes after we do that, Uncle Remus comes back on and tells us another chapter in the story of how old Mama Cyrus done tortured her sister to death with electrified nipple clamps or whatever appalling trauma lies at the heart of the current area and upcoming boss fight. Fine, but at some point the delivery man must have shown up at the door saying, hey, I've brought you the minimum amount of combat required to call yourself an action-adventure game, where do you want it? Well, there's those boss fights with the trauma monsters. Oh, I don't know, love, the boss fights can't be the only combat in the game, unless you fall under category F subsection 9 of the Shadow of the the Colossus clause. Why don't you sprinkle a bunch of token arena fights with the boss's mooks across the levels? Mooks? Why the fuck would old Mama Cyrus have mooks? She's a disarmingly pleasant, homely old dear who happens to have murdered a close relative. She didn't run a fucking meth empire. Look, lady, I'm not story department. I'm just telling you this combat's gotta go somewhere, or you can take it up with the Union. And so, every time we untrauma an area, a bunch of painfully generic spiky black badness demons come out of the woodwork like the token, hitherto unestablished sex partner at the end of the first act of a Cinemax erotic thriller, and we're obliged to go through the routine of whacking them with sticks and dodging when they attack so that we might live to whack them with sticks another day. And it's all terribly uninspired. You could replace it all with a frantic masturbation minigame and say Hazel suffers from unmedicated nymphomania and very little would change, except probably the age rating. Shame really, because the boss fights are pretty good. In fact, I might say that South of Midnight features the best integration of gameplay and music that I've seen in quite a while. I'd be fighting the hideous electrified nipple monster version of Old Mama Cyrus's sister, and there'll be a toe-tapping rhythm and blues number playing, with lyrics about how Old Mama Cyrus done overdid the mammary voltage. Again, bit on the nose perhaps, but I swear what I'm doing in organic gameplay syncs up with the music more often than not. And yes, it is a ghost train ride, and as such the pacing is always firmly under the game's control, like a turkey's gullet in the fist of an unsympathetic farmhand. But still, if you told me after I played Sonic Unleashed that one day I'd play a game that accompanied standard combat with up-tempo jazz music and I'd find it not completely irritating, I'd have said, boy, coming back from the future to tell me that suggests a severe deficiency in big picture thinking. But if we're inching our way towards conclusion here, I'd say I recommend South of Midnight for its faults because it's got decent writing, a strong aesthetic, and gameplay that at worst fills the gaps. It's still kind of a shame that all a game needs to do these days to stand out is have a distinct personality and actually be about something, even if the intended tone wavers about like a set of windscreen wipers. So yeah, getting better, Compulsion Games. Solid writing, great music, dishwater gameplay, but hey, dishwater's a nice thing to have around if you need to do some washing up. I mean, in contrast, We Happy Few's gameplay was a kitchen sink full of ocelots sick. So after I did Avowed not too long back, it was pointed out that ages ago I reviewed a game called Unavowed, and now all I need is to review a game called Disavowed, and I've covered the entire spectrum of avowing, or profession progression. Hang on a sec, hasty Steam search. Oh, what do you know? Well, I ain't reviewing that, looks like crap. Point is, I didn't think Unavowed was half bad, and now the developer, Yotei Games, has a new one out to continue spreading the good word of traditional point-and-click puzzling, faintly stereotypical depictions of New York City, the viability of Adventure Game Studio as a commercial dev platform, and remarkably good shoulder posture. In an alternative future New York, where modern technology has all but wiped out scoliosis, time travel exists and is strictly controlled by the authorities. But in an interesting contrast to how this usually works, the authorities aren't particularly hard line about not changing history. They kind of treat it like marijuana. Yes, we legalized it because we know you fuckers are going to use it anyway, and this way we can regulate it, but that doesn't mean you get to take the piss. You still can't drive down the high street distributing blunts to the crowd with a snow shovel. So future corporation Cronos might sound like a doomed tech startup that sells digital watches that don't work unless you download an app, but it's actually a time travel company that charges rich clients through the nose to take holidays in the past, and even lets them apply to make changes to history that are assessed on a case-by-case basis, kind of like the way the American government treats human rights violations. But you can't let the genetically engineered descendants of Mark Zuckerberg run around history willy-nilly, and that's where our protagonist comes in, Fia Quinn, agent of Cronos, whose job is to escort wealthy clients to the past, keep them and history safe, and come down like a ton of bricks on anyone trying to get in some sneaky grandmother porking. The game spans multiple chapters covering multiple jobs to a variety of temporal versions of New York City, including the present, the near future, the 19th century, the roaring 20s, and the period just before and just after 9/11, which is the point where we all tug our collars and make a noise like Jerry Lewis trying to walk a tightrope. Will a day ever come when a time travel story can feature the 9/11 attacks without coming across a bit Probably not in my lifetime. I mean, I still remember them. I was a teenager. I very clearly recall seeing those towers come down and being almost unable to finish that day's second wank. But the time travel adventures give way to a compelling character story about Fia herself, who, along with the rest of Cronos having been time-locked to prevent being erased by history changes, has to deal with getting through daily life when everyone she knows, every book she reads, and every artisanal backstreet coffee shop she frequents might get erased and replaced with a Petco by the end of tomorrow's shift. I think Yotei Games have strong writing, but I also feel their characters tend to have an interchangeable quality, which might be partly explained by them all looking the fucking same. It's painfully obvious that every character in Old Skies was made with the same animation template, because they've all got the exact same stance. Shoulders back, hips cocked, feet apart. Every now and again they do some kind of bespoke action or gesture, and then they snap right back to the jeans model pose, before you notice how dodgy the tweening looks. Everyone's got the same walk, too, a sort of determined casual saunter that looks like they've just put the baby down at 3 a.m, and are praying to Teddy Bear Jesus that they'll be able to leave the room before the little fucker starts crying again. Very smoothly animated, but it makes me think of games like Chrono Trigger with pixels like a square feet of a mosaic bathroom floor, and fewer frames than a burnt down art supplies shop. But every character has life and personality because of the unique way they move, and it's a million times more visually pleasing than every character using 100 million frames to mosey across flat backdrops in perfect unison. There were moments when I couldn't tell if character A looked exactly like a young version of character B because the game was setting up a time travel related twist, or if the artist had just cheaped out, recolored a pre-existing hairdo and was hoping I wouldn't notice. My other issue is puzzle design. At any given moment in Old Skies, you are always on a perfectly straight line to the next solution. You'll be lucky if there's more than 1 or 2 rooms you can access, and any attempt to interact with anything but the intended solution will result in a verbal spit in the eye. I don't need to worry about that. I don't need to go there. I'm done with that thing. How do you know you're done with that thing, Fia Quinn? I don't know, maybe the upturned bucket we used to get the cat down from the potting shed might work equally well to knock out the curious policeman or function as an amusing hat. I mean, God forbid I might be curious and want to explore this historical setting I'm on an amazing time travel adventure in. God forbid I might want to talk to someone about something other than whatever petty step in the puzzle sequence I'm currently laser fixated on. Maybe I want to go to the window washers on September 10th, 2001 and tell them they can probably phone it in a bit today. I suppose it does mean we never get entrenched in any of that legendary adventure game moon logic for very long, but the laser focus of proceedings can lead to things feeling very contrived. For example, we find ourselves at one point needing to stop an assassination 20 years in the future, and as luck would have it, happen to be in a room containing nothing but the very shoes the assassin will be wearing in 20 years, and a prototype voice-activated explosive with precisely a 20-year shelf life. Other moments feel contrived in other ways, like the instance where we get cold-bloodedly shot by an angry cop, unless we choose the exact right conversation options that will convince said cop that gunning down unarmed white women is bad, actually, and might be frowned upon by society. But in the end, I was engaged by the story of Old Skies, and was quite affected by the ending. The game effectively pulls us out of Fia's head as time goes on, as she starts making decisions independent of our control in a way that sort of mirrors her growing dissatisfaction with the rules that govern her existence, and in the end, she triumphs by breaking free of her protagonist obligations. It's very apt. All wacky future time travel contrivances aside, the plot at heart is about the frustrations of being stuck in one place, while everything changes around you. And that's pretty relatable, also pretty analogous to the state of point-and-click adventure games as a genre now that I'm writing it down. Ooh, now there's an idea. A time travel adventure game where the entire adventure game genre tries to change its fate by travelling back in time to the early 1970s and strangling John Carmack to death in the crib. It is a well-established fact that all truly great science fiction and fantasy begins with a simple what-if scenario. What if you could travel through time? What if you could clone dinosaurs? What if Jenny Agutter was running around basically wearing nothing but green tissue paper? And today's subject, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, continues that fine tradition by asking what if, once a year, a weird, giant, sad, naked lady in the sky painted a glowing number on a mountain, counting down from 100, and then everyone older than that number instantly dies. Not the most concise elevator pitch, is it? I think the producer got off 3 stops ago. It also posits the intriguing question, what if a game had a title that was about as snappy and comfortable in the mouth as a handful of drawing pins? As well as, what if a traditional turn-based JRPG was made by depressed, pretentious French artists? Sorry, that was a bit redundant, wasn't it? Let me try again. What if a traditional turn-based JRPG was made by French artists? Well, it'll still have broody, floppy-haired anime sword boys, but they'll all be in their 30s with embarrassing moustaches and look uncannily like Robert Pattinson. Anyway, the whole sad naked lady counting down from 100 age purge scenario described above is happening to the last remnant of humanity in a French city cut off from the rest of a ruined, monster-haunted world. Presumably no one gave much of a shit while it was still in the 80s and 90s, but as the game starts it's now gotten down to 33, and everyone's in a bit of a flap, as they're having to face the Logan's Run scenario without the consolation of Jenny Agutter's green tissue paper dress. These garlic-munching twats are now facing the ultimate nightmare for French people, having to get off their asses and do some bloody work. Are you racist against the French now, Yards? Excuse me, I'm English, it's a little thing called cultural identity. And so once a year they send an expedition of adventurers out into the world to confront the weird naked painter lady and give her a jolly good talking to. None of these expeditions have ever returned, but there's no reason to assume that 66 failures represent a pattern, does it? At least not if you've been rendered blind by your necklace of onions making your eyes water. Not that that's the only reason our eyes would be watering. Christ, this game's depressing. It starts depressing with the prologue and the characters having to experience the purge of the city's 34-year-olds, and as the game proper begins, works its way up to Google keeps putting suicide prevention numbers under my YouTube streams. This game just chomps at the fucking bit to murder established characters in front of you. The expedition reaches its destination, the protagonist has barely undone his fucking seatbelt before the carnage begins, and all the friends that were patiently named and introduced throughout the prologue get mowed down like it's the Wizard of Oz meets the Normandy landings. The tiny handful of survivors then resolve that they might as well see how far they can get before their hideous deaths, because it's either that or fucking doming themselves right now. And I guess that's one way to answer the call to adventure. It might sound like I'm talking shit, but I enjoyed the game's narrative element, and not just because I like seeing French people die. There's some impressive creativity on display in both the premise and the visuals. The story has some interesting turns and actually has an explanation for why the game seems to be taking place inside a Baroque surrealist painting. But I'm still kind of surprised the game's gotten such acclaim, because the gameplay is like a sex offender on public transport in that it rubs me up the wrong way in many uncomfortable places. First time I entered a turn-based battle, my immediate thought was, hang on, this looks exactly like the Persona 5 battle interface, except with serifed fonts. Now that's not the problem. If you're booking a stay in JRPG Town, there are much worse tour guides to hire, but in Persona 5 the principles of combat are easy to grasp. Use thing what enemy weak to, step 2 win. In Clair Obscur, every party member you unlock has a bespoke set of rules you have to get your head around. Each standard attack builds up perfection points that can then be spent to make Special Attack C bestow the defenseless status effect, so that using Special Attack D will put you into Virtuoso stance, which grants additional damage relative to the enemy's number of bibbly-bobblies as long as the knick-knack-knocky is wing-wong-woggle-woggle-woo-woo. Jesus Christ, it's like playing the 52 pickup variant of Magic the Gathering. On top of that, every party member can equip up to 3 pictos, somehow. No idea what those are or how they manifest physically. I'm just going to assume they're different items of lingerie, which grant passive buffs, and after a certain time you learn those buffs and can equip them with Lumina points. Very Final Fantasy IX-y sort of system that makes the combat customizability practically bottomless, but it wasn't long before I was constantly having to interrupt my explorations to pause, apply upgrade points, and reassign my pictos, and the last time I spent this much time pissing around in shitty menus, I got thrown out of the Cheesecake Factory. The menus aren't well designed is the point. The interface navigation doesn't so much flow as flop like a gasping fish on the floor of a rowboat. And the big joke is, optimizing your stats and buffs doesn't even matter much, because every enemy attack in the game does no damage if you time your dodges and parries right with the Paper Mario style reaction system. Not that that's easy. Fucking hell. Every single one of these hams feints and delays to throw off your timing. Some moves you have to dodge, some you have to jump over, some you parry, some you use the other special spicy parry with a little slowdown to really throw your timing off. And when I say have to, you do have to dodge as much damage as you can, especially when you can get wiped out with one 9-hit combo that goes right past annoying and becomes actually quite concerning. Like I worry the dude has unresolved trauma relating to people with attractive hairdos. Still, once you have learned the timing, there's something satisfying about completely noping the enemy attacks, and it means you don't have to fully engage with all the complicated optimization mechanics, so I guess we can call that balance. My only other big issue with gameplay is that the individual dungeons would seriously benefit from a map, even a mini-map, or just a couple of big signs saying, hey, once you're done appreciating all the effort we put into the beautiful environment design, this path over here leads to progress, and all these other identical paths lead to optional shit, in very small text, obviously. So after all that wibbling about with my gameplay issues and lingering francophobia from the 100 Years' War, in the end the sheer creativity on display means my thumb levels out to pointing upwards. Good game good, try game. Or as our beloved French cousins would say, s'il vous plaît, envahissez-nous et volez tout notre fromage. Kind of a loaded word that, isn't it, remaster? A marketer's word. It implies that mastery was involved in the creation of the original and presumably will be applied a second time. And without wishing to show my hand too early, if Elder Scrolls Oblivion is evidence of mastery of game design, then pitching 3 eggs at a stove from across the room is evidence of mastery of omelette creation. I know I reviewed the original way back roughly around the time of the Peloponnesian War, but something tells me I didn't give it a fair enough shake. I was younger and hot-headed, and Oblivion was a very impressive achievement in visuals and game design for its time. Not for the current time, of course. Nowadays it's a janky pile of shit, but hey, now you can play a version of it with nice graphics. So when all the NPCs are trying to kill you with hate beams from their eyes during every conversation, you can enjoy every wrinkle and pore in their terrifying faces in a lighting system that now no longer looks like every character has a fluorescent tube light lodged in their throat. I talk shit. Now, and most of the time, but I played quite a lot of the Oblivion Remaster last week, and not because I was engaged by the main plot much, in which our primary task is to hold the coat of the actual hero of the story, so he can eventually fight the final boss for us, while he experiences all his significant character growth off-screen, because they could only get Sean Bean in for the afternoon. I became engaged after I closed the first Oblivion gate and stopped for a little sleepy, and some weird Mystery of the Druids-looking motherfucker came to me in the night saying that he was really impressed by all the murdering I was doing, so he's come to me in a private moment to discuss hiring me for the Dark Brotherhood, and I was like, okay, well, 1, you are aware this is a refugee camp and there's 3 very confused looking NPCs behind you right now, and 2, when the hell did I murder someone? Oh wait, back when I was saving that town I did accidentally fire an arrow at a dude while trying to hit the demon he was fighting, and I seem to recall someone making an offended noise. Is that what we're talking about? But then it occurred to me I probably didn't want to disappoint a murderer who knew where I slept, and I was looking for some direction in life, so fuck it, I'm in. Guess I just Mr. Beaned my way into the professional assassin career track, hail the Night Mother and all that. And you know what, the Dark Brotherhood seemed a personable bunch of lads, so I couldn't complain, but it was while I was out on my nice easy induction murder, I accidentally walked into a private house and maybe picked up a pot plant that had fallen off a shelf, at which point the town guard fucking kicked the door down and told me I had to go stand in a prison cell for 12 seconds. So I did that, and a short while afterwards some other NPC cornered me in the street, and after I'd finished madly rotating like a merry-go-round in greeting, they handed me a note asking if I'd like to join the Thieves Guild. Fucking Christ, why does this keep happening? How am I Mr. Magooing my way into being the world's biggest professional bastard? Fuck it, again, I'm a stealth build, might as well stay in practice. I just hope it doesn't make things awkward with Sean Bean when he finds out when I'm not helping him restore hope to the people of the land, I moonlight as a stealing, murdering Satan worshipper. I picture him making that heartbreaking, disappointed look he made in Game of Thrones just before the axe came down. The ongoing theme here is jank. It's painfully obvious that the entire process of remastering consisted of applying a spritz of HD graphics to the existing skeleton of the game, and that's why it's still crippled with janker's cramp. It's janky doodle dandy. It's Jank Williams and the Drifting Cowboys. But would it really be Oblivion if it wasn't? If we weren't watching NPCs walk cycle eternally into sideboards while commenting on local politics to no one in particular? Even when working as intended, it's still the Jankurian candidate. I cannot comprehend the thinking that went into that fucking persuasion minigame that feels like being a psychotic AI trying to grasp the basics of human social interaction while trapped in a game of Simon. So while it does spend all its time janking the monkey, with that comes a certain amount of charm. It's just when the jank creates frustration that it becomes a negative, such as when you attempt to engage with the melee combat system, which is like watching police body cam footage of someone struggling to open a broken cutlery drawer. Fortunately, through the many years of meme-based cultural osmosis I've absorbed since Oblivion's initial release, I'd gathered that the smart way to play is as a stealthy archer, and fucking hell isn't it just? It stops mattering that the melee combat resembles trying to wipe your bogeys off on the side of an operating bucking bronco machine when you can get triple damage sneak attacks at maximum draw distance, so by the time they reach you they can't do shit but impotently poke you with the 12 arrow shafts you put in their torso before their remaining 3 tablespoons of blood leak out. Yes, there's also magic for ranged attacks, but it's much trickier to aim, and whenever I had to deal with those fucking will-o'-the-wisps that are basically dots immune to physical damage, I'd run out of mana and end up having to sprint across 3 meadows being chased by angry punctuation. So with trusty bow in hand and most of the potential frustration with the combat out of the equation, I actually rather enjoyed myself. I went out of my way to do dungeons and Oblivion gates because there was still enough interesting challenge in trying to stay hidden and snipe dudes from afar. Kind of felt like I'm making a nature documentary. This shy lava dinosaur stalks the plains of Oblivion, hunting for a player for breakfast. It will never find one because I've just nailed its hypothalamus to a big stone todger. Eventually the amusement wore thin, because by the time I hit main story end, my stats were so high there was no challenge left at all, and between the sameness of the dungeons and the overgenerous fast travel system making the open world so much unimportant back-to-back Windows XP default wallpapers, and the lack of connection to or incentive to appease the NPCs for story reasons, as I didn't think anything I did was going to cure whatever serious brain problems was causing them all to attempt to tunnel through walls with their noses or stand stock still in the middle of their bedrooms for 8 hours a night, like they're trying to remember how beds work. Oblivion feels, in retrospect, like a precursor to the Ubisoft sandbox model that feels less like we're on an epic adventure of discovery and more like we're going down a checklist. A murder checklist for bastards. But it did the job of kinda making me want to go back to Skyrim now and see if the stealth archery build fucks it over the kitchen counter with an equal lack of sensitivity. So let's leave it at that. Oblivion might be an ugly, poorly designed mess that runs like engorged crap, with a boring story, mostly annoying combat and a robust savings account at Barclays jank, but on the other hand... Sorry, I forgot where I was going with that. I believe I said when I first saw the Doom the Dark Ages trailer that I was getting distinctly midlife crisis vibes from it. I mean, not only does Mr. D. Slayer Esquire have a shiny new shield that literally has a pull chain on it like it's a fucking lawnmower, but he also seems to be wearing a new toupee that keeps slipping and hanging around the back of his neck. But then I remembered that Doom 3 had been Doom's real midlife crisis when it showed up in a shiny new engine covered in chrome and expensive lights and pretended like it was still one of the cool kids. Then there was Doom 2016, which for me represented a sort of partial regression to childhood state not uncommon in age-related dementia, and I suppose following that logic, Doom the Dark Ages represents the natural next step. Being dead and having your horrible corpse puppeted around on a stick so that your current owner can continue collecting your pension checks. Okay, I'm slightly overstating things for outrage dollars, but I am genuinely disappointed that Dark Ages continues a slide that began in Doom Eternal, wherein the game's story element began losing its sense of self-awareness. The Doomslayer no longer fist bumps his action figures or gleefully smashes a thing moments after being very politely asked not to smash the thing, or walks through a room full of humans while they all visibly brick themselves like he's an unsecured gorilla who's outwardly calm but could at any moment mistake any of their todgers for an unclaimed banana. No, now he just goes around exchanging respectful nods with supermarket-owned brand Warhammer 40k characters and rescuing fucking princesses. We literally rescue a princess at one point in Dark Ages, one who is a human vessel for a mysterious ancient power, just in case you were afraid the green outfit was the only thing justifying the Legend of Zelda comparison. They don't even call him
The Doomslayer
anymore. Now he's just the Slayer, which is infinitely less fun to say. Anyway, the story is Dermot Sebastian Layer is being held prisoner by the Makers and being loaned out to the Sentinels of Argent the New to aid in their war against the forces of Grand Prince Arsehole, who is teaming up with a new other-dimensional faction with Lovecrafty vibes, but the alliance is an uneasy one and threatens to create a schism between blah-de-blah-de-blah. I have a feeling there's someone on the dev team who's using this franchise to bring to life their epic fantasy novel series that keeps getting rejected by publishers, and none of it is adding much value because it's so painfully generic, offers me no characters to root for, and frankly I enjoyed Doom a lot more when the plot was just dude really hates demons and some demons exist. Gosh, things got a bit heavy for a while there. Let's blow off some steam by killing literally hundreds of fucking dudes. Gameplay-wise, the evolution of the Neo-Doom formula has largely been a matter of scale. We've left far behind the enclosed Mars bases and steel corridors of Doom 2016, mysteriously roomy as those were. The average level in the Dark Ages is like a square mile of hell countryside where we wipe out entire battalions of zombie men with a single fling of our mighty lawnmower shield, compensating for the larger distances with a new super-fast charge move where we ride our shield like it's the motorbike we didn't tell our wife we were going to buy. It's like, after everyone hated fighting that one shield guy in the last last game, the developer apparently thought that what we were complaining about was how they were hogging all the shield fun. So now shields galore. You've got a shield, a bunch more of the monsters have shields, they hired Brooke Shields as a voice actor. They didn't actually, I was just going with a riff. And consequently, a lot of the core gameplay is based around the shield. And initially I thought holding up your little saucepan lid to nope out of attacks might mess with the established Doom 2016 watchwords of stay mobile and be aggressive, but in practice the ridiculous speed and range of the shield bash helps it slot into the over-the-top super violence quite nicely. Similarly, I really thought I'd hate the new parry mechanic more. Oh, when the hell did Doom become about being reactive and waiting for them to attack, I thought. Seems a bit out of character for a dude who spent the previous 2 games using their own spiny todgers to very proactively scout demons as clients for his tonsillectomy clinic, but in practice you can only parry attacks of a certain colour, Cuphead style, and it's just another thing you have to split-second react to. A little too generous with the timing and range perhaps, but the way Neo Doom always obsessively unlocks new weapons and superpowers all the way to the end until you've got 12 guns, 3 tactical nuclear strikes and rabid wolverines strapped to both kneecaps, getting too easy is consistent with the established pattern. I'd say the glory kills have been downgraded a bit. Half the time I didn't even get a special animation, you just do a little huffy shove or kick that makes dudes' arms and legs all fly off. But my real bugbear is the way the critical path keeps forcing us into recurring vehicle sections, especially the ones where you pilot a giant mech, which falls into the usual problem with such things. It plays exactly the same as regular gameplay, except you move around like the floor's covered in overly affectionate vaginas, and only fight one kind of enemy with one attack that's about as hard to dodge as an awkward question in the middle of a flash flood. The bits where you ride on a flying dragon are better, because you have a better freedom of movement to help you appreciate the scale and spectacle of the environments, but again, when it comes to fighting things, all the variety and strategy of the standard combat is replaced with point at the dude, mash your one attack, get out of the way of their one attack. And it's like a spectacular wrestling match had to stop so the participants could sit down in the middle of the ring and decide the result with a round of hungry hippos. So to summarise, what recommends Dark Age of Doom a lot is more high-octane core combat and some nice spectacle. I mean, look up at the sky during one of the levels in Lovecraft World and you'll see a fucking mind-blowingly huge horrifying space octopus drifting aimlessly about, like it's waiting for Mrs. Horrifying Space Octopus to come out of the bra shop. But ultimately I came away feeling like I'd had a hollow experience. The central joke and novelty of being this taciturn faceless super badass who gives less shit than a taped-up bumhole in the Sahara Desert has worn thin, and the series has lost sight of the core philosophy that made Doom 2016 work, i.e. simplicity. All this cosmic multi-faction conflict rubbish we're obliged to give some of our precious little available shit about, and how to train your cybernetic nightmare dragon sequences feel like stuff put in more to create trailer moments than to enrich the gameplay experience. The Doom guy worked best when he was just a guy with no motivation in life except to expand his spiny Todger collection, because turns out that syncs up pretty well with my motivation as a player. Although he can keep the spiny Todgers, I already repaired the wonky leg on my coffee table. So here's an insider glimpse of how the sausage is made. A bunch of pigs undergo extremely traumatic violence and then get their Todgers minced up and arranged into the shape of a larger Todger as a sort of final insult. Now here's a glimpse of how the metaphorical sausage is made. I was going to review a different game this week, but after I finished that I had some time to kill, and the Gimp was out dropping his daughter off for clarinet practice, so I thought fuck it, I'll just idly play a bit more of that silly game I played in this week's Yahtzee Tries. I was rather enjoying it. 4 days later I now find I would much rather talk about it than the other game I had lined up, which, naming no names and meaning no shade, was a sequel whose title began with the words Revenge of, and perhaps that will help you understand my relative lack of enthusiasm. I'm always much more interested in reviewing games I really like or require a passionate hate boner for, and in the interest of suspense I won't give away just yet which was the case, although I will incidentally admit that passionate hate boner is the name of my new line of artisanal sausages. Promise Mascot Agency is a game by the guys who did Paradise Killer, a UK-based developer, and yet PMA feels authentically like a Japanese game. It's like the combined powers of all the world's weirdly influential small island nations full of extremely repressed people. The story is we play a Yakuza enforcer with distinct Kazuma Kiryu energy, partly thanks to also having distinct Kazuma Kiryu voice acting, incidentally, who loses his boss's money in a bungled deal and is cut off from the family while he lies low and tries to make up for his mistake, also known as pulling a Tommy Vercetti. What I haven't yet mentioned is that this all takes place in contemporary Japan in a world identical to our own, except that humanity lives alongside a race of freakish sentient mascot characters who struggle to get footholds in any industry other than prancing around at theme parks and store openings, and our protagonist must take charge of a failing mascot agency in a dying rural Japanese town to help the local disgusting mutants realise their full potential for prancing around at theme parks and store openings. So setting-wise, it's like Japanese District 9, except with a race of big-headed Hello Kitty people. My enjoyment of Promise Mascot Agency, whoops, gave the game away there, yes it's a positive review, put away those artisanal hate boners or whatever I was on about, might simply be down to that it makes me laugh. Here's the two leads. On the left, macho takes no shit Yakuza man with very serious face, and on the right, his assistant, a giant pink blob with huge eyes and cute sideways three mouth, who's supposed to resemble the severed end of a pinky finger, and who provides the reckless psychotic id to the calm unflappable superego of the protagonist, as he lets the insanity wash over him like a stone Buddha in the middle of a crowded McDonald's play area. I love the juxtaposition of deadpan and wacky as a comedic foundation. It's why I like Yakuza games, and there's a lot of Yakuza in Promise Mascot Agency's gameplay. The core of it is like one of those Yakuza side quests where you get roped into running a hostess club or artisanal sausage factory, and play little business sim mini-games where you assign specific hostesses to specific tables or scare health inspectors away from the Todger storage vats. So we assign our recruited mascots to the jobs we've secured via a basic menu system, and while we wait to hear back, we drive a truck truck around a sandbox map, hunting for more work, more mascots, secret pickups, and firing our giant severed pinky finger assistant out of a cannon at anything that looks at us funny. And while out driving, we're randomly called in to deal with emergencies at the mascot jobs, which we resolve by playing a card battling game. Business management, sandbox driving around, and card battling. Blimey yards, who designed this game? Jackson Pollock? I know it sounds all over the place, but the loops tie up quite nicely. We explore the sandbox to find items, to help the townsfolk, to empower their battle cards, to win the card battles, to earn money, to send back to our Yakuza boss so she doesn't get murdered by frighteners. It all spirals together into that one central point. Now, the weak link in this chain is probably the card battling itself. It looks complicated, but turns out all you have to do is play the cards with the biggest numbers. It's basically massively overly elaborate top trumps. With about 2 minutes of mashing A through the 15 dialogues and screen transitions you're already memorized after the first 90 fucking times. It does get more interesting later on when you have to hit the bigger numbers, requiring enough upgraded cards and strategic use of extra draw bonuses and shit. But then at the very end, the game sets up a super hard final boss card battle, and I was all set to demonstrate my acquired skills in knowing which numbers are bigger than others, but then the fucking plot takes over and wins the match for ya. Thanks, promised Mascot Agency. I was almost playing a video game for a second there. Other weak links include that if you want to sell merchandise for the extra income stream, you have to play a tedious claw machine minigame over and over again. Yes, I know we're referencing the way Yakuza games always have claw machine minigames, but crucially, it's never been mandatory. I hate claw machines. If I wanted to press a button and feel disappointed, I'd buy expired jam. Come to think of it, there are a lot of weak links in this chain. Story's kind of predictable. I instantly fingered the twist villain in his first fucking scene, and not the good kind of fingering. And while the game says each of your recruited mascots have different needs and strengths, they really fucking don't. Just promise every single one of them a regular bonus and time off at the weekends, and fling them at whatever jobs will take them. They all function the same, waddle about, wiggle the little arms, be very bad at transporting stacked crockery. None of this is a deal breaker because the core gameplay, i.e. exploring the sandbox map, is, if you'll forgive the technical language, fun, and everything else is just an excuse to do it. The crucial point is that you explore the map in a beaten up but mysteriously indestructible truck you're not allowed to get out of. So you can't just beeline for your destinations, you've got to navigate the roads, dodgy suspension be damned, which is A, very amusing when you ramp off a hill at high speed and Dukes of Hazzard your way through someone's vegetable garden with your little pink blob friends squealing with excitement in the back, and B, an engaging challenge, because the physics are tough to wrestle with even after you unlock the truck's inadequately explained ability to fly. All weak links aside, the only thing you should take away is that I never stopped looking forward to my sessions with Promise Mascot Agency, because it's silly and fun and the gameplay makes me laugh and the characters make me smile without even having to get their tits out. Also, the more you play, the more you catch yourself accepting the whole premise as normal, leading to hilarious moments when passers-by glance at what you're doing out of context and go, why is that sinister-looking professional criminal having a tense back-alley standoff with a 7-foot pink cartoon cat? Good question. Maybe he called him a pussy. Now, I'm no video game marketing expert. My main advice for video game marketers is place the barrel in your mouth and aim upwards to hit the pituitary gland. Whoops, that'll demonetize us. But I'm pretty sure page 1 of Video Game Marketing for Dummies is to make sure your game is visible and memorable. As such, making your game an Epic Store exclusive is already putting it on the back foot, as that fulfills the first criterion about as well as pushing it off a cruise ship in the middle of the night. But you're really not going to turn things around by calling it... Actually, quick test. Without looking at the video title, what am I reviewing this week? If you hadn't heard of it before, I'd honestly be surprised if your memory held on to the title between clicking the thumbnail and now. Blades of Fire. Even now I had to double check it wasn't Blades of Fury, or Crotch of Burning, or something like that. Anyway, Blades of Fire might sound like a Netflix documentary about roller derbies, but is actually a new game from the devs of Castlevania Lords of Shadow. Another world beater in the forgettable titles showcase. The Castlevania bit does all the work, Lords of Shadow sits on it like a newspaper hat on an important dignitary. Our protagonist is Aaron Delira, a gruff hairy dad with one of those names that really looks like it should be an anagram of something. Give me a second. Holy shit, Anal Raider? I was kidding. Aaron is minding his own business in his secluded house in the forest when goons from the local evil empire show up and he has to rescue from them a scholarly teenage boy and the magical MacGuffin he's carrying. At which point Aaron goes, blimey, this call to adventure could only get more generic if he had murdered my parents on the way here. Suppose I'd better journey across the land and murder the evil queen then. I'm a busy protagonist and I haven't got time for a refusal of the call right now. And thus Aaron's adventure begins, accompanied by a scholar boy and an almost straight example of the standard hairy dad dynamic, except instead of becoming surrogate dad to a headstrong young girl, Aaron instead spends the game grooming a beautiful hairless twink. And we're certainly demonetized now if we weren't already. Considering Aaron has both the build and hairdo of a heavy metal roadie who always gets lumped with the job of transporting the guitars made of depleted uranium, he's hauntingly similar to the protagonist of Lords of Shadow, and the whole mythic fantasy setting has much the same vibes as well. But while Lords of Shadow was dismissed by us tosspots as supermarket-owned brand God of War, Blades of Forgotten It Again has come a long way and graduated to being supermarket-owned brand Elden Ring. So we have your usual Souls Souls-like format, explore the semi-open world, find bonfire checkpoints, run into a lot of very burly dudes who will want to play matchmaker between your throat and your lower intestine. But Blades of, for fuck's sake, what was it called again, can't match Elden Ring for grandness of environment design. Its areas feel cramped and confusing to navigate. It's easy to get turned around and confused by paths that all look the same. What doesn't help is that I kept picking up keys without noticing. They were dropped by enemies and automatically picked up, and I'd missed the little info window letting me know because I was too busy teabagging the corpse. And then after circling a maze-like castle 4 times, I'd finally, in desperation, try one of the locked doors again, and bing, turns out you picked the key up at some point, thicko. What, did you lose it up your catamite's rectum? Should have been more diligent with your anal raiding. So no ticks for level design. The main gimmick of the game is that Aaron has to forge all his own weapons in a system where the durability of the weapon is decided by a little mini-game that's like a cross between mini-golf and pushing the bubbles out of wallpaper, and about half as exciting as that sounds. And you can micromanage the shape and materials for every single part of the weapon to an impressive degree, although pretty much every choice comes down to make do more damage or make quicker and use less stamina. And then we can't move on until we come up with a name for each weapon we make. Look, game, I can see you're trying to get me invested, but calling it Bum Biter isn't going to save this thing from getting chucked in the recycle bin the moment I can craft something with greener numbers. Whenever you die, instead of a bloodstain, you drop your currently equipped weapon and have to run back to get it, which can be very annoying if it was your best weapon, or indeed your only weapon capable of damaging the surrounding enemies, who are frequently immune to at least one damage type. But this is probably also supposed to make us invested. What will you do now, poor Bum Biter, abandoned alone among monsters like a child losing their dad in the middle of a brony convention, wondering even now if it will ever feel your reassuring presence around its hilt again? Yeah, probably just make a new one, actually. Call me a monster, but we all know that kid wasn't coming out of that brony convention the same. The other gimmick is the combat itself. Instead of the traditional light attack, heavy attack, we can attack in one of 4 directions with the face buttons, which works. It only really matters if enemies are only weak from one direction, like they forgot to wear their armoured bollock guards this morning, or if the terrain is blocking attacks from certain angles. But that's not nothing. Lord knows whenever a finishing blow in Dark Souls was blocked by an inconvenient doorway, I'd scream aloud for my dude to get into their hollow skull that there are a whole 359 different angles we could be approaching this from. My other tick is for the character design. Much as with Lords of Shadow, these devs seem to have a great imagination for memorable characters with unique looks that wouldn't go amiss in something like The Never-Ending Story, or Labyrinth, or one of those other classic 90s child traumatizers. But do these ticks add up to the Lyme disease of recommendation? Not really. The writing doesn't sell the story for me. There's no chemistry or conflict between the game's 2 leads, aside from the boy occasionally tokenly reminding Aaron that he's old, and Aaron in turn reminding him that he's a twat with admittedly tight buttocks. See, after giving Aaron the MacGuffin in the intro, the kid's role in the game seems to be mainly just drawing pictures of the monsters we fight, occasionally triumphantly announcing he's finished the current drawing, at which point Aaron goes, "Great job, I'm glad you're around," and I honestly couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic. For all its creativity, the game doesn't put the work in to make me invested in events. The prologue sets up that Aaron's heading off to kill the evil queen, right? But then 2 minutes later he decides on a whim to kill some other bloke who happens to be on the way, and we're stuck doing that for the next 20 hours or so. Hope the evil queen's got some magazines handy. The game is full of mystifyingly bad story choices, like for one prolonged section forcing us to wait 30 seconds over and over again while a forgetful ghost stands around trying to remember how to proceed, before going, "Oh, turns out the very obviously button-shaped thing on the wall is the button to open the door. Cue contextual button prompt." Blades of is, in summary, a couple of neat ideas perched atop an old, unreliable, and singularly unremarkable donkey that keeps stopping every now and again to do a very boring poo. A life sim set in a fantasy world called Fantasy Life. Boy, that's got to be a new frontrunner for most on-the-nose title, right after Space Quest, and Blood, and Press Buttons to Win. Oh, good point, Yards. I suppose we better massively overcomplicate things. There, now it's called Fantasy Life I, the girl who steals time. Well, that's what happens when you don't put a fence around your herb garden, I suppose. Fantasy Life I, the girl from Ipanema, was recommended to me by a weeb of my acquaintance who said, "Hey, I know you always talk shit about games that try to be everything at once. Well, here's a game that actually pulls it off. It's Animal Crossing, but also Stardew Valley and Breath of the Wild with a little dusting of Miitopia for taste." To which I replied, "That's not everything, that's 4 things." And then he realised the error of his life and everyone stood up and clapped. The game opens with our protagonist, custom crafted in a visual style with a pretty terminal case of Nintendo Mii syndrome or myxomatosis, sailing the SS Inevitable Prologue shipwreck to a distant land with a very the Professor Layton we have at home sort of dude and a small crew of gonks. Then the usual stuff happens, you know, a giant nightmare dragon appears, the dragon fossil we're transporting comes to life and fights it, we ride it through a magic portal into the past, blah-de-blah-de-blah. Things only get interesting again when we wake up on an island beach with a face full of crab urine, and then have to report to the king of the island to apologise for crashing our skeleton dragon into it and exchange insurance information. At more or less this point we are told we need to choose a character class. Do you want to be a knight, a mercenary, or a wizard? Ah, the classic triumvirate. I think today or a hunter, a miner, a lumberjack, or a fisherman. Or a carpenter, a tailor, a blacksmith, an alchemist, a chef, an artist, or a farmer. I'm sorry, I'm confused. I thought I was building an RPG character, but I seem to have wandered into a career guidance counsellor's office. The game presents this like we're choosing what single role in society we wish to fill for the rest of our life, and casually mentions, hey, probably no harm in trying out a couple of the others as well, but don't sweat it. No, the game is lying to you. Do sweat it. You have to sweat it. What you need to be doing at this point is enrolling in every single single fucking career. Because if you don't start putting levels into lumberjacking now, then sometime later you're going to be exploring a dungeon and there'll be a fuck-off great level 25 pine tree blocking one of the tunnels, sitting there mocking your dainty, uncalloused palms. Fortunately, while each career has an opening story quest to introduce the skills involved, you have the option of skipping those after the first and instead just getting a quick crash course on how to stand next to a tree and press the hit with axe button. You need all the job skills because, spoiler alert, the final challenge of the story campaign is to construct a world-saving MacGuffin device made from metal, stone, cloth and fish, which has to be tailored, blacksmithed, carpentered, artistically beautified and then fed a tasty meal. But as for the actual gameplay involved in executing all these different skills, you'll be relieved to hear that none of them stray too far from the core skill of pressing the X button a lot. Basically all the crafting jobs are the same. You go around a table pressing X over one of 3 workstations to satisfy a row of icons within a time limit. It's like trying to get an orgy going with 3 extremely difficult to please people. Okay, you don't actually need to learn every skill, because if you explore the sandbox Breath of the Wild dimension that's kept separate to everything else and complete the challenge rooms that are not Breath of the Wild shrines, stop calling them that, there's a chance you'll rescue a lumberjack to add to your village, and while they're in your party, they can take care of any trees you're finding particularly frightening and aggressive, assuming you level them up enough, but the whole party shares any experience you get, so I guess watching you murder direwolves and sew together new undergarments inspires them to hold their axe better. So basically there are 3 different worlds in play: the past, where you pursue the plot and crawl dungeons, the aforementioned Breath of the Wild side hustle dimension, where you fill out the map, hunt secrets and grind your skills, and the present, where you build and decorate a little farm-stroke Animal Crossing village full of rescued labourers, and pretend they're your friends. Now, as is so often the case, if you focus on any single element of Fantasy Life I, the girl with the dragon tattoo, it's not going to hold up. The combat's about as complex as Hungry Hungry Hippos. I was maining as a wizard and breezed all the way through past the final boss with no difficulty, because half the enemy didn't even have ranged attacks, and the other half seemed perplexed by the very concept of me getting out of the way. You go through Breath of the Wild land with some kind of crippling neck injury that means you can't look up, which is a definite handicap for someone trying to explore hilly terrain. I had to climb every hill to see if there was a puzzle shrine there or just another 500 of that one flower that's only useful for crafting printer toner for the temporary office worker class. And even if it is a puzzle shrine, it's probably going to be one of those fucking Simon memory challenges that hold you up like a fucking highway patrolman who got yelled at by his wife this morning. In the Animal Crossing village bit, all you can build is a tiny cult compound full of identically sized huts, and all the villagers mill around doing fuck all but whine about tiny pointless fetch quest items they want, and won't even let you wear their t-shirts. But much as Deus Ex 1's shooting, stealth and RPGing mechanics were all shitty in isolation, it was the interaction between them all where the magic happened, and I was impressed by the way all Fantasy Life I, Everything But the Girls gameplay loops fed into each other like a bunch of snakes eating onion rings. You blacksmith better cooking equipment to make better sandwiches so you can dungeon crawl to get more stuff to bring back to your village and improve its rating so you can go safari in Breath of the Wild land for more villagers to form a complete human pyramid to help you reach the shelf with the can opener so you can feed the cat that's been sitting in front of the path the rest of the story campaign for the last hour. A campaign which culminates in the aforementioned craftathon, for which I had to scour Breath of the Wild land for an alchemist, and as I was power leveling them in a high level dungeon I thought, boy, this is hitting all the right receptors. I'm glad it doesn't have too much evil grindathon business that games use to trick you into getting obsessed, and then after the final boss and credits roll, the game was like, hey, we unlocked a bunch of new objectives requiring a fuckload of additional grinding. Feel free to get obsessed with it. You know what? I'm good, game. This isn't my Fantasy Life anymore. In my Fantasy Life, I leave the grinding to the girls with big bums. Hey, Yahtzee, we'd love to hear your opinion on the Switch too, and Night Rain, and Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4, and why are you locking the doors? Shut up! Sit down, take off that stupid hat, and fucking look at this. This is what we need to be fucking talking about right now. It's called The Altars, it's from the developer of This War of Mine, and unless the entire games industry collectively awakens a magic genie from a lamp in the next 6 months, I suspect it's going to be my game of the year. Any comments you feel you need to make at this juncture? I'm not actually wearing a hat. Oh, good for you. If this hasn't come across yet, I really like The Altars, and what phenomenal poor timing on its part to come out now when all anyone wants to talk about is what hats they can put on their motorcycle-riding cow in Mario Kart. Oh, bugger, I'm going to have to champion this, aren't I thought as I rolled credits on The Altars. I hate championing, it's a really awkward word. The premise of The Altars is that we are Jan Dolsky, last survivor of a life support fuck-up on a corporate mining expedition to a barren alien planet, and now have to figure out how to operate the mobile base by ourselves, with Mr. Sun going to rise on us in a matter of days and introduce us to his friend Mr. Horrifying Radioactive Death. Being the least qualified member of the crew, who was only brought along so the bigger astronauts could bully him and tug on his unflattering moustache, the only reasonable option that occurs to Jan is to create clones of himself. But not just any clones of alternative reality versions of Jan who made better career choices and less terrible facial hair decisions in order to plug the skill gaps. For example, we need a research scientist to move along the tech tree. Unfortunately, a choice Jan could have made as a younger man would have caused him to turn into Otacon from Metal Gear Solid, presumably a choice involving knobbing stepmothers. How exactly exactly this process actually works and why Yan's alters pop out of the test tube wearing different outfits and haircuts is a matter best shrugged off as artistic license. What matters is that The Alters is both a very well designed high-stakes management survival exploration game and a deeply compelling story about one man's emotional and psychological journey to beat impossible odds, explore his true potential, and resist the urge to find out what it's like to kiss himself. In summary, The Alters plays like Moon, that Duncan Jones sci-fi movie, crossed with This War of Mine and Death Stranding, but gets away from those comparisons respectively by not starring Sam Rockwell, not being cripplingly depressing, and not being completely fucking incomprehensible. When we first arrive in each new area, we start out in Death Stranding mode, having to explore the planet's surface, seek out natural resources, take a moment to really appreciate the cold, forbidding beauty of the unspoiled alien landscape before we cover it in industrial mining equipment and link it all up to base with electricity pylons and make everything look like the Birmingham one-way system. Then we go back to base and strategically assign our alters to the tasks of mining resources, crafting gadgets, and growing enough food to keep us all alive, and try to complete whatever objectives need to be fulfilled before we can move to the next area and start the whole process again. But what impresses me about the alters is the intersection between the gameplay and the story. Yan's alters are all distinct people who have understandably complicated feelings about being conjured into existence and forcibly enslaved for the sake of sustaining original mediocre Yan and his deeply unnecessary moustache. So you can't just give them a bed and a hydroponically grown carrot every day and expect things to be fine. You gotta keep them happy. And when you're picking your next alter from the shopping list, all it tells you is their gameplay benefit, not what their personalities are like. Miner Yan seems like a logical choice. He's good at mining and there's a lot of mining needs doing, but I was regretting the pick after I discovered he's chronically depressed and keeps having massive drama-filled falling outs with his own limbs. And then there's Botanist Yan, very handy for keeping everyone fed, but turns out he's the only version of Yan who didn't get divorced, and as such is a total fucking wife guy. Spends the whole game whining about his lost love and bringing the mood down at the group kissing sessions. Each Yan has a unique story arc to go through that grant Yan Classic new perspectives that unlock new conversation options to make managing his relationships easier in yet another very tidy gameplay narrative intersection. I got genuinely invested in the friendship Yan builds with his selves, masturbatory as that sounds. It was cheering to recover a new DVD from a wreck on the planet's surface because I knew it was time for movie night with the lads, and of course it wouldn't be a compelling narrative without adversity. So spoiler alert, at around the 2/3 mark you're forced to make a horrible choice that results in permanently alienating at least some of your Yans beyond all reach of scheduled kissing sessions, and becomes your proverbial albatross cravat for the entire rest of the game. Alright, let's squeeze out some criticisms. What passes for the combat element during Exploring mode comes across a bit cheap. You have to shine a torch on wibbly-wobbly visual effects, possibly because the budget didn't stretch far enough to rendering actual enemies, although it is nice to see the chasey monster from Silent Hill Downpour still finding work. There's some physics glitchiness here and there when moving around the planet. That's what happens when uneven terrain combines with no jump button. Some of the Yans are a bit one-note and obvious personality-wise. Scientist Yan, for example, has the emotional intelligence of a ratchet screwdriver, and just cannot comprehend for a moment how anyone could possibly enjoy things like fun, or music, or girls, or socializing, or anything other than putting screws in things. And then there's Worker Yan, who I only brought to life to keep me supplied with spare batteries, and he turned out to be the fucking union leader, who spent the whole game diverting every conversation to signing people up for his socialist workers' rallies. Some Yans are definitely less useful than others. I really couldn't justify using up a valuable crew slot on Therapist Yan, not when the other Yans almost never had unscripted emotional problems, and his job was being adequately filled by the unlimited beer supply and the punching bag in the gym. Still, I was playing on the setting where the banishment gameplay goes easier on you. Maybe in the other mode there's an argument every night over who gets to sleep with the life-size cardboard cutout of Mother. But in brief, The Alters is that rare thing, a complex, ambitious, multifaceted game that just all fucking works, and I found appeal in every aspect. Exciting planet exploration giving way to calming base management and compelling plot that deftly uses sci-fi concepts to tell a very personal story about growth and self-realization. Bear in mind though, the plot could just very specifically appeal to me, because I too am a schlubby, hairy, middle-aged man who regrets some choices in life and spends a lot of time very enthusiastically making friends with himself. That's right, I've got a Nintendo Switch 2 now, and I've consequently been elevated to a higher status of humanity. Unlike you regular Switch 1 using plebs, my Switch's box has a great big 2 on it that I can cut out and repurpose as a dish hook, and there are also other benefits as well. I can play advanced top-of-the-range launch titles such as Mario Kart World and... well, Rome wasn't burnt in a day. Incidentally, I briefly browsed the store to see if anything else could make a case for itself, and one of the first games I saw there was Hentai Girls. Now, I'm no prude. You don't want to know what my dick is currently in. Here's a hint, it's not underpants. Nor am I a fan of the kind of moral panicking twats who ran around flapping their wrists at GTA San Andreas back in the day for acknowledging that vaginas exist. But it seems a reasonable scenario that my kids might see Hentai Girls and want to know the deal with the cutesy cartoon ladies, and then I'll have to explain to them the concept of paisieri. And that's exactly the sort of thing I would expect twats to be making a fuss about. Maybe the twats are all busy these days. days, complaining about trans people in bathrooms and not going to military parades. But anyway, let's be real, the Switch 2 is just the Switch again but more powerful, and that's fine, that's all I fucking wanted. No fucking ARG, 3D camera, cup holder, fleshlight attachment, pointless tech innovations for innovation's sake. Just a digital store that can actually now load faster than a third-party video streaming site on the International Space Station, and controllers that you don't have to fiddle into little slidey rails like you're doing up the zip fastener of a really socially awkward robot. No, now they just eagerly clip right on and off. Yes sir, no sir, ready to go sir, anything we can suck for you while we've got your attention sir. So that's good. I do wish they could make it possible to figure out which way around the thing goes into the charging dock in less than 2 tries, but I guess you've got to leave some innovation for the Switch 3. And hell, USB ports still haven't figured that one out. But the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and optionally the custard. And the only thing that matters is games, or at time of writing, game. Yes, I played a fair bit of Mario Kart World last week, never having been particularly warm on Mario Kart. I've played it, obviously, but never understood why I was no good at it, until now, when I found a single screen of explanatory text. Wait, you get a speed boost from ramping and drifting? Why didn't my hyper-competitive asshole nephew ever tell me that? Or did I just answer my own question? So armed with that knowledge, I magically started having fun with Mario Kart, although I still had 2 lingering questions. Question 1, $80 fucking dollars. Question 2, really? So from the main menu you can play Grand Prix mode, wherein you race around several tracks trying to be first, or Knockout Tour mode, wherein you race around several tracks trying to be first. But if you come last early on, you're not obliged to hang around, continuing to humiliate yourself. The usual Mario stable of playable characters is offered. Obviously I started with my boy Luigi, but after I unlocked Princess Daisy, I switched to playing as her out of continued second banana solidarity. And because of all the princesses, she's the only one who seems to know what to do with her hands while celebrating a win. Rosalina looks like she's auditioning to be the fucking windscreen wipers. You can also play the game as a cow, a crab, or a bee, if you happen to have the self-esteem of a chronically depressed reformed Nazi war criminal. I completed all the races and rolled credits inside 2 hours, and yeah, I guess I was having fun. I even played in a few online knockout tours thanks to that Nintendo Online subscription I keep forgetting to cancel. And now that I knew about the drifting and ramping thing, was able to play quite competitively. That is to say, generally keep up with the pack, and occasionally be chosen by the roulette wheel of destiny to be randomly blessed with a power-up with which to cheat a win. Fun, yes, but about as fulfilling an achievement as successfully shooting an apple off my son's head with an intercontinental ballistic missile. And I couldn't help wondering, isn't this game supposed to be open world? Isn't that what all the fuss was about, nay the whole reason for the title? And while wondering, I finally noticed that tucked away in teeny-weeny text in a little corner of the main menu, far, far away from all the big tempting buttons for Grand Prix and online play, was a little prompt saying, oh by the way, press X to go into free roam if that's your thing, I don't know, I ain't judging. And that's where the entire open world mode was hiding. You can freely explore this huge, expansive, seamless map looking for hidden pickups and doing random challenges, with a breathtakingly pointless open quotes mini-map in the corner of the screen that's literally just a second camera positioned slightly higher. But considering the huge seamless world is nothing less than the eponymous feature of Mario Kart's huge seamless world, the game seems oddly embarrassed about it. Yes, there are special challenges scattered about, mainly go through these rings within a time limit like you're late for work and had nothing in the house for breakfast but half a bag of Funyuns, but there's no reward to speak of and nothing that keeps track of which ones you've completed. You can drive to all the tracks that are featured in the main gameplay modes, but you can't initiate a race or a time trial there. You've got to go back to the main menu to do that. Otherwise all you can do is drive around them by yourself and, I don't know, roleplay as a government safety inspector. There's no sense of progress or discovery. There's not even a little number that goes up if you pick up coins. And it all gives me the same uncomfortable feeling one gets eating at a restaurant that's secretly a mafia front business, slurping your little bowl of microwaved spaghetti by yourself in an empty dining hall, with the chef and all the waiters standing around giving you the evil eye, waiting for you to bugger off so they can finish putting all the cocaine in little plastic baggies. I'm sure there will be some who will now respond, don't you understand, this is Nintendo's genius, just as they reinvented Zelda by stripping things down in Breath of the Wild. This is them inviting you to take a step back, forget about petty things like progress and missions and story and making number go up, and just live in the moment. Perhaps, but it's funny how a Mario Kart game making a deliberate artistic statement on Zen and the inherent beauty of essentialism is indistinguishable from a Mario Kart game that just bunged in an open world and then couldn't be buggered to do anything with it. Or indeed a Mario Kart that had to have all its seams hastily stapled up so it could be chucked out to coincide with a new console launch. And to return to my previous questions, 80 fucking bucks? Really? Not that there's any objective measure of video game value. I mean, it'll certainly keep the kids distracted, but for 80 bucks I'm going to expect to get at least 2 weeks in the British Virgin Islands. This is a recorded message. Yahtzee isn't in right now. It's his summer holiday, so he took his kids to the beach. Like a normal person, who doesn't hang around YouTube mashing refresh expecting game reviews, despite knowing full well that big game releases are to summer what a high-starch diet was to the Irish potato famine. But there is something to talk about. We've made a habit each year of getting the Patreon subscribers to vote for what classic or overlooked game I have to do a fully Ramblomatic review of during 1 week of the summer game drought. Editor Nick waded into the Discord to solicit suggestions, and by some horrifying arcane process known only to him, settled upon the following 6 finalists. 1. Danganronpa. Making its third appearance in the finals, the anime detective game is a popular recommendation but has a habit of being outvoted at the last stretch. It was pipped at the post by Chrono Trigger in 2023 and Knights of the Old Republic in 2024. Let's see if this year the weeb block can finally come together to outvote the retro weebs and the boring-ass normal-brained people. 2. Sid Meier's Pirates! I think that's how you pronounce that. The 2004 remake rather than the 1987 original. I mean, Jesus Christ, we're up for retro gaming, but we're not about to go back to running games on fucking oscilloscopes or stone tablets. I think someone might have heard a rumour that I like anything with an 18th century nautical theme, so perhaps we'll see how that rubs up against my attitude towards mini-games. 3. Deep Rock Galactic, a multiplayer mining survival type game about space dwarfs, which I have played, didn't really gel with it, but I can see how it might appeal. Not entirely clear on why someone thinks it would be funny to make me play it again, maybe because I am basically the diametric opposite of a space dwarf, that is, an earthbound tall person. 4. Jade Empire. I had to look this one up. Apparently it was an action RPG made by BioWare in 2005 as an Xbox exclusive, and which nobody bought. Good reviews, but no sequels were forthcoming. Apparently it was the decision to focus on this and Dragon Age that meant BioWare didn't make Knights of the Old Republic 2. So maybe one of those KOTOR fans from last year are still harbouring a grudge. 5. Factorio. The original top-down 2D game about factory making and pretty much bugger all else, this one got pretty damn close to winning last year. Christ knows why. I think it has one of those rabid fanbases who insist that no really, you too will soon become obsessed with creating visual metaphors for my internal thought processes when I'm trying to find room in my schedule for a sneaky wank. And 6. Elden Ring Night Rain. I was turned off Night Rain by its multiplayer focus, but frankly there's no rational reason for why I haven't played it yet, except that I just don't really wanna. The old Souls-like fatigue again. Still haven't finished base Elden Ring or played the DLC. I'll play Night Rain if you insist. I just find less appeal these days in getting pounded into the dirt by a 12-hit combo from a huge flaily lad with a very prominent adjective in their name. And that's this year's 6 finalists, and now all that remains is for you guys to vote on which one will get the fully Ramblomatic treatment at some as yet undetermined point in this year's Summer Game Drought. Remember, only Patreon subscribers at the $5 a month tier or above get to vote, so if you want to have a voice, go to patreon.com/secondwindgroup and sign up. You'll get all sorts of other perks and bonus videos as well. If you don't want to do that, or can't afford it, feel free to have an informal straw poll in the comments of this video. Maybe a Patreon subscriber will pass by and be swayed by your arguments. I mean, we managed to persuade them to give us money every month. They're presumably a fairly malleable bunch. That concludes this recording. If you'd like to leave a message, please stick it up your bum when you hear the tone. Oh, thank goodness, my dietitian was getting concerned I hadn't been eating enough shit lately. I mean, I gotta nominate the 5 worst games of the year in about 6 months' time, and I've hardly been hating anything so far. Between the alters and a string of basically okay stuff, I've hardly had enough bile in me lately to digest my fucking 8 AM White Russian. Thank you, Builder Rocket Boy. I didn't realise that was the developer's name at first. When the ident came up, I thought I was being issued an instruction, but I digress. Thank you for brewing up MindsEye in the witch's cauldron of AAA money and behind-the-scenes drama. A game with such a vast, smelly, monumental arse that when it bends over at the equator, there's an eclipse at the tropics. And I'm aware I'm not making any earth-shattering revelations here. The contours and geography of this particular arse have been well mapped out for weeks, but like I was going to pass up the opportunity to kick the teeth out of this dead horse. Shittiness this rich and pungent deserves to be savoured. I want to have a nice long slow dance with MindsEye, get its legs all tangled up in the strips of toilet paper that litter the ballroom, then twirl it out onto the balcony under the moonlight, meet its gaze, and shove it over the rail. Mind Shite tells us the story of Jacob Diaz. Whoa, I'm sending that straight off to the Museum of Arse-achingly generic protagonist names. That's right up there with Alex Mason, but with a spicy tang of multiculturalism. A former special ops soldier who moves to that one glittering high-tech future city in the desert tech bros and Saudi princes are always threatening to impose upon the world, where his childhood friend manages to get him a job as a senior security officer for the billionaire tech bro company behind everything. A job he was apparently able to get him without his physical presence, or indeed him needing to be contacted at all, presumably using the same method by which that one dude got a bunch of mail-order degrees for his cat. But wait, there's an explanation for this. The billionaire tech bro cunt bucket wanted Jacob specifically because the military plugged a super-secret tech implant in his neck, and something happened in the Middle East that infected him with an alien virus or something, that either makes robots want to kill him or gives him the power to control them. I don't know, the plot's kinda inconsistent with that one. Anyway, Jacob protagonist has no memory of what happened in the desert, and now his sole driving motivation is to get to the bottom of the strange incident that changed his life forever. Or do a really good job protecting the billionaire tech bro wank sandwich who employs him now. Or get revenge on the military, or get his leg over this one hacker girl he rescues at one point, another thing the plot's a bit inconsistent on. Mind Your Backs is a slightly GTA-adjacent open-world game, but I don't think anybody told it just that. There's undeniably an open world in it, which we can theoretically freely explore in the provided vehicles, but the moment we try to do so, the game has a massive panic attack. Like we're wandering perilously close to the chest freezer containing the corpse of the person who actually owns this house. You're immediately locked into a story mission and told to drive to such and such a place, and if you do anything other than fucking floor it and arrive with smoking tyres and a neighbour's picket fence wrapped around your rear spoiler, an NPC rings you up and yells at you. Why the fuck aren't you at the mission destination yet? Who do you think you are? A person with free will? Finish the mission and you're immediately inescapably locked into the next story mission and obliged to drive all the way back across the city, with shouty naggy NPC tagging out for the next story-relevant shouty naggy NPC to start nagging you to get your ass in gear. And so on until the game ends, about 60% of which, in retrospect, was spent driving across mostly empty roads getting nagged. Man, between this and Mario Kart World, what is it with games being embarrassed of their open worlds lately? Is it because they're so common now it's considered unclassy to show them off, like wearing a full military dress uniform to your mate's barbecue? Well, that analogy only works for MindsEye if your dress uniform consists of a KFC bucket and 3 handfuls of shit, because you're in the shit army, for twats. And Minds a Pint is perhaps justifiably embarrassed of its open world because there's fuck all in it. A bit of city, a lot of desert, and very little in the way of shit to do. As for the percentage of the game that isn't spent driving around at slightly less than what the game considers optimal speed, it's mostly token rounds of pedestrian cover-based shooting against very inept enemies. The plot makes a fuss out of this drone that Jacob has that's supposed to be his superpower, but its only real function is to delete a single target from the battlefield every time the cooldown is up. Oh, thank goodness, now I can get back to driving around the city faster. There's also a couple of tailing missions and precisely one instance of a safe-cracking minigame, both of which made me go, yeah, I suppose you've made your point, MindsEye. Things could always be worse. Back to the terrible shooting, please. I wondered if this was a ride to hell situation, meaning something intended to be open world that had to scale back to a linear experience because they couldn't be asked to do the extra legwork, not just that the game's a big pile of bum. But then I was picking through the menus and found a great big list of optional race challenges laid out in a neat list. Where the fuck were these? Why didn't you scatter them across the map to be discovered organically? It would have taken 5 seconds. This is one of those games that's always going to be fascinating to autopsy, preferably very suddenly and violently with a 2-foot scalpel, because there's so much about it I just can't fathom. The plot is so elaborately told with full-on mocapped cutscenes and characters and yet makes so little sense. Why does there just happen to be a secret alien temple underneath the city? And why do we go there to confront the big villain, fail, backtrack all the way out of the temple, do another unrelated mission, then go back to the secret alien temple again because we just remembered, oh shit, the big villain was there, should probably confront them properly. The plot only stops vacillating randomly between characters and tones and themes when it runs out of gas and ends about as abruptly and satisfyingly as a shotgun blast to the lower leg. And I still have so many questions. This billionaire tech bro clit brisket, thinly disguised Elon Musk stand-in character, for example, am I supposed to think he's a spoiled, superficial, manipulative cunt, or a misunderstood visionary genius? Because that's another thing the plot goes back and forth on, until by the end most of what we seem to be doing is defending the guy's visionary tech projects from evil government and military people who want to repress him with their evil regulations. Oh god, you don't actually like Elon Musk, do you, developers? I bet you do. I bet you're one of those people who defends him at parties, until we can politely shake you off and get back to talking with the dude wearing 3 handfuls of shit. And so we get around to Death Stranding 2 on the beach, or to use the more apt title, Death Stranding 2 on the skip cutscene button. Oh, don't give me that look, Hideo Kojima, you know I like you really, and think the video game industry is a more interesting place with you in it, in the way a summer vacation becomes a lot more interesting when a giant tuberculotic narwhal washes up on the beach wearing a t-shirt for a popular J-pop idol group. I don't want to go into spoilers too early, so let me hint at what to expect using the 2 truths and a lie technique. 2 of the following appear in Death Stranding 2. A tightly choreographed close-quarters kung fu fight in a kitchen with a pizza chef, a gunfight in a car park against a schoolgirl wearing a giant anime character head, and a shirtless guitar duel that ends with one of the participants being eaten by a giant slimy baby. But as always, the really fun part of Hideo Kojima games is not that they're complete fucking nonsense, it's the knowledge that they make perfect sense to Hideo Kojima. And he's really fucking happy to explain how. One day I just want to sit in on one of his pitch meetings. I imagine there's a lot of nodding and smiling, and urgent glances to the cabinet with a tranquilizer gun. Anyway, here's the plot. Norman Reedus and his magic fetus have gone into hiding after the events of the first game and are living his best grumpy single dad life with the now slightly larger magic fetus, until that moony tart with the weird umbrella shows up again and says, hey, great job connecting up all of America and all that, but we've just realised, in the grand tradition of being Americans, we forgot that other countries exist. I assume I'm American anyway, my accent's all over the fucking place. So after making some inroads to Mexico, we decide the logical next step is to connect up all of Australia, appropriately enough. You know, appropriate because of On the Beach. It's a reference to On the Beach, the 1957 Neville Shute novel about people in Australia dealing with a global apocalypse. No? Oh dear. It's okay, Mr. Kojima, sir. I understood your clever reference. Should I tell everyone else to report to detention? Luckily, a magic portal to Australia appears in Mexico, conjured from the mysterious fantasy realm where all the really contrived things live, and Norman Reedus can get to work delivering shit to good old Down Under. So there are 2 recurring issues with Kojima's writing, neither of which he's done much to fix. Firstly, really weird emotional tone. All the characters are to relatable human emotion what the main characters in the Dawn of the Dead remake were to that one gun shop owner dude stuck on the roof across the parking lot. There are moments in the plot early on that I found genuinely genuinely moving and affecting, especially as a father, and then one fucking cutscene later we're being introduced to Doll Man, the man who is a doll, to join our established friends Heart Man, the man with a weird heart, and Dead Man, the man who gets really poor radio reception. And Kojima's other main issue is dialogue. His characters don't talk with each other, they talk at each other. Very little verbal sparring or back and forth or chemistry, just mostly clunky exposition. Hey, I'm going to the shops, do you want anything? Yeah, could you get me a Twix? That's how normal people talk. Here's how that would go down in a Kojima game. Yahtzee, I've noticed you're running low on energy. Have you considered eating a Twix? It's a unique combination of chocolate, caramel and biscuit that provides all the necessary sugars and nutrients to temporarily boost your stamina. What's more, you can easily acquire one from many retail outlets. But first I must also explain to you the concept of Snickers. But again, we expect this from Hideo, and it's why we love him. The really disappointing thing about Death Stranding 2 is that it hasn't really evolved much since the first game. It's hitting a lot of the same beats. You're linking up Australia instead of America, you're best friends with a doll who is a man now, but not much has changed in the core gameplay. I'd say there's a bit more emphasis on combat this time, and instead of the odd boss battle in Dreamworld against Mads Mikkelsen, the campaign is broken up with the odd boss battle in Dreamworld against a bloke dressed like Solid Snake with a distractingly big nose. Besides that, the core mechanic is still the simple act of getting yourself to places when the terrain is uneven and you've got 9 toaster ovens strapped to your back. And in the moments when you are trudging across the scenery, it's still as weirdly compelling and contemplative as before, as you marvel at your smallness against the majesty of the wilderness and the strength of Norman Reedus' lower spine. It's just all the fiddling about in between that annoys me. The moment-to-moment interfacing has a serious efficiency problem. I don't like that I can't stealth kill dudes unless I go out of my way to equip my magic bit of string, which means sticking my hand in the radial menu that looks like a mechanical wasp's nest put together by Jigsaw, where with the slightest mispress I might accidentally drop my gun and equip Norman Reedus' ability to do wee-wees instead. I also shouldn't have to click through 5 information screens and skip 3 mini cutscenes just to complete a delivery mission. Practically the game's second core mechanic is skipping cutscenes. If I want Norman Reedus to have a shower, I have to skip the cutscene where he gets up, skip the cutscene where he turns the tap, skip the cutscene where he showers, and skip the cutscene of him sitting down again. Then I make him eat a bug and skip the cutscene for that, and then skip the cutscene of him having a lovely can of drink as well. Not Monster Energy drink this time, guess that contract didn't get renewed. Probably after the monster people found out that 90% of their product screen time was taking place after it had passed through Norman Reedus' kidneys. The other thing on the list of common Hideo Kojima game issues is that he always gives us way too much shit to achieve relatively simple tasks. Metal Gear Solid 4 didn't need 9 different kinds of porn mag to distract guards with, and one of the big finale quests in Death Stranding 2 is just to get from one end of the map to the other, saying, "Ooh, be prepared for anything, this will be your toughest challenge yet." But all I had to do was drive slowly around the coast, giving a wide berth to all the killer robots, and the only preparation needed in the end was to load up on fucking audiobooks. Still, they were jolly interesting audiobooks, and I appreciate Death Stranding 2 for giving me a chance to catch up on them. It's not a game I find unenjoyable, is the point, but at the same time, there's something about Death Stranding that's always given me the ick. Bug eating aside, part of it's that the characters all occupy a sort of personality uncanny valley that's heard of emotions but isn't sure it wants anything to do with them. But the big part of it is the weird fixation on Norman Reedus' bodily functions and perving on him in the shower. Just feels like if you swapped out Norman Reedus for, say, an anime schoolgirl, the game would be indistinguishable from one of those weird Japanese fetish games. Hey, no judgment. Some people are into watching girls go wee-wee in the shower and then strapping a 6-foot wardrobe to their backs. Persona 5 The Phantom X, more like Persona no 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 5. This is normally the point where I'd have a dig at Atlas for once again putting off finally having to announce Persona 6 instead of another dick-sickening spin-off or remaster. But there is a point when a bit of cheeky tease and denial becomes flat-out denial, which not coincidentally is also the first stage of the grieving process. I've been following The Phantom X since it was announced, and the moment I knew it was a fucking free-to-play gacha game, I was thinking, please don't succeed, please don't be fucking successful, don't GTA Online this bitch, give a great single-player franchise the excuse to not make another game for 13 fucking years. But we all knew it was gonna succeed, didn't we? Because those fucking whales just can't get enough of watching anime girls' tight sweaters jiggle almost imperceptibly for a fraction of a second because they turned around too quick. Still, as someone who really likes Persona 5 and has yet to be won over by a gacha game, in the way this Joseph Stalin fella still hasn't won me over on this whole gulag concept, I felt the need to try it because this was the best chance gacha games were ever going to get. Theoretically, anyway. In practice, this was like having to watch a famous actor I respect shilling their new fucking crypto coin. Still, I was impressed by the initial trailer because it's undeniably progressive of Atlas to finally have another Persona game with a female protagonist. And then I played the game and realised, oh, it's just a dude with a girly haircut. Got me again, anime. Should have realised, in anime a girly haircut only becomes a girl's haircut if it looks like it takes 3 hours of work and 2 cans of fluorescent spray paint. Anyway, Phantom X is a story running somewhat in parallel to that of Persona 5, except instead of playing a dude who's been wrongly accused and disenfranchised and pushed to the brink, very satisfyingly turning things around on a corrupted society, we play a dude Sounded like there was going to be more to that sentence, Yards. Yes, that was the gag, thank you. A dude who lives in a house, who teleports to the metaverse basically at random, and swiftly acquires an animal sidekick, a persona awakening, and a weird bossy lady in a blue outfit as part of the standard metaverse induction package. Considering how well written Persona 5 was, it's really stark comparing that to how fucking weak source the characterization is in Phantom X. The main villain of the first act, for example. You want to know how the game establishes he's been corrupted by the forces of darkness? Brace yourself. He barges past people on the subway a lot. No, really, that's it. And they make a real fucking meal out of it. He's standing there going, yes, I barged into those people and I'll do it again. And I'll just keep claiming it was an accident. I'm evil and no one can ever stop me. Least of all you, even if you invade my subconscious while dressed as a highwayman from the future. And the plot flat out informs us that if we don't go inside his mental realm and steal his heart, then he's literally going to nudge a baby to death. I swear I'm not making this up. Besides that, the first act plays rather blatantly like a truncated version of the first act of Persona 5, except it's baseball instead of volleyball, and the Anne and Ryuji arcs are rolled into a single support character who has to both champion the injured best friend and avenge the ruined sporting career. One wonders how she finds the time to eat her depression cornflakes in the morning. Ah, so it's an alternative universe version of Persona 5, is it? I might have thought so if the established Persona 5 characters weren't constantly popping their heads around the door for fan service, and your interactions with them were always so fucking cringy. Who are you? Are you a phantom thief? Me too. What effortless chemistry we have. It's like reading a story from a teenage girl's dream journal about her hanging out with Harry Styles. Yes, that's as contemporary as my references get. So we acquire party members in the story through the traditional method. Villain of the moment victimizes prodigious young person confronts villain's shadow in the metaverse, moment of self-realization, scream, bloodily pull off own face, handshake, certificate, commemorative photograph, etc. But then it's also a gacha game, so there's also other party members we acquire from pulling the lever on the slot machine, who are also phantom thieves with names and personas, but who have no story introduction and we know fuck all about. Some of them appear to be characters from the story we haven't met yet, and others are just randos, standing around on the fringe of the party, occasionally going, oh look, a treasure, because there's an obvious glowing chest in the room, sweating bullets that will ask awkward questions. Who am I and how the fuck did I get here? Oh look, a treasure, let me spin around very fast to point at it, jiggle jiggle. This is the game trying to have it both ways. It's got Persona-style activities like working the convenience store or hanging out with your mates, and they ostensibly advance time, but there's no time crunch element, no deadlines. Find a locked chest in the dungeon, who cares, just instantly teleport home. Craft some lockpicks, do the gardening, do 9 side stories, and go back to the dungeon at your leisure, and the game won't give a metric half squirt of shit. But then of course I reached the end of the first dungeon and the game was like, next is the boss fight, and by the way you're 8 levels behind, better grind that up before continuing, and thus does the insidious pissing about begin, because the best way to level up is to grind out random fights for crafting materials, and that only levels you up. You want to level your party members, you've got to manually shove a load of experience gems into them, possibly with a funnel and a spoon. And if you run out of stamina gems, don't worry, you can buy more with your poor financial decision-making gems, which you can buy for actual money from the shop. Not that shop, the other shop. The theory that live service games deliberately design their menus to be as confusing as possible in the hopes you get dizzy and accidentally drop your social security number is basically confirmed, I think. Why else would a game have different menus for goals, contracts, missions, and rewards, all of which have different fucking stuff? This is doubly heartbreaking considering one of Persona 5's most characteristic features is its efficient and beautifully designed menus. It's like hearing that your favourite singer got throat cancer, and he got it from singing a song you really hate, because all the lyrics are about asking people for money. Every now and again I'll get a glimpse of the real Persona 5, a story moment here, a thumping bit of music there, the odd satisfying battle sequence, rewarding strategic planning, even if one more actions can now only be generic attacks, and we aren't allowed to pick the target, because I guess making the combat interesting was less important than directing us to buy interesting combat gems. But it's all flayed skin being worn by a serial killer. It's not even that, it's the skin lying torn and discarded on bare cement, left there for us to pick through like we're searching a puddle of sick for the last good unclaimed chunks of half-digested carrot. I did tell you to bring a cocktail stick. I promised myself I'd stop starting these reviews by taking the piss out of the title, but I need to fall off the wagon just for this. Bananza really doesn't work for me as a pun. That zzz gets caught up on the end of my tongue, like your mum's nipple piercings. Bananarama would have flowed better, but I guess you can't use that. Well, maybe. Hey, quick show of hands, does anyone still remember Bananarama? Okay, I'll ask again in 10 years. Donkey Kong Bonanza is the second big exclusive title for the Switch 2, and the first that doesn't have quite so many hastily shoveled out for the plebs vibes as Mario Kart World, in which we play as Donkey Kong, a big stupid monkey who wants to eat all the bananas. Not much of a motivation, I suppose, but it works better than most of the cast of The Last of Us 2. He's busily acquiring bananas one day when he gets attacked and sealed underground by the machinations of an evil monkey, a big burly blue-collar labourer monkey, and a weirdly sexy lady monkey, who gives me upsetting unfamiliar feelings I'd rather not explore. Donkey Kong, who everyone keeps calling DK DK, which I keep hearing as Decay, and thinking that he's going by the pseudonym he uses when he's drumming for his 2000s nu metal band, must journey through a series of Jules Verne-esque underground worlds to reach the planet's core while escorting a tween-age version of Pauline, as the two of them learn to work together and become friends. So how exactly this leads to the setup of the first Donkey Kong game in which Pauline had to be rescued from Donkey Kong is interesting fodder for speculation, I think. Maybe that was after DK had one too many daiquiris, and Pauline was having a moment of late teens rebellion against her big monkey dad, forbidding her from seeing her creepy middle-aged boyfriend. Or maybe it was Mario completely misreading the situation and Pauline was just hanging out with DK, screaming at full volume a list of her favourite Beatles albums. Obviously this raises a lot of complicated questions about the canonical continuity of the Donkey Kong franchise, such as this one. Who the fuck gives a shit about the continuity of the Donkey Kong franchise? He's a big monkey who likes bananas. The only thing that matters is that Nintendo are apparently tossing their hat into the arena of hairy dad games, and fair play to them, they chose the best possible character for it, in that DK is both hairy and a dad, possibly. I never understood the whole Diddy Kong relationship. Maybe he's his catamite, but I must confess to not getting terribly invested in the central dynamic of Bananza, probably because it's a bit one-sided. Personality-wise, DK is little more than a big stupid force of nature who wants bananas, and he and Pauline have all the chemistry of a brick in a jacuzzi. She's wary of him for all of the first 5 minutes of their acquaintance, and then they're best monkey pals forever. She does have an individual character arc, though. She's nervous about singing in public, which we know because she keeps saying, "Oh no, I'm nervous about singing in public," shortly before she sings in public on multiple occasions throughout the plot. So when she has her big moment near the end where she overcomes her nervousness to save the day with her singing, it falls a little bit flat for me. Lady, you've done an entire fucking set list so far. This is practically the encore. Or did none of the previous occasions count because it was to an audience of animal people, you racist bitch? Anyway, Donkey Kong Banana Farmer was made by the same team as Mario Odyssey apparently, and it fucking shows. Basically the same format. Go through a series of themed mini open worlds, making progress by collecting MacGuffin items with a little fanfare each time, and each world has a unique collectible that can be exchanged for appropriately themed pairs of shorts. Where it differs is that firstly you have the option of running around completely naked, which would probably have drawn Mario some funny looks, and you have the unique ability to punch your way through the terrain. Not all of it, obviously, for fear of angry phone calls from the level designers union, but enough of it to lend the game a unique method of exploration and problem solving. I say unique. The first thing I did was mine out a section of rock until it was entirely disconnected from surrounding terrain, and when it didn't succumb to gravity, I was like, fucking knew it. Pack it up, lads, it's just Red Faction Gorilla. And if you haven't heard that joke yet, congratulations on having successfully cut social media out of your life. So this is old, not particularly impressive tech, but never mind, the controls are mostly functional. Up button to tunnel up, left button to tunnel left, and I'll let you figure out the rest for yourself. Things do get a bit wobbly when you're surrounded by destructible terrain, tunnel into a wall, and the camera just doesn't know what the fuck to do with itself. God only knows what direction Mr. Kong will move in if you press a punch button. It's like trying to navigate a ball pit with a concussion. The terrain manipulation is best utilised by grabbing lumps of concrete and wanging them at stuff. The game makes use of about every way grabbing and wanging can be employed as a mechanic, including grabbing and not wanging, so you can hold it over your head to keep the rain off. There's a lot to like about Bananza, but about halfway through I had the idle thought this feels a bit like Astrobot, which was followed by the much more active thought, wait, I liked Astrobot more than this. Shit, now I have to articulate why. I'm always having to articulate all over the place. What am I, a fucking dump truck? There are a few odd design choices in Donkey Kong Banana Boat that feel uncharacteristic of first-party Nintendo. Slight wonkiness of the standard controls and camera for one, and it feels like an odd choice that the game doesn't track or require a minimum amount of collected bananas until you get to post-credits mode. The only reason given until then is to acquire more upgrade points for the skill tree. A fucking skill tree? Amateur hour stuff, Ninty! A really standard and token skill tree full of not particularly tempting choices like increase by 0.5 inches the average size of the bubbles you blow with your spit. In short, there's a lack of tightness to Banana Hammock's design that gives it a certain carefree charm but manifests annoyances along the way. It's mostly fun, but the final boss fight really brought it down for me. After a whole game's worth of nice Mario-esque do the thing 3 times and win bosses, suddenly we're locked into a prolonged cage match with an annoying damage sponge who doles out opportunities to hit him the way a German babysitter permits screen time. And then 10 minutes later you have to do the whole fucking thing again, but he's got a stupider haircut. So there's that. Also, this isn't a criticism, but does anyone else feel like this game's a bit, sexually charged? Not with anything to do with Pauline, thankfully, you monster, but, well, firstly, it's the way you can only dress Donkey Kong like a male stripper. Then there's the unspecifically accented way the game goes, "Oh, banana," every time you pick one up, that made me think of the dialogue in German porn. And of course, the central game mechanic that entails Donkey Kong transforming into various naked, burly versions of jungle animals, like a really buff ostrich with massive pecs and perfectly spherical bum cheeks. Is it just me that got a weird sort of Choaniki vibe from that? What do you mean, what's Choaniki? Go ask your dads. Thank you once again to our wonderful Patreon subscribers for voting voting for this year's Drought Relief Retro Review, and extra special thanks for snubbing Danganronpa for the 3rd year in a row. Anime is like the Rice Krispies in a Kellogg's Variety Pack apparently, you only go for it when there's literally fuck all else. I don't hate the idea of playing Danganronpa or think that I couldn't possibly enjoy it, I just find it increasingly amusing that it keeps showing up only to get kicked in the head, like my dog when I'm using VR. Anyway, this year's winner was Sid Meier's Pirates, the 2004 remake rather than the 1987 original. I mean, Christ, it's retro review, not fucking Paleolithic. Sid Meier is a big fish from old school gaming, best known for having a very unreasonable combination of vowels in his name and also a pokey little try-hard franchise called Civilization. But he was also a man known to dabble all across the spectrum of management games, and at one point indulged his unassailable creativity by making a game about pirates called Sid Meier's Pirates. Then at some point someone stuck an exclamation mark on the end of the title, presumably as a marketing exercise. So now my job is to let you know how well Sid Meier's Pirates holds up from a modern perspective. Short answer, not terribly. It's very old school in its design focus. I mean, playing the PC version on GOG, it has to be primarily controlled with the fucking numpad on your keyboard. Even in 2004, that was like having to control a helicopter with a pull-chain flush handle. I'm assuming the format is recreating the 1987 original fairly closely, as it evokes an ancient design philosophy you can see in games like Civilization 1 or David Braben's Elite, where the attitude in play is not so much crafting an experience for the player as it is crafting an environment in which experiences could potentially happen. Plonking the player in the middle and going, don't fucking look at me, asshole, this is your show, get dancing, which is the first strike for me. I very much prefer a game to be intrinsically goal-oriented, with appropriate rewards and punishments. I still have occasional anxiety dreams that centre around the voice of a Japanese accented woman saying, don't worry, Mama can fix this. Sid Meier's Pilates creates for us a simulated version of the 18th century Caribbean, which even if we spend our entire time with the game sitting perfectly still in a corner of the map trying to get off with a manatee colony, would nevertheless bustle with activity as an array of NPC factions send their ships back and forth to inhabit settlements, negotiate trades, and fight it out over terrain. The first thing we do is pick which seagoing power to initially side with. Naturally, I went with the British. Boo, yeah, fuck off. Yes, historically the British haven't been much of a force for positivity in global affairs, but this is the age of sail, remember, when at least they weren't as bad as the fucking Spanish. Our protagonist is a gung-ho twink who runs away to sea to escape his family's victimization by an evil magistrate, but during a grueling voyage you mutiny against an evil captain and successfully argue to the assembled experienced sailors that you should be captain instead. The narration text scoots around the question of precisely how you did that, I'm assuming by having the tightest buttocks on the entire lower deck. After that, you get dumped to a really zoomed out view of a boat we control with numpad keys and are free to merrily explore the Caribbean. As long as we're going west, the wind's almost always pointing that way for realism's sake, so going west is a lovely holiday cruise, and going east is like climbing a spiral staircase on a pogo stick. But never mind that, my first act was to rock up to a British settlement where I bolstered my crew, read health bar by raking some dudes off the floor of the tavern, and then visited the governor, who told me he's super cool with the whole mutiny thing, as long as I go murder some Spaniards. Then I explored a bit more and found a French settlement where the governor was all like, Zut the law, you're now a captain in the French Navy because you murdered a Spaniard on the way here, which is literally the only qualification. Then I found a Dutch settlement where the governor went, windmills and tulips, etc. Please murder Spaniards. Then I had to stop at a Spanish settlement where the governor said, we're very unhappy you murdered some Spaniards, but you did also murder some neutral pirates, so here's a captaincy in the Spanish Navy and a mansion and please kiss my ugly daughter. I was a little perplexed how every time I talked to a governor he'd bring his fucking daughter out, all with ratings for beauty, apparently decided by how much tit they're showing off, and I'd be expected to dance with them in a slightly humiliating minigame about trying to remember which movements correspond to which hand gestures. Sorry, did I come in the wrong door? Am I playing Sid Meier's debutantes? I made a conscious decision to stop indulging the fucking governor's daughter nonsense, although it wasn't easy, because I'd go to a tavern for rumours of treasure and all they'd have is, hey, I hear the governor of St. Kitts' daughter shows off 12 centimetres of cleavage. If Sid Meier's pie plates was being sold today, they'd probably call it a roguelike, because where the quests will take you and the fatness of each daughter's titties is up to RNGesus, you craft the experience you want to have, which ultimately comes down to which of the game's many largely unrelated minigames you can tolerate. I hate the dancing. Ship combat's alright. Sword combat's about pressing the right button in response to the enemy, so it's basically just the dancing again, but more on theme. Treasure hunting based on vague maps is a fun enough exercise. Sneaking through a hostile town is about as fun as doing a cereal box maze puzzle with all your fingers stuck in Smarties tubes, and the turn-based strategy town assaulting minigame seemed functional enough the entire one time I did it. The problem with Sid Meier's pratfalls is that it's taken the individual elements of a swashbuckling pirate adventure story, pirating, treasure hunt, shag rebellious posh crumpet, and tried to turn each one into a repeating system. Even the long-term goal of rescuing your family is like that. You defeat the evil Baron Twatstash and he reveals the location of your long-lost sister, so you go rescue her with a variant on the treasure hunting minigame, and seconds after the tearful reunion, the game goes, whoops, now Baron Twatstash knows the location of your long-lost cat. Better defeat him again. So even what passes for the plot becomes grinding out minigames. I wouldn't say Sid Meier's Perverts does hold up. In the end, what made me pack it in was I just couldn't figure out how to keep my crew's morale up. I'd stay supplied, I'd pillage ships, find treasure, not pillage ships, dock at that one place near the Florida Keys where the barmaid has the really stonking baps. Still, the happy face icon slid inexorably into sad. And eventually I decided I'd had enough of trying to appease these nagging dipshits. I get enough of this at home. When I've been playing VR too much, and the dogs run out of face medicine. Ah, Ninja Gaiden. How long's it been since our last Ninja? 13 years. 2012 was when I last did a Ninja Gaiden game, namely Ninja Gaiden 3, a game about a ninja flipping out and killing people, and, possibly some other things. Actually, I don't remember anything else. Oh, I think there was a lady with big knockers flapping about, although for the era that's like remembering that the title had consonants in it. You know, I think I might have hit upon why we haven't heard much from Ninja Gaiden lately. It's because there's not a whole lot you can do with the material. A ninja flips out and kills people. Yeah, that's what ninjas fucking do. It's like making a game about the tide going in and out. Call me when it's about a ninja learning to make sourdough or applying for job seekers allowance. Perhaps in recognition of the concept's essential lack of room for growth, Koei Tecmo have opted to go the route of making a pixel art retro-style 2D game, harkening back to old classic Ninja Gaidens from the 8-bit era. The way one would say to a stubborn teenager, fine, stay in your room and play with your toys, and come down to the dinner table when you're ready to be part of this family, and get some fucking HD graphics down ya. In Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, we play as Kenji, a junior executive murderer at the Hayabusa Ninja Clan, who are nice, honourable murderers who always put a comfy pillow on the floor before they murder a dude. And after evil demons from hell invade the world, because they've got literally fuck all else on, Kenji gets his rice balls pushed in by demons and is forced to combine his powers with Kumori, a bad bitch lady ninja from a rival evil ninja clan called the Black Spiders, who are bad and untrustworthy because they treat murder for hire like it's some kind of crime. Anyway, by absorbing the powers of Kumori, Kenji augments his stabbing ability with the secret forbidden knowledge of, brace yourself, throwing knives. I ain't ragging on you, Kenji, but could you not have learned to chuck knives without leasing your body to the soul of an evil lady ninja? What, were the Black Spider clan patent squatting on the concept of wanging shit about? Or is this some Hayabusa clan thing, like throwing knives are cheating, and it's only honourable to stab a guy if you're close enough to give him a reassuring kiss on the cheek? Anyway, Kenji and Kumori set out to turn back the demon invasion despite their mutual distrust and hatred, and the character arc between them as the game unfolds is exactly what you'd expect, really, but it's not a particularly long game, and the dialogue scenes are brief and spaced out to not interrupt the arcade action too much, so they have to go through the speed version of this particular dynamic. Hate, bicker, tease, sarcasm, humour, achieve mutual goals, newfound respect, sacrifice for the other, romance, kissy, lots of Ninja Clan hybrid babies, who can stab with swords and then throw the swords at people. So as I say, it's a very old school arcade level based 2D platformer, go through themed environment, doing platform puzzles and slitting up the cannon fodder, big boss fight at the end, on to next level. And to skip to the summary for a moment, I rather enjoyed it. I hate fast paced hack and slash games where they keep giving you more and more combos you have to remember. Oh, press XXXXYY to do the graceful swan buttock targeting mule kick, when 90% of the time you can get as far as XX and then have to dodge out of the way again, because the other dude's swinging the decommissioned sea mine on the end of a lamppost he carries around. Well, Ragebound ain't got none of that shite. Here's the rundown on Kenji's attack controls. Press sword button, whatever's in front of you dies. Then Kenji merges with Kumori, and you also acquire the ability to press fling knife button. Anything on the same lateral plane as you dies. Most enemies die in one hit, except for the big ones, which die in one hit if you charged a superpowered big bollocks attack from killing specific other enemies first, so building up combos is more about picking off targets in the most optimal order, and it makes for a banging-ass, fast-paced core gameplay loop, all the fun of ninja flip-outs with a spicy seasoning of data validation. The platforming I'm less keen on. I wish it wouldn't kill you for falling off the screen. Come on, Ninja Gaiden, be cool. Just teleport us back onto the ledge with a little health penalty. Every other game does that these days. I don't care what Mummy says, do what Daddy says. Back to the checkpoint. You just failed the bonus objective to not fall down any pits, by the way, to add an extra scent-marking tiger incident to your shame safari. But on the whole, it's a strong primary gameplay loop, and as you should know by now, that's all I need to recommend it. Although it wouldn't be modern game design if they didn't try to gild the lily. So of course there's an upgrade shop where you spend hidden collectibles on equipable talismans and shit. I ended up equipping the first 2 talismans I got and kept them for the whole game. So whoops, that's my entire incentive to hunt for collectibles pissed off the fucking wall. Oh wait, I did buy that one special attack that gives you a free heal. But again, only used that and bought nothing else for the whole game, because I bloody needed it. The game hands out health pickups with the speed and efficiency of a fucking Bitcoin mining rig. But even so, I was surprised by how easy I found the game. I breezed through the whole thing in more or less one session. Can this really be the notoriously hard Ninja Gaiden franchise? Isn't this the point where you're supposed to be going at my dainty arse like a Lernian Hydra bobbing for apples? No, I completed the game, but after a fairly archetypal ending Tron 3000 situation, with the usual result of me reloading a save to see how the other ending goes, I smelt a little ninja rat. Hey, I've played enough Castlevania and Persona games to know what is and is not a real ending. Where's the deliriously happy canon ending where all our friends cheer us on while we fight a dude in space? One swift Google later, I found, oh hang on, I forgot the spoiler alert. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert, it'll really hurt to hear the dirt if with this game you intend to flirt, to let me assert spoiler alert. Google said, to get the true ending, first play through the game on hard mode. Oh, you sneaky little raccoon, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. First taste's free, is it? Make me play through on easy first, lure me in with your fun graphics and cool gameplay, and then out come the great big knobbly decommissioned sea mines. Well, it kind of worked. Unusually for me, I did restart the game on hard and was further impressed that hard mode actually adds more enemies and hazards instead of the usual crank up all the damage numbers and call it a day. In short, it soon became clear that hard mode is a case of the real Ninja Gaiden Ragebound starts here. I do appreciate it for letting story-focused players get their nice gentle cuddle session in before the game brings out the nipple clamps for the hardcore audience, and I was enjoying enjoying the hard mode run until the boss fight started really taking the piss, at which point I thought to go back to Google to learn exactly what getting the true ending was going to ask of me. And, well, entire game boss rush on one health bar? Fuck off, Ninja Gaiden. I'm not made of ninja. Yes, you read that title correctly. The official name of this game is Tales of the Shire, a The Lord of the Rings open brackets TM close brackets game. Not a Lord of the Rings game. God no, how the plot will people know this is set in Middle-earth copyright New Line Cinema without the all-important definite article? A Lord of the Rings? What is this? A documentary about a hereditary peer who dabbles in onion farming? This is the kind of shit you have to expect when you're dealing with an IP on this level of milkability, I suppose. No adaptation can go out until it's gone back and forth through the fucking rotating knives of legal teams, marketing departments, law experts, and entire buildings full of executives who have to justify salaries directly proportional to the vastness of their lunch breaks. Anyway, this extremely efficient process apparently recently learned that Stardew Valley is a popular game after a short, very efficient 9 years, and someone decided they were gonna get them some of that. Here's an idea, let's make a cozy game broadly speaking about what would have happened if the hobbits had told Gandalf to stick his walking stick up his arse and just stayed in the Shire to focus on gardening and smoking weed. So we play a custom-designed random hobbit. We can type in our own first name, but have to pick a surname from a list, so there's limited potential for calling yourself something rude, but I did my best with Rampant Chubb. Rampant moves to a small up-and-coming hobbit village, hitching a ride with Gandalf making a token appearance. Canonically, he spends a lot of time around hobbits because they sell him weed. Then we move into someone's abandoned hobbit hole, we're entitled to for unclear reasons, and set to work befriending the neighbours. And it's all so bloody twee. Where the Lord of the Rings open brackets TM close brackets movies made themselves popular through brooding fantastical adventures and watching hobbits getting the absolute taters kicked out of them for 9 hours, here the main threat dealt with by the plot is whether or not the village you're in gets officially declared a village as opposed to a suburb of a larger hobbit community, it being very important to the locals that they distinguish themselves from those elitist, latte-drinking, white-collar hobbits in the big city. Does the Shire have a federal government that decides what is and is not a village? It always struck me as one of those hypothetical libertarian utopia kind of places that in reality always end up getting taken over by the bears no one can be asked to deal with. Oh god, I just got a sense the fucking Middle-earth lore experts are mounting on the horizon. Let's move on. I knew this was shooting for cozy games, so I wasn't expecting knife fights, but still, in the original text, Tolkien doesn't shy away from establishing that hobbits can be nasty, spiteful little bastards. I mean, there were those dudes who kept nicking Bilbo's furniture, so there's something a little off-brand about the utter toothlessness of this game. It's like the fucking Gummy Bears cartoon. Closest thing to a villainous threat is that the one guy who sells you flour is a bit of a prick, and that just means he's a little more begrudging in his praise when you invite him over for tea and pies. Tea and pies is more or less the core mechanic of Tales of the Shire, the also Lord of the Rings copyright Tolkien estate forward game. You farm, you forage, you fish, you furtively fail to fuck your fellow furry-footed Facebook friends, but all of it is done in service to the time-honoured ritual of tea and pies. There's about 12 NPCs with actual names, the rest are random nobody hobbits that I assume are all hanging around waiting for someone else to die and free up a house. At any time you can invite some of the named neighbours to a meal at a specific venue, and doing so is the only way to build friendship, and building friendships is the only way to progress. The meals you have to cook with the food you farmed, foraged, fished and fermented, so you can see how tea and pies hangs over all of the gameplay loops like a big hungry kite. But if this is supposed to get us attached to the various hobbit NPCs, it cocks that right up a prancing pony. I don't know if you can romance them, I never got anyone's friendship level high enough to check, but everyone looks like fucking toddlers, so even though Samwise Gamgee's future wife is here, the thought of enacting my lifelong cuck fantasy just gave me the ick. I mainly can't get attached because firstly you've got to invite all of them regularly or they start getting stroppy, and when you do they go, "Sure, I'll come, please cook the following for me." You entitled little bitch, you eat what you get given, that's how dinner parties work. Do I look like a fucking food truck? Don't answer that. And then no one speaks during the party, and all have the exact same eating animations, and when they bugger off they're supposed to give you a present if your friendship leveled up, but they don't do it automatically. You've got to sprint after them as they toddle their way home, and go, "Excuse me, I think you forgot something, cough cough, hold out hand," like an ill-mannered valet. I have many little annoyances. It's a pain in the arse having to track down every quest giver in person to resolve every single fucking grow 3 potatoes mini-quest we're obliged to do to level up the activity clubs. And incidentally, saying joining an activity club instead of enslaved to a work detail is a useful tip for anyone planning to start their own libertarian cult. I wish there was a drop box at my home I could use to sell things instead of having to run to a merchant who might have gone home for the night, much as that might have scuppered your case whence cometh the Stardew Valley copyright lawsuit. These are nitpicks perhaps, but in a repetitive cozy zone-out game the little nitpicks mount up. They become the metaphorical pee under a mattress that means the princess can't sleep at night, but then maybe she shouldn't have drunk so much before bed. Pros. This is probably the most involved cooking minigame I've ever seen, just as well considering its importance, and I kinda like how you're guided to your destinations by birds landing on signs. nice immersive navigation system, although training entire flocks of wild birds to intuit my intended destination seems like a weird hassle to put yourself through when you forgot to give me a fucking compass. What condemns Tales of the Shite and I'm bored of this shite game is that it conflates coziness with laziness. At the thrilling story moment of our village being declared a village, slow the fuck down, Michael Bay, the NPCs are all like, remember when you first came here, rampant chub? What an adventure we've had since then. Yeah, it was 3 weeks ago. We haven't even gotten to winter yet. Why are you talking like this is the end of the story? Oh, that didn't take long. Don't worry, you can still level up relationships and activity clubs for as long as you want. Yeah, thanks, asshole. Maybe there's more story later. Frankly, I only played long enough after that to see what winter is like, and was disappointed one last time to find that all they do is recolour the vegetation white. Wow, look at the white leaves on all the trees, those things that famously have leaves during winter. Yeah, can't recommend, frankly. More like Lord of the I'd rather be doing other things. Sorry. I meant to say the Lord of the I'd rather be doing. So I learned something new this week, thanks to Mafia the Old Country. The original name of the Sicilian Mafia, Cosa Nostra, translates literally to our thing. And I kind of love that. All those dudes getting together in their sheds and basements to compare their things. I picture them going back up to their wives. Sorry I'm late for dinner, darling. All the lads had to pull out their things, and it took quite a while to get through them all. And today was particularly exhausting because we had to whack off a bunch of guys. Now hold still while I slap you about a bit in case Martin Scorsese's watching. So Mafia 1 set in the 30s, Mafia 2 in the 40s and 50s, Mafia 3 in the 60s, and now the new Mafia game is logically set in 1900. Man, what the fuck kind of Fibonacci sequence is this? I was looking forward to one set in the 90s, where we go around whacking off dudes listening to Ace of Base. But never mind, we play as Enzo, a young man enslaved in a Sicilian sulfur mine run by gangsters that everyone keeps talking about like he's a skinny, helpless little slave child, even though he is very obviously a large, burly man. What's with that? This used to only happen with live action stuff because no one wants child actors at the craft services table eating all the wagon wheels. Anyway, Enzo escapes from the mine using his powers of obviously being a large, burly man and gets chased to a vineyard owned by a rival, less evil crime family who take him in as a stable boy and let him live in the outside toilet, basically just to piss off the more evil crime family, and soon Enzo becomes part of the community. And just as he's settling in, a hot lady stops at the door to the outside toilet and starts giving him the eye. And in that moment, I correctly predicted the entire course of the plot, down to every significant development. Obviously, this girl is the daughter of the stern, overly protective mob boss who is Enzo's new father figure, and she feels trapped and depressed and red hot to get bent over the hitching rail, and is looking at this foul-smelling, sulphur-encrusted large burly man and thinking, this is exactly the kind of hot piece of crumpet that'll piss my dad off. And then Enzo's going to gradually rise in the ranks thanks to his large burly man skills until he's one of the most trusted soldiers. There'll be the point where everything's going really well and Enzo's thinking, wow, turns out crime does pay. And then everything will go to shit, the forbidden love affair is exposed, Enzo is disgraced and disillusioned and has to knife fight basically every character with a name. In brief, it's all very obvious. And you know what else is obvious? The large seamless open world, though apparently the game itself doesn't think so. Wow, that certainly is an open world you've got there, I cried out loud. Can't wait to explore it for collectibles and side content. What? Went the game. What open world? What on earth are you talking about? Keep following this extremely linear series of plot points. I can't believe this has happened again. Yet another open world with bugger all purpose except to force you to commute across the map between story objectives. Although Mafia 2 was similar, if memory serves. And in contrast to MindsEye, there is at least a convenient skip travel button that will warp you straight to the next important bit. But in that case, why does the game have an open world in the first place? Our new all-in-one kitchen blender comes free with a garbage sack and a litter picker to help you clear up all the bits of debris it leaves behind. Well, thanks, but I'd prefer to just have a kitchen blender that doesn't spontaneously explode. There are times when you can go off the plotted route and explore the open world, but the moment you leave the current intended story area, all the life and chattering NPCs disappear and you're left exploring deserted backroads like you went off script on The Truman Show. So if I can't call it an open world game, I mean the Steam tags don't, what else could it be? A shooter? A stealth game? There's certainly shooting and stealthing in it, much in the way there's an open world in it, but I wouldn't call it either the core system. No, let's just call it by the thing you'll be mostly doing. Ergo, Mafia the Old Country is a walk slowly behind NPCs waiting for them to finish gabbing off about shit you don't care about. Up. Oh joy, I do so love walk and talk sequences. They make me nostalgic for when my mother needed me out of the way and will keep me amused by letting me listen to audiobooks while riding back and forth on airport travelators all afternoon. It's fine to be primarily story focused if that's what you want to be, but it might help if your story wasn't utterly predictable and mawkishly melodramatic. So most of the chapters of the game consist of some establishing walk and talk, a long ride through the country, and eventually a token gameplay bit. Sometimes it'll be cover-based shooting in the classic press A to glue yourself to a chest-high wall while enemies pop up and down like Conrad Poos and his dancing teeth style, or it'll be a stealth mission which as usual entails crouch walking behind patrolling guards, distracting them with thrown objects, picking them off with the odd surprise chiropractic neck therapy of death, which is functional enough, dare I say fun, but it felt like after every single fucking successful stealth mission the game would go, nice job getting no alerts, but oh this is awkward, we kind of had an exciting shootout lined up for the next bit, so oh no you got spotted in a cutscene, clumsy you, shoot all the dudes. This is part of the reason I struggle to relate to the main character I suppose, because he never fucking listened to me. Enzo mate, what on earth was the fucking fucking point of me working so hard to get you all the way through the Opera House to the Royal Box without being spotted even once if you're then gonna stab a dude and push him off the balcony into the crowd, and then stand there like a fucking nonplussed circus seal as a spotlight gets trained on you? Remember how you didn't listen to me about 8 hours ago when the boss's daughter was eyeing your bum cheeks and I said, don't you fucking dare, you've got a good thing going, pile up a load of grapes and discarded meat scraps into the shape of a woman if you need a wet dick that badly? You're wishing you did that now, aren't you? And while we're on the subject, next time someone challenges you to a knife fight, listen to me for once and just shoot them in the fucking head. I wasn't kidding earlier, every single boss fight with a named character in this game is an inescapable knife fight sequence, and they're all pretty much identical. Press parry if they attack, press dodge if they do super glowing attack, press super glowing attack if they block. It's like if fucking Dragon's Lair was set in Glasgow. In summary, switch to red background, Mafia the Old Country is even more aptly named than even it realises, because it certainly does get old very fast. It's old hat, old news, old ideas and old mechanics making the same old mistakes. Take it behind the old woodshed and treat it like old Yeller. Oh, I see. Getting cocky now, are we, Bloober Team? Konami lets you remake Silent Hill 2 and you went, oh boy, we're in the big leagues now. No more inscrutable walking simulators about the interpersonal issues of depressed Polish people trapped in nightmare worlds for us. We're Johnny Big Trousers, survival horror makers. We make games with actual mechanics and combat and guns. And interpersonal issues of depressed Polish people trapped in nightmare worlds. Oh, and still inscrutable, of course. That's Eastern Europe for you. Inscrutable art, tracksuits, bad weather, and no fucking downtown parking. Big fucking talk for a developer named after an obscure Mario enemy. But one thing Bloober Team would have benefited from taking on board while they were busy remaking Silent Hill 2 was the virtue of the elevator pitch. That is, a story that can be very easily summarised for the sake of piquing interest. I mean, Silent Hill 2 is dude gets letter from dead wife. Bam, intrigue in 6 words. Hemingway would be proud. We could probably shorten it further even. Dude dead wife. Dead wife. Dweh. Let's see how quickly we can summarise Bloober Team's new one. Cronos The New Dawn is about an explorer in a dead post-apocalyptic Polish city looking for rifts in space-time so they can go back to the pre-apocalypse and suck the brains out of important people and upload them to post-apocalypse Dropbox, which will in some way help. And also she's a clone or a robot or something who goes around wearing a weird, terrifying environment suit incorporating a big dome head with a vagina on the front. And we look like an astronaut side-gigging as a living statue performer. And we look like Mysterio as redesigned by H.R. Geiger. And we look like the result of an orgy between every major evil alien race from Doctor Who. I could keep going, I've got a lot of these. And look, I'm not saying everything has to be high concept. I think it's perfectly fine to leave the audience with some unanswered questions. It's just the main unanswered question I came away from Cronos with was, what the fuck was that all about? There's even a twist towards the end that felt kind of flat because it recontextualized events from inscrutable situation the game didn't explain well or take time to make sure I understood, to other inscrutable situation the game didn't, etc. Gameplay-wise, at least, Cronos has a lot in common with the Silent Hill 2 make. It's a third-person Resident Evil 4 style camera that ravenously craves buttock, lots of slow walking through spooky abandoned environments, looting scraps of ammo and health items, looking for the puzzle solutions to open up the way to the next area, with the kind of extremely limited inventory that never fails to pump aerosolized scrotum sweat right up my nostrils, with the classic annoyance of having a single Yale key count for exactly the same inventory space as a double-barreled shotgun, and then there's a pair of bolt cutters you've basically got to have on you for the whole fucking game because chained up doors keep showing up and there's no map or guidance system to help you remember where the fucking things are. And that's where an annoyance officially graduates to bona fide cuntery. And of course there's the combat. Funny story, the day after my first session with the game I was thinking, oh, guess I'll play more of that Bloober Team thing, explore some more corridors and shoot some more, and realised in that moment that I'd completely forgotten what the monsters in the game even were. I only had blurry recollections of pointing a gun at something vaguely organic that didn't look like it was about to offer me a French fancy. So I reloaded my save and was like, oh yeah, mutated flesh monsters, I assumed it'd be something really fucking generic. The comparison to Silent Hill 2 make falls away to be replaced by a much more valid comparison to Dead Space 1 make. You play a protagonist wearing some kind of over-designed piece of kitchen equipment on their head. You exclusively fight spindly mutated monsters composed of mashed together humans with flesh like the last kebab of the evening. There's even a gimmick surrounding the monsters, in that you have to stop them from combining with each other like a fussy chaperone at a school dance. Which is all very well, but it's another thing that gets more annoying than exciting when they're doing the nasty like a Cornish pasty and you're on the other side of the room trying to extricate yourself from 3 of their wingmen. Also, there's an extremely contextual mechanic where you can stick to walls and ceilings and dive across the air to stick to the wall's opposite. A mechanic that made a lot of sense in Dead Space, being set on a ruined spaceship where gravity is less a law and more a sort of opt-in situation, but doesn't make a whole lot of sense in a fucking smashed up grimy hospital. In fact, now that I'm writing all this down, Cronos The New Dawn pretty much is just Dead Space with a typical Bloober Team plot and an infinitely worse title. But the art of action horror requires a certain balance. You have to walk the knife edge of giving the player enough supplies to get by while letting them feel they're escaping by the skin of their teeth. This is something Resident Evil and Dead Space manage very well. Cronos the Neutered Dog backlog does not manage it very well. I mean, I died to the very first enemy, which is never good, as it immediately deflates the tension. Between over-exuberant monsters and piddling inventory space, difficulties tweaked a touch too high early on. I flat out ran out of bullets fighting some kebabs in a park at one point, just had to leg it to the next objective. And upon getting there and discovering the monsters couldn't follow me through the door, presumably because I called base, I was all like, "Jeez, why didn't anyone tell me this was an option?" Until I then had to go back through the same park later on, and found them all still there, as well as some new guys that spawned in to see what all the fuss was about. And this continued to be more annoying than scary. I was dying frequently enough that the tension was deflating left and right like I was in the kitchen of a failing souffle restaurant. And speaking of more annoying than scary, fucking wall monsters. That's word for word what I wrote in my notes, actually. Always grabbing you from across the room before you've even registered their presence to unavoidably nibble your health like a complimentary hors d'oeuvre. Hey, didn't the Callisto Protocol do the exact same thing? Bitch, I wouldn't even use the same toilet as Callisto Protocol until I knew hot bleach had been applied. I know some of you will be crying skill issue right about now, and still more of you will cry comprehension issue when I reiterate that I didn't get what was going on in the story, where the mutation came from, where our protagonist came from, why there are a bunch of space-time rifts around, or why it was necessary to dress up like a xenomorph-themed stick of roll-on deodorant. But at the end of the day, an unengaging story can be saved by good gameplay, and annoying gameplay can be saved by a good story. But when you have an unengaging story and annoying gameplay, ain't no one coming to rescue that. More of a do not resuscitate situation, really. Once upon a time, in the magical world of Japan, there was a plucky little game developer named Hideo Kojima, who made a little action game called Metal Gear, that had a relatively stock action movie plot about a knockoff of Snake Plissken from Escape from New York, with the phallic undertones of their name made considerably less subtle, fighting an evil, culturally ambiguous terrorist group. A game so generic it flat out used painted-over stills from 80s action movies for the key art, and when it came time to name the big boss villain of the game, little Hideo Kojima thought, well, no need to put too much thought into it, let's just call him Big Boss, because that's what he is. I mean, it's not like this is going to turn into the franchise that defines my entire fucking career. 17 years and multiple anomalously successful sequels later, a wiser, less impulsive 2004 Hideo Kojima suddenly decided it's important to make an elaborate prequel set in the Cold War, with the main purpose of explaining why the dude was called Big Boss, and why it's actually very sensible that he was called that, and there's a heart-wrenching story attached, so don't you feel bad for taking the piss. You know, Hideo, most people would have just retconned it. No retcons. Everything is canon forever. Even that really stupid owl puzzle in Metal Gear 2. Right you are, Kojima. You mad bastard. And now here in 2025, we have Metal Gear Solid Delta, a ground-up remaster of the original Metal Gear Solid 3, which Hideo himself technically isn't involved in, but it follows the strict definition of remaster in that it's pretty much just a layering of HD graphics on top of the original, so we can quite justifiably give Hideo Kojima another nostalgic kick in his mad bollocks for it. Straight remaster is probably the best way Konami could have played it, frankly, as it's been made perfectly clear over and over again that nobody who currently works there knows what the fuck they're doing. Actually, I gather there have been some core gameplay improvements, and knowing that frankly boggles my mind, as I wonder how god-awful they must have been the first time around if this constitutes improved. I never played the original MGS3, surprisingly, considering I played the shit out of 1, 2, and 4. I guess my feeling was that if the game could offer no material for use in my Otacon Mpreg fanfiction empire, I just didn't want to know. I know what happens in MGS3, having watched video playthroughs, with my brow permanently creased in the typical Kojima frown of aroused bafflement, and occasionally pausing to run to the toilet due to the subconscious influence of the graphics' omnipresent cloudy piss filter. The protagonist is Snake, of the non-solid variety, grizzled gun-liking action man who is the fully grown adopted bitch boy of someone called The Boss, as in that isn't a nickname, that's their official title, presumably to differentiate her from Bruce Springsteen. We're reliably informed that The Boss is the greatest soldier in the history of ever, but in real terms she's essentially the archetypal Hideo Kojima character, a beautiful female victim of various forms of horrifying abuse, who at one point gets her tits out for no particular reason, and who communicates exclusively in verbose, broadly philosophical lectures. Hey, The Boss, do you want a cup of tea? What need has a soldier of tea? To a soldier, all that matters is the mission. Custard creams have no place on the battlefield. I didn't even bring up the custard creams, you mad bint. Oh, and she was probably a child soldier, because who the fuck wasn't in this series? I guess Otacon wasn't, but not for want of trying. Am I right, lore experts? Anyway, The Boss defects to the Soviet Union and teams up with a dude fomenting a coup against the Russian premier, but who is also, unrelatedly, a giant bulletproof electric man. Just roll with it, alright? And Snake is sent in alone to foil their schemes and assassinate him and the boss by going all third-person stealth action on their inexplicably superpowered tits. So as I hinted earlier, the basic gameplay of Metal Gear Solid controls like two greasy dog penises. Snake runs like he's trying to catch a bus that hasn't started moving yet and he doesn't particularly want to catch. If he gets knocked down, he goes into prone state and has to press the crouch button twice to get back up and start hitting things again, but if he presses it for too many nanoseconds, he plops right back down into prone again, like he's decided he hasn't quite given up looking for his contact lens. When you grab a dude, the merest touch or release of a button or stick is the difference between letting him go, slitting his throat, or pitching him headfirst into a curb. All the same, I do get a pleasing sense of nostalgia, playing a combat system from back before such things were so tiresomely standardized. So yeah, I get the sense Hideo felt the series was in a bit of a rut after MGS2, top top-down Soliton radar boss fights with weirdos, lots of banging on about nanomachines, and took the opportunity of a prequel to experiment a bit. As such, MGS3 is a game of ideas, some of which are good, iconic even, like the camouflage system or the prolonged sniping duel against the End in the middle of the game, counterintuitively. And then there are the other ideas, like the healing system, a classic example of trying to add realism to the eternally ridiculous concept of eating a box of health to regrow all your lost limbs and ending up with a clunky set of hoops to jump through, like we're stuck in our local hospital's automated answering service. Being a game of ideas, MGS3 is full of memorable moments, but it doesn't string together well into a cohesive whole. In contrast to 1 and 2, that took place in single large facilities, encouraging you to get a sense for your environment, 3 is more a linear sequence of small encounters, dipping its toes into one new gameplay mechanic after another, a rail shooting segment here, an escort quest there, but rarely makes the most of anything. And as for the story, Jesus H. Christina Aguilera, trying to take that as a cohesive whole is like trying to train 2 dolphins to gather together a load of bars of wet soap. The cutscenes are full of bizarre interactions and conversations that go nowhere, between characters who we are always told are world-class experts in their fields, but whose actions provide very little evidence for that, like the lady who's ostensibly a master seductress whose main go-to strategy is to unzip her top down to her pubes and jiggle about a bit. And of course there's plenty of Hideo's trademark glaring tonal shifts. I'm thinking of the bit where giant bulletproof electric man is torturing Snake in an actually genuinely upsetting way, and suddenly goes, "You'll never find out that my secret treasure is downstairs in room B7 in a safe, locked with the combination 9974, so stop thinking you will." At which point one can only laugh. Yes, thank you, Yards, consider our nostalgic memories thoroughly urinated on, but if we could get back to the subject of what the remake adds to the original, bugger all, really. As I say, it's more or less a straight remaster copy-paste situation, so what you're getting is no piss filter, the wonderful opportunity to pay full price for it again, and all the characters can make more realistic facial expressions, for whatever good that does them. Let's face it, a Hideo Kojima character with a full range of emotion is like a dog at the controls of a riding lawnmower. Hilarious, yes, but it'll upset whoever maintains the flower beds. Well, piss on a perplexed pedestrian, a game that has been in hype hell for 6 fucking years has actually come out, having achieved a sort of hype singularity and caused every other game to flee in terror from its surprise release date, like American senators from a perfectly reasonable piece of gun control legislation. Hollow Knight Silksong is the GTA 6 of indie games, or possibly the Yandere simulator of marginally less indie games, and of course within hours of coming out the backlash began from all the people who weren't terribly Hollow Knight invested but got swept up in the hype. Wait, this just feels like a DLC for Hollow Knight, they cried, to which everyone in the know replied with, yeah... like with 10 E's at least. Because of course, famously, Silksong was originally going to be a DLC for Hollow Knight and increased in scope enough to warrant a separate release. So what the fuck would you expect? It only took 6 years, either because Team Cherry were being perfectionists to a fault, or because they were pissing about giving each other horsey rides for a lot of it, not because they were converting it into a full 3D MMO FPS and strapping Catherine wheels to its nipples. So no, it does not live up to the hype, these things never do. Let's just get through the formality of reviewing it for what it is, and then get back to clutching our bladders over Half-Life 3 some more. So, in Silksong we play as Hornet, important Hollow Knight NPC and occasional boss fight, who is captured by strange bugs and carted to the stricken land of Farloom. Oh, come on. A faraway land whose name incorporates the word far. What was that, 1 coffee's worth of work? Plus 1 fun-sized Twix to change the F to a PH? Hornet escapes from her captors and winds up alone at the bottom of the requisite big old maze-like world of danger and ruin, says to herself, well, since I'm here, got nothing else on, might as well go see what they wanted from me. Which is an appreciably philosophical approach to being kidnapped, I think. Most people would be on team run down the street screaming for cops, rather than going, you know what, I am curious to know what all those sex toys on the end of power drills were for. I came away from Silksong feeling marginally more invested in the narrative than I was in Hollow Knight, and I think a lot of that comes from the fact that Hornet actually talks, with like full sentences, and seems like a reasonable person. I'm surprised by what a breath of fresh air that is in a classic moody-ass death, grim, souls-like atmosphere, when you run into one of those NPCs that are all like, hello, I'm Manky Dave, you'll be wanting to get to the Citadel then. Could you collect me 9 caterpillar pelvises? It's quite pleasing to have a protagonist who will say what I'm thinking. That is, I shall keep an eye out for what you request, Mr. Dave, if I find time as I pursue my own agenda, but can make no promises, for you have quite a disagreeable smell, and caterpillars don't have skeletons. So as I said, Silksong is more Hollow Knight. If you like Hollow Knight and that was all you needed to hear, then feel free to bugger off after you've liked and subscribed, which of course you were planning to do anyway. I'm experimenting with inserting the nags into the middle of reviews, so you don't all zone out for them like you usually do. More of that unique Hollow Knight lonely atmosphere, challenging combat / platforming gameplay, and careful exploration textured by not having a map of any area till you found the place place where you can buy one. Drawing your own map not being conscionable because, I don't know, maybe we don't want to make an enemy of the Cartographers Union. But Silksong has one big problem, that all its little problems sit on like a beanbag drenched in cat piss, and that's that it is an elevated DLC, and as such makes certain assumptions, such as that you've already played Hollow Knight, and merrily goes about designing its levels with the blind assumption that you don't need to be reminded of important things, like how you can attack downwards to bounce off stuff. More importantly, when a Souls-like or other brand of hard game does a DLC, it's with the tacit understanding that the player is going, "Ha, that wasn't so tough, what else you got?" And that the game is saying in response, "Oh, look who thinks they're Mr. Big Trousers. Right, message received, no more pissing about." As such, Silksong is very, very hard. Some might say unreasonably so. From the second act onwards, about half the enemy attacks do double damage, as do most of the environmental hazards, largely thanks to Hornet taking a similar approach to getting hit as she does to being kidnapped, i.e. stand perfectly still after the first hit to see where the enemy's going with this. So functionally the game cuts your already meagre health points in half, which is one bollock thoroughly kicked. At around the same point, the game begins a whirlwind polyamory with dive bomb happy flying enemies, gauntlets of whirring saw blades, and dark low visibility environments where the only way to know what's beyond your current ledge is to jump off and pray to dung beetle Jesus. All of which is what kicks the second bollock. Oh, what a joy it is to be trying to speed my way to a boss fight I'm still trying to figure out, only to be knocked out of the air by a hovering twat for 2 damage into a bed of burning kitchen blenders and used heroin needles for another 2 damage. As Souls-likes have evolved, the concept of the boss run, that is, prolonged gauntlets separating the sparse checkpoints from the boss arenas, have been downplayed a bit, I think, as we all came to the understanding that they were about as fun and reasonable as Pogo the Clown on a meth binge. But Silksong never got that memo. Makes me a bit nostalgic, actually, in the way crouching down next to a toilet makes me nostalgic for many a drunken night's invigorating post-match vomit session. And speaking of gauntlets, Silksong also has a whatever the insectile equivalent of a hard-on is for pseudo-boss fights that are just a sequence of gank sessions from regular enemies. I mean, Prowling Magus was always the shittiest Dark Souls 2 boss, and in this game he's set up a fucking franchise. It's disappointing because boss fights are always a highlight in these games. Silksong has some fucking great ones. The cogwork dancers are probably my personal favourite. So whenever I went into a room and the door slammed shut, my little antennae would twitch in anticipation, only to go all floppy when the ambush commences, and I'm like, oh, it's just 3 regular dudes, and then 3 more dudes, and then a boss, and then 9 more dudes, and then the boss again, but now he's brought his mum. It was one of these in the second act that ultimately soured me on the game for good. It went on for 10 fucking phases. That's taking way too much piss. I need some left over for Randy Pitchford's mouth. Up until that point I was enjoying the game. It had mostly been walking the fine line between merely kicking my bollocks and flat out rupturing them. In summary, Silksong is a game of high highs spread out across a vast plain of violent buggery. Artful, yes, but my recommendation comes down to if you'd enjoy a Renaissance painting more if it were rolled into a point and shoved up your arse. Yahtzee, I'm a huge whining bellend, and I want to know where the Borderlands 4 review is so I can know how effectively picking up lots of colour-coded guns can silence the tacit disapproval of a society in which I am mentally ill-equipped to participate. Shut up, huge whining bellends, I'm working on it. In the meantime, how about we talk about some AA games, or perhaps even single A games if you can deign to slum it that low, that are actually really good and aspire to do more than numb the voices. I don't know, Yards, I am literally unable to engage with anything that isn't a pre-existing IP, because corporate media has turned me into a hybrid of ATM machine and sex trafficking victim that runs on sugar and makes hooting noises whenever it sees a slow fade in on a logo it recognises. Well, then allow me to operate within those parameters. Shinobi Art of Vengeance is a pretty good 2D game based on a classic retro IP, full of fancy arcadey combat to remind you of how great 2D games could be back in the day, and a couple of side-on auto-scroll flying levels, so you also don't forget how fucking god-awful a lot of them were as well. And then there's today's subject, The Rogue Prince of Persia, which is exactly what it sounds like, a 2D Prince of Persia game, but roguelike. It's been out a while, but only now have I found even the slightest potential gap in the schedule I can crowbar in a video about it. Yeah, I know it's Ubisoft continuing to yank on the brittle black teats of an already tortured IP, but I guess the cow was having one of its better days on this occasion. Like the sun was out and the milking machine got a new coat of Vaseline. Besides, I've sort of come to terms with IP milking. If a giant cosmic butthole like Ubisoft is pooing out some of its foul-smelling money into small talented developers making interesting new games, and all we have to do in return is put up with them slipping on a recognisable name, then fuck it if that's what it takes. Make a new tasty and nutritious breakfast cereal and market it as Andrew Lloyd Webber Rose, and I'll still eat it, although I might have to turn the box to face the wall. In The Rogue Prince of Persia, we are a Prince of Persia, which automatically puts it above the Lost Crown in the authenticity stakes. As tends to be the case with Princes of Persia, we are a swaggering, overconfident prick who makes an appointment with Dr. Army of Dark Magic wielding Huns and ends up being prescribed a dose of boots to be administered as a suppository. Fortunately, he has a magic necklace that brings him back to life at the last place he slept, and so must now repeat the same day over and over again to rescue his family members from the conquered city, rewrite events, and defeat those pesky Huns once and for all. And thus begins an action platform roguelike best approximated to a side-on Hades-like, with more of a traversal focus. But it's a pretty sharp focus, like some fucking XLR shit. Because the traversal works very well, the traditional Prince of Persia wall run can now be pointed in a direction as long as there's still some wall to run on, and there's a combo system that ups your speed if you hop rhythmically across poles and shit without stopping, which has that lovely cathartic effect one attains from seeing a shitting dog getting a really neat spiral going. Also, the traversal movements transition in and out of combat about as smoothly and efficiently as this review just did. I mean, probably even better than the Sands of Time trilogy, actually. And like a Rastafarian minister, that's pretty high praise. You can stab a dude, vault over him, kick him towards a spike pit, and be on your merry way. And then make your merry way back again, because he wasn't close enough to the spike pit. You need to kick him again. But never mind. So the primary gameplay loop is about as solid as they get, and in a roguelike setup, that is to say, do the primary gameplay loop over and over again forever, that's like 90% of the job. But I'm fond of what Rogue POP does with the story side of things too. See, a lot of roguelikes will just go get through all the levels and fight the boss and keep trying until you do it properly, fuckface. In Rogue Pop, you're also conducting an investigation to save your family. You pick up leads and information on new areas you won't be able to visit until the next run. Like you notice everyone avoiding a specific public toilet in Area 5 and go, wait a second, that smells like Mum's beer farts. So you know in the next run to check the beer garden in Area 2, and that's how you track her down. The game also does a number of fun things with the temporal continuity of a run. That number being 1. It does one thing. If you beat a certain boss early on, they don't show up to lightly harass you in one subsequent area. Fucking wow. Choices matter. I wish the game had leaned more into this kind of thing. In fact, all told, the game's strong core goes a bit limp and floppy towards the end. I beat the final boss and thought, well, that was weirdly easy. And of course the game went, you haven't beaten the proper final boss yet, because you need to finish all the side investigation stuff. So then I do that and save all my family members, and they all come together for the big finish, and so I beat the final boss again and said, wait, that was still weirdly easy. The Act 2 boss was harder than that, and he telegraphed shit like fucking Napoleonic France. I thought you said there was going to be a proper final boss. I lied! So frankly, while I was having a lot of fun playing Rogopopo at the time, I came away from it feeling disappointed. There wasn't enough meat on the bone. Maybe grinding away at that one gank squad in Silksong for 2 whole afternoons caused me to inadvertently ascend to elite level gamer status, because Ropo was just over too quick. Surely it's reasonable to expect some staying power from a roguelike, a species of game motivated to keep you banging your head against a series of progressively higher brick walls. So to go into the summary, the phrase that leaps to mind here is nice while it lasts. Oh well, you could always complete all the optional monster hunting challenges, suggests the game. Just kill every enemy 50 times and then again in a special way, and you will unlock a little bit of text explaining how best to defeat that monster you have already defeated 50 times. Maybe you'll unlock a new costume to further appreciate the game's actually rather flat and insipid art style now we've spent a lot of time looking at it. Yeah, I suspect I'm done, game. Not that I dislike the writing, I like the little touch where the prince's family members are actually a little bit pissed off to know that the princess had Groundhog Day powers all along. What? We spent valuable resources to rescue a functionally immortal dude? I mean, that we could forgive, but Bill Murray used his infinite free time to learn how to sculpt ice and play piano, and you've just been hanging out in your room weekly jerking off. That's hardly fair. I'm actually very good at jerking off now. I had a curious recurring interaction this week. Hey Yachts, are you playing Borderlands 4? Someone asks. Yes I am, I reply. How's it running for you? Comes the follow-up question. Like complete dog shit since you ask, I reply, and then a tangible sense of relief washes over us both. Phew, we don't need to buy a new graphics card or upgrade our drivers, or dig the worms out of our eyeballs that are making it look like the frame rate's dropping like globules of spunk from your mum's reading glasses. The game's just optimised for shit. And then a strange solidarity develops between us as we lightheartedly swap stories about our favourite bugs, and speculate on which specific parts of the game suffered the most from the impacts of Randy Pitchford's wildly swinging penis. The only thing that should be crashing to desktop this much is an office worker with narcolepsy, and when a video game world has bottomless pit hazards, it would be useful if the devs could remember to put kill boxes in those bottomless pits, so I don't find myself floating in mid-void under the map, kicking my little legs trying to bounce a grenade off an invisible wall in the hopes of ending my farce of a life. But yeah, Borderlands 4, bored of this bland snore, if you will. The latest installment in Gearbox's signature sci-fi FPS franchise that offers an idiosyncratic 4-pronged experience, shootin', lootin', hootin', and tootin'. Hooting meaning lots of very facetious quippy dialogue between wacky characters, and tooting meaning me reacting to all of said dialogue like it's a great big fart in my face. Actually, Borderlands 4 seems to have leaned slightly away from the wacky quippy thing, compared to Borderlands 3 at least. It's still got a lot of quipping, and it's still occupying some blasted comedy no man's land, but it's fucking Borderlands, you can't expect less. That would be like expecting a band from California to write a song that isn't about California for once. Having leaned slightly away from something, one might question what Borderlands 4 leans into instead, and the answer is nothing. Just sort of stick straight up now like a confused hand in a remedial classroom. See, I didn't want to dwell on the bugs and the shitty optimization because, as ever, that shit could hypothetically be fixed in post with some intensive patching and maybe finally getting around to Randy Pitchford's dick removal surgery. But when a game is on the high end of tech requirements, there's this tacit understanding that this is the price of living on the cutting edge of hot new games. And if Borderlands 4 is the cutting edge, it's going to result in a very disappointing birthday cake experience. All the frosting is going to get squeezed out the sides. Even while I'm hearing my computer fan roaring like the sustained scream of a kamikaze pilot, Borderlands 4 isn't doing much to show off the excessive power usage. Does it look nice? I guess. Not especially. Usual art style that looks like Fallout wiped its arse on the Mad Max Saturday morning cartoon. Does it have tons of exciting new features? It's got a contextual grappling hook. Hook being precisely the wrong word. You know what's depressing is that there was a time when this might have shivered me nads, but frankly Just Cause 2 pretty much did everything I wanted done with grappling hooks, and that was 15 Ferrero Rocher scoffing years ago. I suppose Borderlands 4 feels kinda new for a Borderlands game. Unfortunately, it would also feel very, very old for a Far Cry game. Is this all we are now, AAA games? The same toy box every few months with the content slightly rearranged? Things haven't been the same since you sanded down Lara Croft's tits. It starts out the usual Borderlands experience, pick one of 4 colourful loudmouth mercenaries introduced by an opening music video like Guy Ritchie got hired to adapt Masters of the Universe, but then the cast are imprisoned in a big seamless open world by a high-class villain who thinks we've got nothing better to do all day than listen to him gab off about the futility of our struggle in the face of his perfection, which is where the Far Cry comparison begins, although they seem to have forgotten the charismatic and competent part of the standard Far Cry villain template. The world is divided between 3 areas, one of them's grassy, one of them's deserty, and the other one's snowy, obviously. What, you think your money warrants more creativity than that, you lowly worm? And of course each one is governed by one of the main villain's lead henchmen. One of them's the tough one of them's the smart one, and one of them's the mad one. Hey, it was the same deal with the 3 gods in Eternal Darkness, wasn't it? Boy, that was an interesting game. Let's dwell on those happier times for a moment. Of the 3 sub-bosses, 2 are actively working against the main villain, and the third is so incompetent the big villain basically cheers you on while you're doing him in. Hey, thanks for reducing my Christmas present budget, and incidentally, you will never defeat me, bwahaha. So after I did defeat him in the big story climax after a short 2-phase exchange in which he decided to bring slow-moving triangle lasers to a gunfight, I said aloud, boy, from the way you were going on, I really thought that would be harder. Props for self-esteem, I guess. I should switch to your therapist. But I wasn't stupid. We still hadn't had a boss fight with the other dude who'd shown up as a surprise villain not long earlier and demonstrated incredible combat skills. So after skipping the credits roll, I was returned to gameplay in front of a big portal with the game going, hey, just walk through this door, nothing sus. And of course we get pulled into the cosmic realm where we fight the real final boss in space as they subject us to all the nightmarish horrors of their... oh, they died already. Man, some of the random shootouts earlier were harder than this. It's almost like most of the challenge in a shooter comes from finding cover and prioritising targets, and therefore if there's only one dude shooting at you and for you to shoot at, you can just hold the mouse pointer over them and wait for them to stop moving. Was that really what this was all leading up to, game? Oh, I couldn't possibly comment. Anyway, now story mode's over, let me walk you through all the ways you're going to be grinding to make numbers go up for the rest of your fucking life. How about piss off, Borderlands 4? I'm mad now. It's not just dreary, it's fucking insolent to expect people to buy top-of-the-line hardware to play the same repetitive drivel as always. Nothing in Borderlands 4 stands out as a must-see moment or unique selling point. The most that could be said is that it once again presents lots of wonderful opportunities to shoot Jason Voorhees in a scrapyard, as well as shoot Jason Voorhees' dog in the field behind the scrapyard. And if you ask nicely, also some robots in the decommissioned Amazon warehouse that the city authority will shortly be rezoning as a scrapyard. And you could recreate the experience playing basically any other Borderlands game, or alternatively, another repetitive shooter game entirely, as long as you spend the whole time listening to a looping tape of an ill-conceived improv comedy night hosted by professional wrestlers. Look, Yahtzee, it's Silent Hill F. Ooh, a new game set in Silent Hill? No, but it is called Silent Hill. Alright, perhaps you'll be interested in buying my new book. It's a bloody historical account of the Rwandan genocide, and it's called The Little Elephant Who Went Shopping, because names don't mean anything in your little world. Oh, shut up, past Yahtzee. We agreed to stop moaning about blatant IP milking as long as half-decent games get some exposure out of it. And you know what? Story and setting aside, the gameplay of Silent Hill F does Silent Hill feel more authentically like a classic Silent Hill game than anything since Silent Hill 4, I'd say. I mean, yes, we have the inevitable RE4 style glued to the gluteus maximus third-person camera, which I guess is just what horror games are now, but otherwise it's got the foggy town, the puzzles, the atmosphere, the UFO ending, a faint whiff of gynophobia, the bringing down of big bits of pipe upon fucked up monsters with fairly blatant symbolism and their bums hanging out, and the wandering around filling out a map while roughly 80 to 90% of the doors you try to open aren't actually real and were presumably put in to fool the occupational health and safety people. In Silent Hill, forget about every previous game, we play as Hinako, a schoolgirl, for what is Japanese culture if not one harrowing thing happening to a schoolgirl after another, in a small Japanese town in the 60s. She has a Silent Hill fight with her parents and runs off to hang out with her Silent Hill friends. Boy best friend, who's obviously in love with her, girl best friend, who's obviously in love with boy best friend, and of course the wacky one, who's in love with the concept of third wheeling. But just as the game has reached maximum dippy high school romance manga vibes, wacky friend suddenly dies horribly, exploding into red slime. And Hinako has to run away from a murderous fog while getting chased by bloody mannequin monsters with knives. And I'm like, fucking hell, talk about turning on a yen. And so Hinako's overall goal is presented, get the fuck out of Dodge. But of course it's not as simple as that. A while later, I'm in a dungeon themed around a wedding chapel as I smack the tits off a monster resembling a giant tortured pregnant woman, and I think, hang on, call me paranoid, but I'm starting to pick up on a faint subtext going on here. But more on that later. What surprised me about Silent Hill F is its Silent Hill emphasis on combat. The mechanics are quite complex. Press for light attack, hold for strong attack, keep an eye on your stamina bar, you can counter, and if you hold down the focus button, the counters get easier, but be careful because that depletes your sanity bar, which, or I could just run past everything game. That's an option, because there's no benefit to killing all the monsters, especially with the ever-welcome inclusion of weapon degradation, sarcasm quotes, and when you press the dodge button, Hinako fucking flies across the room like she's got afterburners for tits, so escaping stuff is easy. Until it isn't. There are boss fights, of course, some towards the end that feel a bit out of place and like they'd be more at home in Elden Ring, and for some reason, every time you run into that aforementioned tortured pregnant woman monster, it locks off the exit and you're forced to fight it, and it's the only regular monster that does that. Not sure why, maybe the game wants to really make sure you're picking up on the subtle metaphor at work there. Certainly not because it's fun or interesting to fight, it's about as engaging as hammering nails into a sofa cushion. Puzzles are a mixed bag, some are quite good, like the one where you figure out locker codes, and some of them are Silent Hill phenomenally bad. I'm thinking of the one where you need to hang a calendar on an unmarked section of one of several Silent Hill featureless walls, and to figure out which, you just have to smear yourself across the environment, mashing the use button like you're looking for secret doors in Wolfenstein 3D. And then there's the Scarecrow puzzles. It's possible they were poorly translated. I ended up having to brute force try every Scarecrow till I found the right ones. The clues offered might as well have been a selection of farm animal noises and flatulence. And while we're nitpicking, the game has the traditional Silent Hill problem of loading you down with too many items. Who the fuck needs items that restore stamina, incidentally? That shit comes back by itself if you just breathe in and out for a bit. But fortunately, the stringent limited inventory kinda cancels that problem out. Fighting annoyances with annoyances, how efficient, like when my dog eats his own sick. But enough sick picking. Let me get down to the Silent Hill focal point of the matter. The only question that matters when it comes to horror games is, was it scary? And yes, it was scary and creepy and disturbing, with several particularly harrowing moments that stuck with me and I'll no doubt be thinking about the next time I eat barbecue ribs. Hooray, we figured it out. That said, I was left disappointed by the overall story, which is officially as far as I can go without spoilers. To quickly summarise for those planning to play the game, there's some iffy gameplay choices, some great memorable moments, but it kinda comes apart on the wider analysis. Right, I will now signal entry to the spoilery bit of the video by making a noise like a walrus riding a roller coaster. Okay. It becomes clear as you progress through the plot that you're actually alternating between two versions of Hinako. One's stuck in her foggy hometown hanging out with her two mates who never seem to get the memo that they're not in a dippy high school romance manga, going through reminders of her childhood and getting the shit kicked out of her. The other Hinako is in a weird metaphorical realm going through the process of marrying a weird fox dude while getting the shit kicked out of her. And then it turns out one of the Hinakos is the entity causing all the problems for the other Hinako, and after an out-of-place Elden Ringy final boss fight, we get an incredibly shit ending, implying that the entire game was a metaphor for the internal struggle of a girl coming to terms with reaching adulthood. And I felt robbed because entire game was a metaphor, it's just it was all a dream with a PhD. Personally, I think it's a lot creepier when you don't know what's real and what isn't, so when the game goes, none of it was real, should have laid off the over-counter stay-awake pills, all sense of mystery evaporates and I lose my investment. But wait, yards, if you play through again, you'll get a different ending, some different dialogue, and another entirely distinct but equally out-of-place Elden Ringy final boss fight. And you might even get the ending that has some actual fucking closure if you play through the entire game 3 more times. Wow, Silent Hill fuck off. I guess Nier Automata does something similar, but that had fun combat and a nice juicy bum to admire. I'm not down for Silent Hill 4 playthroughs worth of awkwardly swinging pipes like a steam organ removal specialist on a spiral staircase. And as for admiring juicy bums, I don't want to get put on the Silent Hill sex offenders register. Hades 2 is, my powers of deduction inform me, the sequel to Hades 1, an isometric hack-and-slash game by Supergiant Games with lots of very sexy voice dialogue, and represents on multiple levels a very significant development in the path of this particular developer. For one thing, it means we now have to refer to Hades 1 as Hades 1, like it's some kind of particularly ill-fated space mission. And secondly, this is the first time Supergiant Games have ever made a sequel, when all of their games up to now have been unique original IPs. Fucking boo, Supergiant. You used to be one of the good ones. What happened to the sheer unbridled creativity that gave us Bastion, an isometric hack-and-slash game with lots of sexy voice dialogue? Or Transistor, an isometric hack-and-slash game with lots of... You know what, actually, forget I said anything. Hey, you forgot to mention Pyre, Yahtzee, that wasn't a hack-and-slash game. Oh, hey, what's that on the floor? It's the riff you just killed, asshole. Remind me not to ask you to pet sit. Hades 2, then. I was looking forward to this because obviously I really like Hades. Roguelikes are a bit old hat, yeah, and games based on Greek mythology are, if anything, even older hat. That's some fucking stovepipe shit. But what set Hades apart was its phenomenally good writing. I loved its subversive twist on the old Orpheus plot, where instead of descending into the underworld to reach the lair of the final boss, you basically start out in the lair of the final boss and have to make your way up to the nice quiet meadow on the surface that would conventionally be the starting area, where the final boss shows up incredibly annoyed at the cost of the Uber he had to take to get there. And I liked how Hades wasn't a stock evil revenge-seeking bad guy type, but a sort of gruff but caring, grumpy dad, and the conflict stemmed more from an inability to communicate and a tendency to send loads of dudes to hit us with swords a whole bunch. So I was keen to know what Hades 2 was going to bring to the table. Glad you asked, Yahtzee. We're going to subvert things even further. Now, instead of ascending out of the underworld to the surface, you have to descend from the surface to the underworld and beat the final boss in his lair. And this time, the final boss is a stock evil revenge-seeking bad guy who isn't complex at all. Woo, double subversion. Wouldn't that just be a version? Oh, and the main character has a vagina instead of a penis now, which is more of an inversion thinking about it. Melinoe is the second child of Hades and younger sister of Zagreus, who was sent as a baby to live in the woods with Hecate before the underworld got conquered by the titan Cronos. Mysteriously resurrected and with a real narcon for the Olympian gods, presumably because of all that unfortunate castration business in the original myth. Raised by Hecate as a warrior, Melinoe must now fight her way down to the former house of Hades, confront the titan of time, and shove a grandfather clock up his arse. Now, I do like Hades, with its beautiful hand-painted character art and seemingly bottomless well of dialogue variants. That means even 300 runs in, the cast are still finding new and interesting ways to talk about whatever obscure figure from Greek mythology handed you your own ovaries recently. But while all of that was still in evidence, I felt initially disappointed that Hades 2 seemed to be mainly going over the same beats as the first game. Hang out in home base, select a weapon, crawl the same 4 dungeons. With little changed besides which specific figures from Greek mythology we hang out with now. Oh, Odysseus is here instead of Achilles. Wow, what a fucking sea change. Trading in heel anecdotes for whining about dead dogs. The format of the room-by-room dungeon clearing is the same, although the third area is based around exploring large open spaces, because I guess that's about the time the level designers knock off for lunch, and combat's still based around a variety of unlockable weapons with a normal attack, a special, and a cast, although there is slightly more of an emphasis on holding buttons down to do magic-infused attacks, which I'm not huge on. Holding down buttons versus tapping them in hectic, fast-paced combat is like putting on Wellington boots for the 100-meter sprint. Yeah, non-committal noises. What else are you doing that's new, Hades 2, that isn't just new wallpaper on the old format? You can grind up resources with which to craft upgrades now. For the sake of our friendship, I'm going to overlook the implication that I should get excited about that. Well, I guess you're right, Yards, it's more of the same. Sorry for disappointing you, I'll just leave now out through this door. What door, Hades 2? Oh, just this door over here that leads up from the hub area and doesn't unlock till like 6 hours in. And where does that door lead, Hades 2? Oh, nowhere much, just an entire fucking second Hades game bolted onto the side of this one, with new levels and bosses and characters and story and everything. Oh my god, the levels even have a unique environment design. What a fucking flex! What a tease! See, as well as dealing with Cronos himself, Melinoe has to ascend Mount Olympus to rout Cronos' forces there, after she's crafted a special potion that means she can survive on the surface for prolonged periods. Hang on a minute, wasn't the fact Zagreus couldn't survive outside the underworld the whole thing driving the plot of Hades 1? If only he'd known he was one bowl of minestrone away from resolution the whole time. What this means is when you get bored of taking the Cronos path, you can have a few whacks at the Olympus path for variety, and it all ensures that Hades 2 is a game I officially never get bored of. That said, the Olympus route is quite a bit harder, so towards the end, after I'd beaten the Cronos route enough times that there was nothing more to gain or learn, and I was basically swatting Cronos back and forth across his boss arena with a tennis racket every time, I was stuck beating my head against Mount Olympus over and over again, while the game very patiently waited for me to be less of a crap out, so it could finally show me this exciting conclusion it had put together. And incidentally, in the words of everyone who used to like Ridley Scott, fuck Prometheus. But in contrast to Silksong, I never resent the difficult bits, because I can always wind down from my defeats with some character moments and optional challenges, and maybe les up with Nemesis in the bath. Hades 2, The Real Slim Shadys, is an example of what I tend to think of as a We Love Katamari sequel, which is to say, a sequel that's really just the first game, but more polished and more of it. And I'm not going to talk it down for that, much, because for crikey is there more of it. It's going to make it fucking hard to go back to the first one, for which my only real complaint was that the gameplay eventually got samey, and I never had that feeling from Hades 2. Even in my non-work hours, I've been playing its olives off and see no reason not to keep doing so. Yeah, I guess it's a strong recommend. You know, I talk shit about games constantly going back to Greek and Norse mythology, but in this age of video on demand, it's gratifying that there's still some kind of monoculture in the world. It's nice to see familiar faces. Oh hey Prometheus, you've gained weight since God of War 2. Please stop kicking me in the face. You ever had one of those relatives that don't know you very well, but you had one conversation with 10 years ago in which you briefly mentioned sort of liking Lord of the Rings, so every fucking Christmas since they've gotten you a Lord of the Rings box set of some kind? I worry something like that has happened with me in AAA open world games. I worry they overheard me mentioning that I enjoyed Assassin's Creed 2 16 years ago, and now they think that's all I fucking want. Stealth action games with crafting and collectibles, except every now and again this relative gives me a bag of dog food and gently soiled wet wipes instead of Lord of the Rings, which in this analogy is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Considering that it was in my review of Ghost of Tsushima that I first coined the term Jiminy Cockthroat as a convenient short way of saying stealth action open world with crafting and collectibles, I wasn't holding out too much hope for Ghost of Yotei changing that trend much, and it absolutely bloody well doesn't, but at least it's a new remaster of The Lord of the Rings with a new John Rhys-Davies interview, and certainly shines in contrast to Assassin's Creed Shadows, which was a bag of particularly down-market dog food. The comparison is going to be inevitable because it's one for one the exact same plot of Assassin's Creed Shadows, right down to it opening with the protagonist weeping over her murdered family, while a bunch of dudes in masks stand silently in a line nearby trying to wordlessly prompt each other to apologise. The chief difference being that this is literally the very first thing you sea, where in Aspleed Baddoes it took about 3 hours of flapping about to get there. This all sets the tone for Yotei being a much more straightforward experience, aiming more for pulpy samurai western revenge plot, dropping out all the confused stuff with the second protagonist and obligation to bring, quote, real history to life, so all the inevitable melodrama hits like a custard pie into the face of a respectable historical documentarian. No, it's just your name's Atsu, 6 powerful masked gits killed your whole family, kill all of them. Having now spent your entire teens learning the usual suite of Jiminy Cockthroat abilities. Fighting, throwing grappling hooks at contextual prompts, and the mysterious ability to become intangible while touching vegetation so it doesn't move when you crouch in it. On the outset, Yotei's strength as an open world is its focus on immersion. It's set up so you more stumble upon things than set objective markers and mindlessly beeline towards them, like Amy Winehouse noticing an unopened Bacardi Breezer, giving you a chance to appreciate the game's look without vomiting random icons all over the screen like Amy Winehouse after eating a smartphone. So I'm happily riding around the scenery thinking, blimey, how many fucking cherry blossoms does one particle engine need? When suddenly, BAM! Ambushed by Ronin. Stab them all up, last one surrenders, gives you a lead on who would be most optimal to stab next, the adventure continues. Naturally, Go to Tsushima's characteristic feature where the wind blows in the direction of your objective has returned, and is still as atmospheric and immersive as it ever was, and it's still annoying that to trigger it you have to finger the trackpad on the controller, in the manner of a clumsy virginal prom date in the back of his rented limo trying to bring off his laptop. There's a few other, no doubt, company-mandated controller gimmicks. There's a little campfire minigame where you have to squeeze the triggers to blow on the sparks, and use the 6-axis to wave a fish on a stick, and it's all very pathetic, and the game loses nothing if you skip it. Now we can say the PS5 offers the quintessential Ghost of Yotei experience, Sony must have said, and apparently that involves being mildly annoyed with a trackpad covered in snot. But I'd say the defining moment of Ghost of Yotei came at around the midpoint of my playtime when, after I very cinematically rode my horse across another bloody cherry blossom field and paused atop a hill to see the rolling landscape that would be the setting of the next chapter unfold before me, the sunrise behind the distant mountains framing the scene with perfect cinematography, and I said to myself, wow, I am so bored. Hello, ennui, my old friend. Because every chapter of the game's narrative was going through the same routine. Go to the inn for this area, get ambushed, fight the wise weapon master for this area, learn the new weapon, get ambushed, go after your target, try to ambush them, get double backseat reverse ambushed because it's too early to resolve the plot, and token support NPC for this area hasn't finished their story arc yet. Hold that thought, let's briefly weigh in on how the combat feels. It feels like you're playing a drum kit in the middle of a merry-go-round. Because every enemy just blocks all your hits till you break their guard with heavy attacks or perfect parry. And to perfect parry reliably, you can either learn all the timings and carefully watch their movements, or you can just keep tapping the block button like it's the hi-hat and that netted more or less identical results. Lose concentration for a moment and a dude will run in and just chomp all your health away with a 3-stab combo, so it hardly matters how many times you've bathed in a hot spring to increase max health by an inch, unless you're really invested in looking at someone's bottom, and thinking about it, you are currently browsing the internet, so I guess never mind. In short, direct combat is annoying. Thankfully you can stealth around some of it, and as in Tsushima you have the option to drop stealth and call out the enemy for a duel if you have sinned and wish to punish yourself. But it seems out of character for Atsu to do that, because she's a mercenary assassin, and as far as she's concerned, unblemished honour and a McChicken spicy is worth one mediocre dining experience. It's the tiresome predictability of the plot and its occasional loud embarrassing public disagreements with the interactive format that ultimately soured me. Guess it's spoiler time. Warning, the incy-wincy spoiler will be descending the waterspout for the remainder of this video. There's a bit where you infiltrate a palace and you're directly above the unwitting main villain and the assassinate prompt appears over their head, and I rolled my eyes knowing it was far too early for this to take, and indeed at some point between the rafters and the ground, Atsu is replaced by her incompetent twin sister, Cutscene Atsu, Katsune, who proceeds to completely fuck everything up, stabbing the floor 1 foot to the left, and so the plot must roll on for another tedious handful of hours. Oh, and later on we're introduced to a character's daughter who is spunky and precocious and the age Atsu was when her family were killed, and immediately I knew, with an unvibrating certainty I can't explain, that Atsu was going to be raising this kid by the end. And sure enough, I was right, but only because the kid's dad dies in the most infuriatingly pointless manner imaginable. We're mid-final boss fight and basically got the guy on the ropes when kid's dad pops up saying, "Hey, just making sure you're motivated enough." Well, I'm currently literally killing the guy, so I'd say so, dude. Could always have more. Get stabbed. Fucking Cutscene Atsu strikes again. Yahtzee, it's pronounced Kutsune. I did consider playing Battlefield 6. Hey Yahtzee, why don't you play Battlefield 6? A contemporary said to me. It's actually good. Really contemporary? I asked. It has a well-designed single-player campaign with a compelling story. You know what, never mind, as you were. Out of curiosity, I opened the Battlefield 6 Wikipedia page, scrolled down to the plot summary, noticed the phrase private military company, and then I closed the Battlefield 6 Wikipedia page. Happily, I also discovered there was a third Little Nightmares game just come out, mind-blowingly titled Little Nightmares 3, which not only would be more appropriate for October, but also seemed to be getting panned in the Steam reviews. Oh boy, I need to play this, I said to myself. I'll probably fucking hate it. What fun I'll have. What the fuck else was there left to do with the Little Nightmares concept? Linear limbo-style puzzle platformer about frightened child scampering around huge bleak world just barely escaping from misshapen nightmare grown-ups resembling clumsily reupholstered leather furniture. And the plot is it's a nightmare and therefore doesn't have to make sense. We had that figured out by the title screen of Little Nightmares 2. Explain yourself, developer of Little Nightmares Tarsier Studios. Who are you talking to, Yards? What? Tarsier Studios? But if you're over there, who's developing Little Nightmares 3? Who on earth would be so wretched as to take someone else's fully milked IP and try to wring another game out of it? Hello! Supermassive games I might have known. What are you doing here? Got bored of making crushingly dull linear horror games. Thought we'd mix things up by making a crushingly dull linear horror game that doesn't star B-list Hollywood actors. And Supermassive wouldn't be Supermassive if they weren't crowbarring blisteringly unnecessary multiplayer modes into their shit, so Little Nightmares 3's gimmick is that it's two-player co-op. And permit me to now list every example of a successful multiplayer-focused sequel to a previously single-player-focused franchise. I'd rather you didn't, Yards. Don't worry, it won't take long. In fact, I already did it, in the pause after my previous sentence. Would you also like me to list every time an atmospheric narrative horror game has been made more effective by co-op gameplay? I'm not sure we have time yet. Well, I've got good news for you! I'm not saying an innovator couldn't come along and reverse these trends, but Little Nightmares 3 ain't it, me ducks. Sadly, my homunculus was out getting his teeth whitening procedure done, but the game does let you play single player with an AI partner, and therefore misses out even on the grudging respect I extend to Split Fiction and It Takes Two for insisting upon the two-player dynamic, and it means instead of playing a boring horror game that routinely sucks all the tension out of itself by having every set piece kill you over and over again until you figure out the precise sequence of actions required to evade whatever grinning metaphor for societal decay is chasing you this time, you now have to do all of that while ensuring a fucking AI companion is keeping up so the two of you can open the inevitable co-op game very heavy two-person doors before a half-melted Margaret Thatcher spitting image puppet can run up and bite off all your union benefits. And you do have to rely on the other dude because it's doing the It Takes Two coordination thing. One player gets the melee weapon and the other gets the ranged weapon, and both are needed at various times to neutralize threats and puzzles. But every now and again the AI partner just fucks it up, misses the shot or doesn't get away from the chasey thing in time, and I have to reload a save. Maybe they thought it'd recreate the co-op experience more authentically if the AI partner was as fallible as us puny humans. But this is basically the game hitting itself in the face with a hammer and then calling me the asshole for not telling it to stop. There's almost no visual consistency when it comes to what you're supposed to interact with. Climbable things and smashable things will frequently be indistinguishable from that which can't be climbed and shuns the smash. But Supermassive did a pretty admirable job of imitating the Little Nightmares house styles. If you take every negative thing I said about Little Nightmares 2 and add the phrase, and then there's this asshole, we can probably knock off from the review early. The story involves Twat A and Twat B using magic mirrors to teleport between various nightmare set pieces so the game's world has even less sense of coherent geography than ever. There's a bit with a giant evil baby, there's a bit in an evil carnival, there's a bit in an evil office building being chased by a giant monstrous middle manager who looks distractingly like Rupert Murdoch. But I'd say the defining moment came early on when I was navigating a, brace yourself, darkened room in a rundown building, when suddenly Melanoe from Hades 2 appeared and offered me one of 3 boons, including a 10% increased resistance to gnawing my own tits off from boredom. And then I shook myself and realised that hadn't happened at all and I was still in the gloomy rundown room. Fuck a duck, I said. Did I just literally fall asleep playing this game and briefly dream about playing a better game? No, seriously, I actually did. It's completely unprecedented, but what better evidence for the utter and complete lack of appeal in a horror game whose contextless horror creates zero sense of investment or lasting dread, and which obliterates what little visceral horror it creates in the moment with repeated restarts. Not to mention evidence that you should probably double-check your retirement plan, Yards. Oh, fuck off, viewer. Whoops, I meant to say, please like and subscribe to the channel. Anyway, I discovered what I will laughingly call my research for this game. That original Little Nightmares developer Tarsier Studios has a demo out on Steam Next Fest for their new game, Reanimal. And I was like, great, classic narrative. Original developer leaves their burnt-out IP behind, leaving their publisher to get some other poor sucker to milk the floppy, deflated udders of what was once a cow before its skeleton was removed, while they move on to exciting pastures new. Tell me about Reanimal, Tarsier Studios. Well, it's a linear horror game in which you and a co-op partner play small children navigating a scary world full of monstrous adults. Can I stop you there, Tarsier Studios, and interject with, what the odorously prolapsing fuck? It plays identically to Little Nightmares 3. It's even got that thing where it lets you pick what scary mask your character wears, and then looks at you in smiling, unblinking lack of comprehension as you very conspicuously fail to give a shit. It's maybe got a touch more creativity. I enjoyed the bit where you pull a floppy man out of a toilet, but that was mainly from the empowering dad energy I get from successfully clearing blockages in pipework. Why on earth would you break off from your established, no longer fresh IP and then go off and make something exactly like it? That's like divorcing your spouse so you can marry your spouse wearing a different hat. It can be tough to remember all the elemental matchups in Pokemon, can't it? It's like learning your times tables except with mutant electric camels instead of numbers, and without your mum locking you in the downstairs toilet till you prove you can recite it from memory. I find it helpful to come up with mental associations. Water type is strong against fire type because water puts out fire. See how easy this is? Fairy type is strong against fighting type because Mike Tyson would find it very humiliating to wear a tutu. Ghost type is strong against psychic type because James Randi is dead and now his ghost haunts the estate of Uri Geller. But remember, ghost type doesn't take reduced damage from psychic type because the mainstream media remains complicit in the circulation of pseudoscience and anti-intellectualism. Or was it the other way around? Well, anyway, you see how tricky this can be. Perhaps that's why the new Pokemon game, Pokemon Legends ZA, has provided us the opportunity to learn all the nuances of Pokemon battling by giving us an environment in which we can do it without being distracted by silly things like aesthetics, engaging characters, meaningful exploration, or an even half-decent plot. The Pokemon franchise has in recent years taken a rather obnoxious "we're the only ones, so why try harder" attitude. I mean, where else are you gonna go for your cutesy animal collecting elemental matchup cockfighting simulator fucking Pal World? Not after our lawyers are done with it, motherfucker. Nintendo and Game Freak know damn well they have us all by the undercarriage here, literally in the case of when my kids fight over who gets to wear their special Eevee patterned underpants. As such, all the recent Pokemon games have been set in bland pastel environments where stiffly animating blank-eyed characters stand around modelling hot pants, their heads snap-rotating to look at the current speaker with each line of dialogue, like a set of model railroad switches watching a tennis match. I think the moment I knew Pokemon Legends Tsar wasn't planning to buck that trend was in the first 10 minutes when I saw a generic man next to one of those green praying mantis lads with the scythes for arms, both standing perfectly still and staring at a random bush, and when I spoke to them the dude announced, "We're trimming the hedges!" I mean, they could have at least turned on an attack animation. I thought they were engaged in competitive no-hands urinating. Anyway, the setup is we are another in a long line of generic blank-eyed teenage Pokemon protagonists, and we have come to a city that is allegedly the Pokemon world's equivalent of Paris, but doesn't seem like it smells nearly enough of human excrement. The reason why you came to not Paris is left unestablished and becomes moot when you get flanked down by a random girl seconds after arriving who invites you to live in her hotel for free. She then enlists you in the local Pokemon battling league because she can just tell that you're one of those rare 1% of Pokemon trainers with the preternatural ability to know that you're allowed to have more than 4 of the fuckers, and that you don't have to stick to only one Pokemon type just because it coordinates with your outfit. Oh, and would you also like to join our unsanctioned vigilante group dedicated to calming down rogue superpowered wild Pokemon by smacking the absolute primary coloured tits off of them? That would usually be the point that a realistic person would start thinking there's maybe a few too many strings attached to getting to stay in this psycho girl's spare bedroom, but what can we do? There's only ever 2 dialogue options, and they're usually yes or yes, and also here's my social security number. I keep calling it Pokemon Legends Tsar because I'm very fond of the fact that Tsar is an acceptable word in Scrabble, but it's more accurately Pokemon Legends ZA, as at the core of things is a No More Heroes style ladder tournament in which we climb from Z rank to A rank by grinding up random battles and then doing promotion matches against specific characters of equal rank. Don't fret though, there's a story beat at one point where the game bumps you up about 15 ranks in one go when it realises it doesn't have nearly enough going on to sustain our interest that long, like a harassed DM with visibly bored players suddenly announcing that the ceilings look inconveniently unstable. I mean, the entire game takes place within the confines of less filthy Paris, and most of the buildings look the same, so there's no sense of being on a grand adventure of discovery that previous Pokemon publications purport to present. There's a day-night cycle wherein you battle trainers during the night, and during the day hunt wild Pokemon in designated wild zones of the city that increase in number as time passes, with no mention of how the people living in those zones feel about that, or why no one seems particularly bothered about living in what amounts to a Last of Us style apocalypse with big-eyed hypercoloured angry chipmunks instead of zombies. Actually, I didn't see much point in hunting Pokemon in wild zones from about the halfway point when I had assembled 6 dudes who covered basically all the elements and could just focus on leveling them, and then the game introduced Mega Evolution, wherein a fully evolved character temporarily gains one more, somehow even more stupidly designed form with superpowers. And if this were a Saturday morning cartoon, I'd assume this was a measure intended to sell a new round of action figures, because I wouldn't say it enhances the classic Pokemon formula, it just disincentivizes anything but focusing on a core group of lads even further, because it's only a select number of specific Pokemon that even can Mega Evolve, and from a certain point, every boss fight and promotion match is against Mega Evolve dudes, and showing up without one is like showing up to a party on Epstein Island without bringing your own heavily soundproofed fursuit. Yeah, I'll let you think about that one for a bit. The big change in the combat is that it's now real-time with attack cooldowns, which I don't hate. It bridges the gap between turn-based and real-time a hell of a lot better than Legends Arceus' method, which was to awkwardly call a timeout mid-battle and do some turn-based rounds like it was fucking chess boxing. In the real-time cooldown system, we can negate damage by, shocking as this sounds, getting out of the way of things. Man, why has no one ever thought to try that during a penalty shootout? And for the first time in Pokemon, I'm using buff and debuff moves because all my damages are still warming up. It's the invisible cooldowns that get annoying. You can pause the game to use a recovery item, but then you can't use any more for a time. How much time? Who the fuck knows? I didn't see any indicator to that effect. I just have to hang out in the corner of the arena dodge rolling under water beams and mashing menu buttons like a panicky motorist who mistook a car wash for a McDonald's drive-thru. Also, after you call a Pokemon in, you can't actually command it until it's had a chance to pose for a few seconds, but I think this might be an attempt to recreate the classic turn-based Pokemon scenario where you miss a turn to switch Pokemon and the enemy promptly pile drives your reinforcement into a waste paper basket because they get a turn first. So this all seems to be spiralling into the hair-clogged shower drain of ending summary, which is thus, it's still reflecting Pokemon's general lack of interest in putting any effort into story and aesthetics whatsoever, but it is better than Pokemon Legends Arceus. For whatever that's worth, I mean, so is being licked by an estranged relative. Way back in 2004, when people thought things were bad because the President of the United States was merely a bit of a thicko, there was a little game called Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, based on the Vampire the Masquerade tabletop roleplay setting, that has provided many useful services to the world, most importantly giving D&D players someone they can look down upon. Vampire Bloodlines had a combat system about as engaging as slapping a bowl of custard, and generally ran about as stably as a tightrope walker trying to conceal an erection, but it garnered a cult following due to having some good writing, fun ideas, and filling the niche of helping a certain kind of person realise their dream of being a brooding superpowered creature of the night that perhaps their mum will finally have to take seriously. As such, a sequel, Vampire The Masquerade, Bloodlines 2 has been kicking around development hell for a while now, and after 20 fucking years has finally flopped into the light like a partially evolved fish. On the audible grunt scale, Bloodlines 2 blew through years ago. It's gone through to and has now landed quite solidly at But let's try not to let my knowledge that this game has been passed around for years like the family fart jar distract from the actual experience of playing it. After all, I remember enjoying the desperately Frankenstein together fan-patched version of Bloodlines 1 that I played, and I could quickly tell that Bloodlines 2 was going to be a much stabler experience, having divested itself of the inventory system and most of the RPG elements, and the having more than one hub map to explore, and basically anything one could call a side quest. Hey, it's called streamlining. Travel light, move fast, and then do bugger all once you get there because you forgot to pack your wallet. In Bloodlines 2, we play an elder, that's a senior vampire who's been around for centuries, recently awoken from torpor, that's a state of inanimation vampires enter when staked through the heart, to find themselves in modern-day Seattle, that's a big city on the northeastern US named after Chief Sial of the 19th century Duwamish and Suquamish tribes, who must integrate with the modern vampire community, learn their problems, find solutions, and generally wipe everyone's dried-out old bumsies. And we introduce ourselves as Fire, because we're one of those people who really get off on having to spell our name for people writing it down. No, P-H-Y-R-E, with a Y. Yes, my parents didn't want to be like everyone else who names their child after their favourite Electric Six album. Bloodlines 2 is, much like its predecessor, a first-person action stealth RPG, although with more of a traversal focus, leaning very slightly in a Dishonored-y direction, and as I said, it all takes place across a single, not particularly large, hub map, implying that one could very easily avoid becoming prey for the Seattle vampire community, just by avoiding a group of very specific 5 or 6 blocks in the inner city, which is apparently the only area where anything related to them happens. But let's not gloss over the hub city, because if one were to break down the main gameplay loop of Bloodlines 2, it would be as follows. Trudge across Snowy City, talk to a cock, trudge back across Snowy City, stealth murder whatever group of dudes are annoying said cock, trudge across Snowy City again, go to bed. Yeah, this is the undead fantasy life I always dreamed of while practicing kissing my own wrist under my Vampire Lestat poster, and every time you get to an important story mission, the game goes, careful, doing this now may lock off currently active side quests, and I'm like, bitch, what side quests? I can't find any! Besides the infinitely redoable ones, where you drink from a mortal with either strawberry, grape, or blue raspberry flavoured blood, and those always play out the same way. Inexplicably enrage them, lure them to an alley, chomp. Inexplicably seduce them, lure them to an alley, chomp. Or, less inexplicably, frighten them, chase them into an alley, chomp. And hope to God that indistinct blob near the bins isn't yet another random homeless person, because if you chomp while other mortals are watching, that's a masquerade violation, buster. Chances are you'll only know you're being watched after you start chomping, of course. The interface only has an eye icon to show that anyone at all is watching you, and that includes the person you're about to bite open like a stubborn bag of Maltesers. Oh no, looks like I've violated the masquerade. What happens now, game? Ooh, you're in such trouble. Now you have to climb up onto a rooftop and sit with your chin on your fist until the meter goes back down again. From the way you always go on about it, I assumed it'd be worse. You do have to grind up blood types, at least early on, as this is the only RPG element unlocking new combat vampire powers. Fire's super cool self-insert fanfiction protagonist status means they can use any clan's powers, so you can acquire the power to nail dudes to the wall with a barrage of blood spikes, to replace your starting power to flick them lightly on the ear and then profusely apologise. Once you get into the actual missions, combat begins as the usual creeping around waiting for a chance to wedgie people affair, made notable by the utterly brain-dead AI of the enemies, who all have the object permanence of a baby chimp, so if you put a blanket over your head they get confused, forget you were there and start walking around in circles in a corner, although direct combat does inevitably ensue because even the ghoul and thin blood gangs have big chonky dudes walking around that you can't insta-kill, which for me does rather make me wonder if our status as an elder vampire hasn't been somewhat oversold, as these genetically inferior wastrels appear to have more health and can pull at our guts like a toddler with a box of Kleenex given half a chance. And meanwhile our default attack looks like we're trying to declare a hair-pull slap fight. We can telekinetically pick up guns and empty their clips at people, yes, but first we need to find them, lying amid all the other debris on the ground in this split second afforded by the chaos of a fight. I ended up just waving my hand at any random garbage and hoping for the best, which had mixed results. Aha, face now the wrath of Mr. Discarded Chinese Food Carden. Expect disappointment if you're coming into this as a Bloodlines 1 fan. It does function better, but Bloodlines 2 isn't the least bit as ambitious, and its world and characters feel so, for want of a better word, lifeless in comparison. I liked those bits in the flashback chapters where we play the Malkavian detective dude as he has conversations with inanimate objects to find clues, but that was mainly for the silly voices he put on, so at this point we're batting at the same level as The Muppet Show. Oh, and I enjoyed the traversal powers, vampire sprinting across rooftops and leaping across broad streets, gliding to the building opposite, presumably by flapping our ears very, very hard, actually made me briefly feel like a badass vampire dude with very big ears, until the moment I land on the ground and wasn't allowed to do it anymore, lest I get masquerade violations from the fun police. And in any case, the hub city is too small and uninteresting to make the most of it. So in conclusion, what would be the best vampire joke to employ at this point? Bloodlines 2, it bites. Or maybe Bloodlines 2, it's nos for everyone. Or how about, blah, I'm Dracula, don't buy Bloodlines 2, it's shit. Finally, the long-awaited sequel to Obsidian's smash hit The Outer Worlds that gamers have been screaming for, creatively titled The Outer Worlds 2, has landed. And, well, I say long-awaited. It doesn't feel like that much time has passed since it was announced, but it is, well, I say smash hit. It more sort of plopped onto the release schedule a few years back and I'd forgotten about it faster if I didn't keep getting it confused with Outer Wilds. And I say gamers have been screaming for it, we've more been asking matter-of-factly if Obsidian were planning to do a sequel with the uncomfortable air of a concerned parent when their 20-something son expresses an interest in crypto. But for what it's worth, here it is. The Outer Worlds 2. Also, I say creatively titled. They just stuck a 2 on the end. But hey, at least that's informative. It's The Outer Worlds plus another one, and that pretty much tells you exactly what you should expect in regards to new ideas and innovation and all that hard-to-quantify shit us tiresome people keep going on about. Oh, when I say it landed, it's largely been another plop situation, like a blind baby kitten questing for its mum's nipple and falling off the back steps. So we return to the satirical sci-fi retro-futurist dystopian setting of The Outer Worlds 1, in which future corporations have cunningly escaped government regulation by jetting off to deep space and founding their own colonies far from the grasp of occupational health and safety inspectors. In Outer Worlds 2, we play an agent of the Earth government tasked to head out into a strategically important star system that's being buggered from both ends by an evil oppressive corporation in Hole 1 and a weird pseudo-religious science cult in Hole 2. So as a sort of galactic pulp space hero equivalent of an efficiency consultant, we go in, get liberated, maybe pick a side, maybe broker peace between the two factions so they can both equally enjoy the benefits of Hole 1 with just a small rearrangement of penises. But of course things don't turn out as simple as that. There's a betrayal, your team get killed, obviously there's a third faction who the other two both hate because there's got to be someone you can uncomplicatedly gun down whenever some kind of token action gameplay is called for, and you can't just shoot angry wildlife the whole time. I got over my searing hatred for purple monsters when they cancelled Barney the dinosaur. And there's one of those weird galaxy-destroying space phenomena starting to happen that the crew of the Enterprise were always dealing with, but there's no Enterprise here, just you and your complete lack of spiffy uniforms. I need to be honest up front, listeners, I am really struggling with this review, and not just because my dog keeps trying to lick the remnants of smoky bacon crisps out of my laptop keyboard. I certainly don't think Outer Worlds 2 is a bad game in terms of design, gameplay loops, or dialogue writing, but there's something so quintessentially unstimulating about it that I can't quite put my finger on. It might be that the overall threat we're up against is so vague. There's a wibbly-wobbly thing in space that might kill us all, but doesn't seem to be getting much of a wriggle on, so don't sweat it. The faction interplay is about as predictable as these things get. It's not quite fascists versus nutters, it's more like soul-crushing ultra-capitalist libertarian fascists versus pseudo-rationalist socialist cultist nutters, and both sides have nuanced takes on the question of freedom versus stability, but ultimately that means it doesn't matter which one you side with, as they have equal military might and both spout absolute fucking nonsense when pressed on philosophy, and will cheerfully change their minds completely if you pass the right speech checks. Speaking of, the role-playing aspect consists of a list of skills to pick from that all have equal prominence despite their huge variance in usefulness. You need at least one combat skill, fucking Barney isn't going to be impressed by your 14 points in science, and the only one worth taking is guns, because NPCs usually have guns, and why don't you ask a veteran how much good all those press-ups did them when they were up against Vietnamese snipers. Besides the straight combat skills, sneaking can also be handy, but basically every other skill is only useful for speech checks. Even engineering and hacking comes down to speech checks, because it's presented as you having lively conversations with vending machines, and there's not much point in diversifying, because you only get 1 or 2 points per level, and it doesn't take long for the speech checks of 8 or 9 to start cropping up. There's no way to prepare or anticipate what skills are going to come up in the speech check, so this is essentially random. You go through the cycle of talking to people, sneaking around offices and shooting dudes, and are occasionally permitted to sidestep a sneak around or shooting session because a preceding conversation happened to contain a check for one of the skills you arbitrarily chose to pump points into. Like one specific dude is supposed to be a boss fight, but you're able to talk them down through your shared interest in knitting. Perhaps that's why I find myself so turgidly lukewarm on Outer Worlds 2. As I said, I can't really fault the essentials, the shooting and the stealthing. Certainly seems to be a touch improved on the last game, because the NPC party members are better at keeping their mouths shut, if not surviving any gunfight that goes on longer than 12 seconds. The sticking point is in the broader questions of the story, like what the fuck are we even trying to achieve, and why should we care? I mean, the whole business with the all-destroying wibbly-wobbly space anomaly we forget about for the entire first half of the game while we pursue the person who betrayed us from one planet to another, so that we can ultimately talk them out of a boss fight through our shared interest in llama husbandry. It's possible the Douglas Adams-esque satirical tone is making it unclear what we're supposed to be taking seriously. Like half the NPCs you run into are satirical caricatures of middle managers or scientists or whatever, and when they get their legs bitten off field testing their new toothbrushes for green space tigers, we're supposed to point and laugh. But then your NPC party members, who I wouldn't have picked from any other NPC in a lineup because as before, they just seem to be random dudes who invite themselves aboard. They all have the inevitable RPG party member tragic backstories, and those we're supposed to give a shit about? Oh, Captain, I just can't get over the fact that a green space tiger bit the legs off my beloved mentor. Please pursue vengeance across space on my behalf. So the headline is, I can't connect to Outer Worlds 2 on a narrative level, and the gameplay isn't doing anything interesting enough to compensate. I described the first game as being basically Fallout in space, but on reflection the watchword of Fallout games was always, hey, do the plot, or just pick a direction and walk. You'll probably run into something to do. And that really doesn't apply to the paltry little mini sandboxes that represent the different planets we we can visit in Outer Worlds, nicely realised with their alien-esque colour schemes though they are, if you pick a direction and walk, you're more likely to break your nose on the rocky barriers designed to keep you on the predetermined paths that the provided maps seem to be weirdly non-committal about. The question I keep coming back to is, does a game benefit from being set in space when you're never actually in space, just fast-travelling between planets? Wouldn't the game functionally be the same if every planet was, say, a level of the same multi-storey car park? Probably, except it would be avenging mentors getting their legs bitten off by green space Priuses. Editor Nick and I have this fun little in-joke we have. I ask him what review codes are in and advice on what to check out, and he says, well, there's this thing I'm pretty sure you'd like, and I take one look at it and go, I don't like this at all, why are you such a terrible judge of these things, you fucking moron? And then he tells me to go fuck myself, and I call him a cunt and give him a slap, and then he kicks me in the balls, and then I scream and go for the eye gouge, and then the police get called. Oh, the fun we have. And this whole process played out last week when he suggested I take a look at our beta code for Where Winds Meet. What's that, a game about two flatulent people sharing a bed back to back? No. Also, that was extremely weak. It's a Chinese always online free-to-play RPG, and already I can feel my hands making the eye gouge finger quotes. Not another bloody gacha game. I went through this with Genshin and Wuthering Waves and Persona X. Whatever amusement can be gleaned from the mechanics narrative and understated booby jiggles, I can never get past the basic functioning of the gacha format feeling like opening an endless succession of advent calendars in a cubicle plastered with flyers for Vegas prostitutes. Ah, but this isn't a gacha game yet. It's actually got a solo play focus. Free to play, always online, single player focus. Did you just turn over 2 pages at once? Alright, it's a little bit of a gacha game, but try it anyway, maybe it'll win you round. It did not win me round, but I also didn't go for the eye gouge. Mainly I returned from my adventures in Where Farts Collide in a state of profound bafflement. And now, listeners, I face the difficult task of summarising what the game is actually about. I say difficult because I'm not convinced the designers knew that. Where Winds Meet came across to me like probably someone with an awful lot of money, set out to make a cutting-edge video game. And they got very excited about all the cool stuff they were going to put in it. It was going to be a full-on open world with combat and stealth and horse riding and dungeon exploring, and one mission will be a fucking deductive puzzle challenge out of nowhere, and so many characters, and some of them will be AI chatbots, because why the fuck not? But then drew a massive blank when called upon to figure out what it was all actually about and how the story would set things in motion. There's a hero, they're on a journey. To do what, lead designer? Look, I can't be expected to make every bloody decision. I've still got to count all this money I've got. The prologue depicts a very handsome young Chinese dude who teams up with another very handsome young Chinese dude as they go wire-foo apeshit on a bunch of extremely generic bad guys, and one of the heroes is carrying a baby, who I assume is the baby of someone really important because of the way he resists the urge mid-combat to use him as an improvised flail. Anyway, after the prologue, we create our character, choosing from one of several very similar-looking attractive young Chinese people, and find ourselves in a sleepy Chinese village hanging out with a spunky young girl, who I initially thought was the baby, and that we were still playing as the dude from the prologue, the character creation having been some representation of how our looks changed after a few years in hiding, and possibly some plastic surgery. No, I eventually deduced that we are the baby all grown up, oblivious to our destiny, who is treated by everyone else in the plot as a greenhorn young teen, even though we are clearly an adult with unstoppable fighting skills, and every NPC we meet looks exactly the same age as us. The general vibe early on is that we want to go off and have adventures like the heroes of legend, but we can't because we're stuck helping our grumpy aunt look after the farm. Our grumpy aunt, who again is a very attractive person who looks the same age as us. Then we run into another attractive young Chinese man who we're supposed to think is a grizzled old former hero because he's wearing what looks like a rather ineptly made false beard. And then after a lot of pissing about, your home village gets burnt down and you lose everything in that special way that means you can still go back to it and do the side quests whenever you want. And our new life of adventuring begins. So yeah, it's literally Star Wars A New Hope if you applied the Half-Life 2 cinematic mod. And the first act was dragged out for 3 more hours while Luke finished packing his bum bag. From there we move to a new city area and get embroiled in some nonsense involving multiple factions fighting over a magic bowl that dispenses infinite coins, most of which are represented by attractive young Chinese people, but importantly, some of them aren't. So I'm like, ooh, finally shit's hotting up, but unfortunately that's as far in the plot as I got, thanks to some of the game's wonderful gacha-adjacent mechanics, wherein the critical path occasionally screeches to a halt until you side-quest your way to a certain level and wait an actual literal day, Animal Crossing style. So it's like A New Hope if we had to stop every now and again to hand-crank the generator running the projector. Every 10 levels or so you stop gaining experience until you hunt through the horrible overlaying menus like a jungle explorer with a machete trying to find the one tiny whiny little prompt that will teleport you to an arena for a timed combat challenge, after which the next 10 levels are unlocked. And I was like, bitch, are you making me take a fucking driving test to play more of the game? How is this supposed to make sense within the context of the story? Is our character daydreaming? Is this a flashback to that one time they got lost in a mafia-controlled cave network? So immersion is impossible. Every time you have to venture back into the menus to try to figure out if your weapons can be upgraded, and if so, which of the 19 different screens you're supposed to do it on. You're not an adventurer in fantasy China anymore, you're a node on a graph in a giant inescapable PowerPoint presentation. I couldn't even find the fucking map. I had to go into the quests menu, select a quest, select show on map, and then go, oh, actually I changed my mind, deselect that quest, but do you mind if I stay on this map for a bit? And that was the only way to figure out where the fuck I was. Hang on, I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, combat. There's combat, and it's fine, I guess. Bit Elden Ringy, especially in the very occasional boss fights, and a bit spongy if you don't keep up with all the fucking data administration work. That's how you keep your stuff upgraded. Actually, it's hard to judge because early on the game said, hey, do you want parry assistance on? And I didn't know what that meant. That could have been anything from a subtle icon over incoming attacks to the game doing all the parries for you like a fussy dad with a science project. Turned out what it meant was the game slows down and prompts you, essentially turning parries into quick-time events, which is more assistance than I wanted, but I could tell the parryable attacks were hard to read, so I was afraid to turn assistance off in case I got bogged down, and I guess that's officially as far as my strength of character extends. I should mention that this and much of my struggle to understand the plot probably comes down to translation issues, and in the readme for the beta I was playing, it made sure to say, yes, we know the English translation kinda sucks, we'll fix that in the proper release, and everything else you have problems with. Which leaves me in another difficult position. I guess I need to summarise my feelings about where credits card decline without referencing glitches, shitty menu design, bad translation, or anything else that could theoretically be fixed in post. Okay then. It's shit. Thanks for watching. Yahtzee, 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 Yahtzee. Why do you keep doing this to yourself? So you liked Modern Warfare 1, surely you didn't like it enough to still be holding out hope at this point. You're like the dude whose goose laid one golden egg and spent the next 20 years sticking their head up random geese's arses. Firstly, they're called cloaca. Secondly, while I've certainly given up on Modern Warfare because I get enough chest-thumping self-righteousness from listening to silverback gorillas at the zoo reviewing the latest Marvel movies at each other, I still hold out a sliver of hope for Black Ops. Black Ops 6 was pretty awful, but that one moment with the daring escape on American flag-decorated motorbikes made me think that if this series keeps going on, then sooner or later it's going to cross the Resident Evil event horizon and become knowingly camp rather than laughably bad. And that, friends, is where some true magic could happen. But while I find it hard to believe anyone involved genuinely took the Black Ops 7 campaign seriously, I mean, a previous Black Ops protagonist turns into a giant plant monster and then you fight an evil kaiju-sized Michael Rooker, none of it was laughably bad. Laughter was the furthest thing from my mind, actually. The main question I've been quietly seething about is why, after all these years of being proved wrong on this, Call of Duty, and indeed AAA games generally, still can't internalise the notion that some people want single-player, and don't want sequels to single-player games to be multiplayer-focused. It's fucking wedding party DJ syndrome again, isn't it? Come on down and dance in front of everyone. You want to, really. Don't be such a stick in the mud. The only stick in the mud around here, mate, is going to be this broom handle after I shove it up your arse. Black Ops 7 plays its hand on the fucking title menu. The only options are multiplayer or co-op campaign. You can play single-player, the game just refuses to admit it. You have to go through the fucking matchmaking screen, hunt through terrible GUI menus, and set yourself to appear offline to get a single-player game going. Even then, I still wasn't allowed to pause the game, and kept hearing mysterious snatches of other people's voice chat for some reason, like I'd accidentally opened a gateway into the secret hell for extremely boring people. It wouldn't start in offline mode, and even then still refused me entry until I went into my PC's fucking BIOS options and turned on something called Secure Boot in aid of their slightly shady anti-cheat thingy. Yes, Yahtzee, and now you want all that effort to have been for nothing. Anyway, the story concerns Peter Petrelli off of Heroes as a dutiful soldier man apparently incapable of separating his teeth while speaking, and he's part of a, sing along, you will know the words, Covert Special Ops Military Unit representing an unclear authority who must battle the machinations of an evil private military corporation who are engineering a secret bioweapon that they intend to drop on civilian targets in order to foment global conflict, off of which they can subsequently profit. And since it's a co-op campaign, Peter Petrelli of course suffers from that strange affliction where he keeps imagining the voices of 3 other characters who magically pop out of his arse during cutscenes, because who's got time to program bots with all these functionally identical assault rifles that need polishing? Your teammates include Michael Rooker, and then to counteract the established wall of angry white guy energy, a reasonable black dude and a slightly less reasonable lady dude. Don't look to any of these twats for much in the way of distinct personality. A token effort is made to establish Michael Rooker as the facetious one, but besides that I marked several occasions where the main characters changed their entire stance on the situation from one dialogue line to the next. I assume the game adjusts numbers of enemies based on number of players, so the game's quite playable solo, barring a couple of moments where we're expected to defend a point while enemies swarm in from all directions, which would usually end with me running around in circles being chased by a small horde, like a child having a severe falling out with their balloon. Maybe the devs thought it best to discourage solo play because they were afraid without the distraction of other players teabagging the corpses and talking over the cutscenes to ask if you know what's going on, we might notice that the story's a load of old wank-sodden supermarket-owned brand paper towels. We attack the evil private military corporation and get a face full of the bioweapon they're working on, and it turns out that it's Scarecrow fear gas. And isn't it nice that I can say that and you immediately know what I'm talking about? Who says there's no monoculture anymore? So of course we start wildly hallucinating mental realms based on our characters' memories. Apparently the stupid floating platform mental realm mission at the end of Black Ops 6 was more a proof of concept than an awkward hard left out of nowhere, and what follows is a sort of hallucination hallucinatory love letter to the Black Ops series thus far, only don't call it a love letter lest you undermine the game's alpha male testosterone levels. So we touch base with various previous protagonists going through hallucinatory floaty platform versions of important moments, which is where the plant monster thing happens, although the giant Michael Rooker incident doesn't even have that level of justification, and interact with good old Alex Mason from Black Ops 1, who is Peter Petrelli's dad. And I couldn't help laughing at the bit where we go through his childhood memories and learn that Alex Mason lived in a fucking log cabin in the woods, and we see idyllic and wholesome memories of him teaching his son to fish and clean a rifle and most optimally torture foreigners extra-legally. At this point, the gameplay designer must have kicked down the story department's door and went, "It's co-op, you idiots! How the fuck are all the players hallucinating the same thing? Oh shit, their brains are all connected. Yeah, that works. It's a super secret military technology they have, presumably developed by someone who was a really bad conversationalist." So in summary, the story is really fucking dumb, the heroes are boring, and the smug villain with her army of masked stormtroopers have all the depth and moral complexity of fucking Cobra Commander, and it all culminates in blowing up an underwater tech base James Bond style. But things don't end there. Post-credits, I took the wrong exit on my way to the title menu and suddenly found myself in what looked like a Ubisoft sandbox. You go back to one of the previous maps from the campaign, which I remember thinking at the time was weirdly large for what little we were doing in it, only now we've got a map spattered with icons and can go around doing little mini combat challenges to fill out the checklist. And out of curiosity, I pissed about in it for a while, wondering if Ubisoft Sandbox was the last thing the developers had needed to throw in to fill out their overly bloated shit AAA game bingo card, but was startled to see a random dude with an icon over their head run past who didn't react when I shot him, and it was only after I noticed him teabag a fallen stormtrooper that I realised, hey, what the fuck? That's a human player! Did you just wordlessly drop me into a multiplayer mode without asking, Black Ops 7? This is beyond the pale! Now the wedding party DJ has started roofieing me fucking drinks! Do I have to write appear offline across my fucking forehead? Take a fucking hint! I'm just not that into you, human race! I was intrigued by Dispatch, and then I was outrigged, and then I was intrigued again. At first sight I was like, ooh, a quirky job simulator set in a superhero universe. I do love the juxtaposition of the mundane and the fantastical. It's like salted caramel, or choking yourself while jerking off. Tell me more, game. Gladly, Yart. We're a story-based choices matter adventure in the model of the Telltale games that we're being released episodically. And if you're wondering why the pitch of their voice started lowering there, that was something called the Doppler effect, and it happened because I was running away very fast. I thought we were over that stupid episodic games thing. It didn't save money or time like it was supposed to, and by the time the last episode comes out, everyone stopped giving a shit after months of blue balls for not even particularly interesting. Hey, why are you still here, Dispatch? Oh, don't mind me, just releasing all the episodes on a regular schedule over the course of a few weeks. Huh. Well, since I seem to have temporarily shifted into a sensible dimension, I took the opportunity to binge Dispatch over the course of 2 afternoons. And you know what, listeners? I didn't hate it. In fact, Sorry, I've forgotten the word. Liked. I liked it. Dispatch is set in an alternative Los Angeles where superheroes and supervillains exist and centers on Robert, a sarcastic dude with no powers, who fights crime in a robot suit and who sounds like Jesse from Breaking Bad if he switched to Downers. His robot suit gets smashed up in a supervillain fight and he can't afford to fix it, so he's forced to accept the reality of downgrading from Robot Man to just plain Robert Man. But when a hot superhero lady representing a corporate superhero agency offers to repair his robot suit and all he has to do in return is act as dispatcher and mentor for a ragtag group of squabbling former villains turned bottom-rung heroes, is the offer too good to be true? No, it's completely on the level, and Robert gets a fulfilling and interesting job and works hard to impress his superiors, including hot superhero lady who very overtly wants to fuck him. I thought he'd have some ethical issues switching from independent to corporate superheroics, but apparently that's not something the story felt like interrogating. I mean, they keep talking about the people we're rescuing being, quote, subscribers, which smacks of protection racket to me. What do you do if someone needs help but doesn't pay a subscription? Do you just cordially invite them to eat shit? No, the premise and setting don't really hold up to scrutiny. I mean, this is a world where superheroes and supervillains are treated like distinct communities and even have their own pubs, but no larger effort is being made to, arrest the supervillains and stop them committing crimes. It's framed more as a lifestyle choice. Like, one of the former villains in our team tells us the story of how she volunteered for the hero program, and I was like, bitch, this was a voluntary thing? I assumed you were arrested, and this was the only alternative to eating out Sweaty Betty in the prison showers. So I'd advise trying not to overanalyze the broad strokes of the story, because the real strength lies with the characters and the dialogue. Robert could very easily have been some gormless, naive everyman reacting to all the capes and boob windows with bewilderment and awkward mouth noises, but no, he's a strong character who fits into the world. He's cynical, he's smart, he's capable. It's believable when he earns the respect of his charges, and I'm very glad I only found out in the end credits that he was voiced by Aaron Paul, because I know I would have found that very mentally distracting as he talked, and I imagined him jumping up and down yelling bitch at everyone. So I enjoyed the story quite a lot on the character level. Unfortunately, it's also superhero shit, so there's also a lot of action and fight scenes. Very well animated action, yes, but it does the Transformers Saturday morning cartoon bollocks, where 90% of the fighting is people being thrown against shit and immediately getting up with no apparent injury, because this is the universe where everyone takes activates the extra spine warranty, and so nothing of actual impact has happened. And unfortunately, it's also post-2000 superhero shit, and when things with actual impact happen, the tension must always be broken with a quip. Because you can't spell nice long bath in warm ostrich feces without bathos. Although I'd say the writing and strong characters keep things on the tolerable side of smarmy, never quite crossing the line into that dark forsaken land where King Joss holds sway. And one area wherein Dispatch breaks from the Telltale game formula to its absolute credit is that it remembers to be an actual game. Who bloody Ray? Only took 13 bloody years after The Walking Dead. In each episode, there's a segment where we do the actual dispatching with a strategic management game sort of affair, in which we're given missions with loose explanations of what skills are called for, and pick one or more available superheroes with appropriate stats, and it's all nicely presented and challenges our intuition, decision-making, cooldown management skills, and occasional good old-fashioned dumb luck, which is pretty on theme. Honestly, if the game had unlocked an infinite gameplay mode after all the story bollocks was over, I wouldn't have said no, although I suppose it did help to take a break from the stress with some nice character scenes and occasional momentous decision over whether to say something earnest or facetious to change the other character's next line of dialogue and absolutely fuck all else. On that note, I liked how your superheroes level up and acquire new skills and quirks, but I wish that had affected the story more. Like the one dude who was a big old nebbin continued to be a big old nebbin, even though I'd pumped his charisma stats so high, his very farts had started taking the form of dialogue from broadly marketable rom-coms. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the game, Yards. Thank you, Dispatch. Are you planning to do a replay and see the other story paths? Absolutely fucking not, Dispatch. I still roll my eyes every time I see that little text, so-and-so will remember that. Oh, will they? So-and-so has a functioning brain, and the concept of causality exists. Thanks for reminding me. For a second there, I was dangerously immersed. Replaying Choices Matter games is the fastest way to disillusion yourself on how much your choices actually matter. Like there's two love interests in the game, pushed on you rather blatantly. I quickly chose to pursue the one with the actually interesting story arc, and did everything to dissuade the other candidate short of pushing dogshit up her nose, but she still spent the whole game fluttering her eyes like broadly marketable rom-com dialogue was coming out of my arse. Here's the thing, listeners. Dispatch is a good game in spite of, not thanks to, the Telltale format. If it had just picked its most compelling story path and swatted my hand off the mouse at every choice, I'd have liked it equally as much. I liked the story and the gameplay and the characters and the writing and the way it wasn't shy about exploring relationships and sex and naked boobies. Like a lot of popular media these days that's primarily aimed at audiences that haven't yet mentally outgrown the notion that snogging is icky and naked boobies are oppressive and naked and lovely and boobies and... Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I once did one of my characteristically insightful and broadly sexually arousing semi-ramblomatic videos arguing that a future tentpole Mario game being some kind of grand open-world sandbox is at this point a practical inevitability, citing the numerous instances of Nintendo testing the open-world waters with Breath of the Wild and Bowser's Fury. I stand by this prediction, but what I didn't predict was that Nintendo was going to make every single one of its signature franchises go the open-world sandbox route first. Between Mario Kart, Donkey Kong, and now Metroid, I mean, Christ, how much testing does this water need? What are you, a sewage treatment facility? Well, speaking of treating sewage, let's review Metroid Prime 4, the long-awaited sequel to the classic Metroid Prime series that once many years ago managed to cream an entire auditorium's worth of jeans just by slowly fading in on a logo. But now it's fully manifested, I'm afraid to say that may have been as high as the river of cum was ever going to rise. I'm being slightly cruel, I enjoyed it enough to finish it, and it's not like I can sustain myself entirely on spite, whatever my school reports said. The plot concerns famed space bounty hunter and Irish folk hero Seamus O'Ran, who is fighting against the evil space pirates as part of the Space Federation military because she's still unclear on what a bounty hunter actually is. When an ancient mystical artifact gets knocked off a shelf and she and a bunch of other nearby dudes get teleported to a planet in a distant galaxy where a recording from an ancient alien race tells her she's the chosen one destined to collect the sacred artifacts to help save their world from the evil corrupting force that they were unwise enough to try to exploit. Jesus, change the fucking record. Space pirates, lonely mysterious planet, how many times has the Metroid series danced this particular jive? How many ancient civilizations have nominated Seamus the chosen one now? She is to ancient prophecy what Green Day is to my local indie rock station. It doesn't help that yes, the planet has a jungle bit, a desert bit, a snowy bit, a volcano bit, and a tech base, nor that most of the boss fights give me Metroid Prime 1 deja vu, a plant monster with area denial tentacle attacks, a roly-poly armor-plated hedgehog thing that's basically the final exam for the side dodge move. It's just now instead of Phazon, the all-pervading corrupting force is something called green energy, and you thought those windmills were just an eyesore. But there's also a small handful of Federation soldiers that Seamus meets across the course of the game and gathers in home base like they're a fucking tea set, and they're all distinctly characterized. There's the loner, the gruff sergeant, the rookie, the tech nerd, who lifts his helmet to reveal, yes, he's wearing nerd glasses underneath his armoured faceplate that was also made to look like it's wearing nerd glasses, and they all spend the game going utterly moist in the gusset over getting to hang out with Seamus O'Ran herself, and it made me think of another video I made. Oh goodness, I'm plugging myself a lot today, better watch that, Mum says I'll go blind, in which I posited that perhaps silent protagonists don't really work in a serious context when surrounded by distinct vocal characters. It feels a bit off when the other guys are still talking at her with any amount of enthusiasm when she just grey rocks them the whole time, staring through an opaque visor behind which she could be rolling her eyes or blowing throwing raspberries for all they know. And don't get me started on when they start sacrificing themselves for her. Made me think of the end of Stray. Go on without me, save yourself, remember me, remember our struggle. Cut to incredibly confused cat, blankly staring as if to say, sorry, who are you again? There's a poor sense of who the villain is or what we're up against. Some dude called Silux muscles his way into final boss privileges and the game props him up like we're supposed to give a shit or indeed know who he is at all. But there's no connection between him and anything else. All we know is that he's a space pirate who never speaks and his name rhymes with sucks. Metroids show up in only the tokenist of token ways. You see one during the prologue and then every time you scan a boss the text description says this guy's huge and got a narc on because there's a Metroid inside him. No, we're not going to show you and he doesn't feel like coming out but he says hi. So the whole plot's a write-off. But about that open world element I was hinting at, basically you've got your traditional sprawling Metroidvania areas, the jungle bit, the snowy bit, the IKEA showroom, Battersea Dog's home, but they're all separated by a sandbox map, and perhaps the designers took the sandbox brief too much to heart because it's literally empty desert that we have to cross every time we want to change areas. We are with much ceremony given a motorbike to traverse it with, so while there may be some debate over where this game fits in the Metroid timeline, safe to assume it's around the midlife crisis phase of Seamus's career, and mildly cathartic though it may be to motorbike across a desert, it still feels more like an open world nailed onto the side of a Metroid game as opposed to an open world Metroid game. We are arbitrarily prevented from spawning the motorbike outside the sandbox, fun though it may have been to do donuts around the dungeon boss's lawn while he angrily shakes his little fist, and annoyingly the game also obliges us to collect the green energy crystals that are scattered across the desert, but they're always in groups that are hard to smash in a single run, so you always have to stop and turn around to smash the ones you missed, like we're having to go back and apologise after splattering mud on a pedestrian, and the pedestrian was Hitler. But now we're on gameplay, I need to crowbar in a discussion on the Switch 2's new mouse mode, for finally a console is able to serve up an FPS experience comparable to the PC gaming mouse and keyboard control system, and in this case, comparable means an awful lot shittier than. Mouses, or mice, I've never been sure which is right, they both sound wrong to me, have always come in many shapes and sizes, some curvy, some straight, some nestled in a mousepad designed to look like an anime girl's bum cheeks, but I think there's a good reason they've always been thicker than a Kit Kat. The buttons are awkward to press and I have to fold my hand into a hideous claw shape to keep it upright, so my lunchtime wank felt like making love to a Rolodex. I dropped it quickly, leaving me with two control options, stick-based or motion sensor-based. Oh, could I use the stick for large movements and then use the motion sensor for fine-tuning my aim? 9! You will choose either stick only and throw all motion controls out of the pram, or motion only and the stick shall sit there doing nothing like a Protestant's clitoris, in accordance with the doctrine of Nintendo, the control scheme Nazi. Whatever, like I said, I was content enough to finish the game, so take some of this for nitpicking, but I still came away from the experience feeling distinctly unenriched. Possibly because the ending sucked ass. The goon squad you've assembled invite themselves to the final boss fight, and you fail if any of them die, so you have to keep running around resurrecting them like it's a fucking plate spinning act, and then the game tries to end with a big emotional finale that falls completely flat because neither I nor Seamus could demonstrate the merest parceling out of shit for any of these twats. Sorry guys, all my shit's reserved for now, because in 2 weeks' time I'm probably going to have to talk about MindsEye again. Man, great big airway obstructing bollocks to the Game Awards. Clair Obscur Game of the Year, fair enough, but Best Indie and Best Debut Indie? A, it was made by ex-Ubisoft lads, so if that counts as a newcomer so does putting on a false moustache and running to the back of the line for another free sample at the Whole Foods. And B, a game made by one dude in a shed out of leftover pixels and crisp packets, that is an indie game. A game that commissioned all its character avatars from someone on DeviantArt who earns the bulk of their living drawing Snagglepuss fisting Winnie the Pooh. That is an indie game. The Game Awards badly need to acknowledge the middle ground between that and AAA. I know, I grew up in the Midlands, and I'm sick of explaining to people from London that there's actually a lot of England you have to get through before you're up north. We don't all eat black puddings or act in high fantasy HBO dramas. It's galling because this was such a great year for indies. I could have filled a top 10, easy. Not that AAA didn't make significant contributions, and incidentally I could have probably done a top 10 bland list as well. Rest assured, my 2025 Best, Worst and Blandest Awards is a complete Clair Obscur free zone. That'll pay those fuckers back for 1066. Fifth best. A brief word on what didn't make the cut. Citizen Sleeper 2, good game. Dispatch, good game, nice tits, but I reluctantly nudged them out of the top 5, because it's mainly narrative that makes those games, and it's still the intersection between narrative and gameplay that I find the most interesting. D&D dice rolls and dialogue trees with all the impact of a sapling on a train track don't cut it. Therefore, my 5th best is Promise Mascot Agency. Not quite as good writing, but it let me ramp a tiny Japanese truck off a cliff while firing a squealing pink blob out of a cannon at a billboard I disagree with, and that counts for a lot. 5th Blandest. I've noticed that it's not uncommon for the very last game I review in a year to end up somewhere in my lists, which is probably down to it still being fresh in memory, so bearing in mind that it's about as fully recallable as any game could possibly be at this point, I will now list the parts of Metroid Prime 4 that I found interesting. Oh, Samus does the Akira slide on her motorbike at one point. Boy, Akira's a good film, isn't it? I wish I'd spent a certain portion of this month watching that. 5th worst. I felt slightly bad about kicking more shit out of Tales of the Shit, The Lord of the Rings pile of shit, because it was a lot more wholesome than most of what I deal with, but then I realised, wait a second, that's how they get you. This is kin to the innocent batting of the eyes my kids put on before admitting where precisely they have been putting peanut butter that does not conventionally have any business with peanut butter. Cozy does not mean low effort, and Tales of the Shire is just that, a low effort cynical IP exploiting exercise whose title needed to pick a fucking article and stick with it. Fourth best. I'm giving it to the Rogue Prince of Persia because, considered apart from the attached IP, it's a rather lovely conjunction of tight combat and traversal gameplay loops with some fun story elements that pay off the roguelike format, and I only wish it had had a little more depth in the late game. Meanwhile, considered as not apart from the attached IP, it's just rather pleasing to see another nice thing come from a long-tortured name. Quite inspiring, actually, like when someone makes a beautiful piece of art out of a big pile of discarded garbage. Fourth Blandest. It's a shame that after Doom 2016 reinvented the franchise with its no-nonsense approach to demonic anatomy lessons, the sequels seem to have gone, but on the other hand, how about yes-nonsense? And so Doom the Dark Ages brought us more of the same combat but constantly interrupted with insipid vehicle sections and cutscenes from a story that reads like an extremely socially unaware person at a party excitedly telling you about their Warhammer campaign as they fail to interpret the meaning of your persistent attempts to move past them to the bathroom door. Fourth worst. You might say it's a little unfair to stick Split Fiction in the worst list. The gameplay and visuals are good, and the work of no doubt many talented individuals, that it would be cruel of me to tar just because every word that comes out of the protagonist's mouths makes me want to shove them eyeball first onto both ends of a railroad spike and push them into a giant vat of printed out negative Goodreads reviews. The writing is so painful it eclipses any of the game's good qualities for me, and trying to focus on them can't help but bring to mind the classic phrase, "But apart from that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?" There's nothing quite like a good newspaper puzzle page to act as the first bulwark against my inevitable future dementia, and I've never played a game that embodied the spirit of the newspaper puzzle page better than Blueprints, the first-person exploration-based roguelite puzzler that is somehow simultaneously the logic puzzle, the Sudoku, and the cryptic crossword. And it all spirals together to craft this wonderfully immersive world that comes to life before your eyes as you place doorways and select blueprints for... Oh shit, I just got that. Third Blandest. You might expect that the game that literally put me to sleep would rank higher in the Bland 5, but as I've said before, Third Blandest is the true prize in the mediocrity stakes, and for all that Little Nightmares is a tedious slog through old ideas with an obnoxious, unwanted co-op focus that you can observe aging in real time with its frequent unreasonable deaths sucking all tension out of what atmosphere it manages to create, it does have the saving grace of not being very long, and at least I came out of it thoroughly well rested. Third worst. If Rogue POP is a beautiful piece of art coming out of a big pile of garbage, the long-awaited Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 demonstrates that process running in precisely the opposite direction. Bloodlines 1 was a game that had plenty of flaws but had a definite spark, one that raised the question, could this be a seed that with nurturing could sprout into something truly great? Then many years later, Bloodlines 2 came along and said, bugger if we know, want to do some shitty combat? Not really. Well, how about flinging yourself off a tall building? Ooh, you read my mind, Bloodlines 2. Second best. There's 3 roguelikes in my top 5 this year, but you shouldn't read too much into that. I always think roguelike is more of a medium than a genre at this point. But looking at Rogue POP and Blueprints, it's particularly the ways roguelikes have explored storytelling lately that have been giving them the boost, and Hades has always shown how that's done. Yes, I called Hades 2 a bit of a the same but more of its sequel, but I can't deny how much of my spare time I've spent on it this year. I've even been replaying Hades 1 because of it, and I'm sincerely missing the ability to take baths with people. In both the game and reality, actually. Second Blandest. A day may yet come when my Bland 5 list does not feature a Ubisoft open world game, and should it come, I will not celebrate, because that would mean the industry somehow managed to cough up 5 games that were blander than a Ubisoft open world. Perhaps we should thank Ubisoft for continuing to gatekeep mediocrity, Assassin's Creed Shadows being yet another overproduced overlarge busywork game with a plot focus grouped to Oblivion, fit only to be ground up and recycled as packing material for other better games. Then again, perhaps not, because it's a big pile of monkey spunk. Second word. For a scary moment there, I thought condemning the Call of Duty franchise was getting old, that there was nothing more to be said, but I gotta hand it to them, Black Ops 7 exceeded all my expectations for discovering new depths of terribleness. With a campaign equal parts dull and bathroom carpet-chewingly insane that seemed to be actively hostile to its audience, the only positive I have is that at least Call of Duty seems to be less racist these days. Now it's just completely soulless. Maybe they needed the racism to fire the creative spark, like with Kurt Cobain and heroin. Best game. Yeah, I know, slight hypocrisy to talk shit about the Game Awards pushing a AA game like Clair Obscur over genuine indie games and then turn around and put another AA game, The Alters, in my top spot, but I'd argue The Alters embodies the spirit of the underdog, in that you play as an underdog, and 5 clones of said underdog. Yes, the AI controversy was a hiccup, but I don't want to let that overshadow what I found to be a singularly well-designed game on its narrative level, gameplay level, and every level in between. Plus, the main actor had to put on like 9 different silly voices, and as someone who records audiobooks, I wanted to express silly voice solidarity. Blandest game. Oh boy, I've been dreading having to write this one up. It's Borderlands 4, okay? Another grindathon in the sense of both the core gameplay loop and what the dialogue causes me to do to my teeth from the House of Pitchford. A game so mind-numbingly one-note and poorly optimised that I struggle even to think of interesting ways to complain about it. Have you noticed that it's very nearly an anagram of bored slander, which is precisely what I'm currently doing to it? An uncontroversial choice, but come on. I don't see how anyone could possibly argue that anything is worse than MindsEye without venturing into comparisons to chemical weapon usage against civilian targets. In case it needs restating, it's a dull shootout across an utterly lifeless open world threaded by a story demonstrating schizophrenia beyond the reach of psychopharmacology. And it really illustrates that the people controlling where all the money goes in the high-level games industry don't have the first clue what they're fucking doing. And perhaps better results could be gleaned from replacing them with literally anyone else. Or perhaps a room full of gently sedated possums.